Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true, scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without any further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. This happened when I was a junior in high school. My first period class was English, and that day we were supposed to workshop our essays, only I hadn't written mine. So as a lazy teenager, I decided I'd avoid the embarrassment by skipping my English class and using that time to work on my paper. I got up and left like I would any other day, but halfway there I pulled into an empty parking lot by the river where people launch their boats. It was 8 in the morning. So obviously nobody was taking their boat out there, but there were a couple of few cars that were on the lot for some reason. I parked away from the few cars, took out my laptop, and started working. After 15 or so minutes, I paused and looked out my window and saw several spots across from me. There was an older man staring right at me. It was hard to tell, but from the distance it looked like he was smiling. Thinking we both just looked over at the same time, I gave him a small smile and went back to work. I sat there and worked for probably another 10 minutes or so, before taking another pause and look over to see that the old man has moved his car just one spot away from mine, and was again staring right at me with that creepy grin. At this point, alarm bells are going off. He's creeped me out enough that I turn on my car and move to the other side of the lot. I keep an eye on him for a couple of minutes, but he never moves his car, so I go back to working. I work for another 20 or so minutes, getting into a good rhythm, so I was completely absorbed and began to forget about the man. It was getting close to the time that my class would get out, so I start to put my stuff away and begrudgingly prepare to work my way back to school. But before I turn my car back on, my heart sinks when I look up to my left to see the man now parked directly beside me. I had been so absorbed that I somehow didn't notice him pull up, but there he was, staring right at me with an even bigger smile. All I could do in that moment was stare back at this guy. I was so creeped out and confused at the same time. Why is this guy following me? Has he been looking at me for the near hour that I had been there? After a few moments of eye contact, I snap out of it, at the same moment that he starts to roll down his window. I was out of there. I put my car in reverse and exited that parking lot as fast as possible. But as I turned left out of the parking lot, I gave one last look at his car, and another chill ran down my spine when I saw him waving at me with that creepy smile. All I could think was, please don't follow me, or I don't know what I'd do. Thankfully, he didn't follow me, and I've never seen him again. But I'll always remember that feeling that I had when I looked up and saw him parked right next to me. I don't know what he wanted or why he was so obsessed with me, but the whole thing still creeps me out. I don't usually post stuff like this, but I'm freaking out and I need advice. I'm a 14-year-old male. Something really strange has been happening the last few nights. I've been too scared to tell anyone, but I feel like I have to now. It started 2 nights ago. I was lying in bed trying to sleep when I heard this soft tapping noise. At first, I thought it was just the wind or maybe a tree branch, but then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from my window. I live in a 1-story house, so it's not that high up. But it's weird because there's nothing outside my window except for our backyard and a tall fence. I tried to ignore it, but the tapping didn't stop. I finally worked up the courage to get out of bed and peek through the blinds. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing outside, just staring at my window. He was tall, with a pale face that looked almost empty, like there was nothing behind his eyes. He didn't move, he just kept staring at me. I panicked and ducked down. My heart was racing and I didn't know what to do. After what felt like forever, I finally crawled back into bed and pulled the covers over my head. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, or maybe a dream. But last night it happened again. The same soft tapping, the same man outside my window. This time I didn't even look. I just froze, hoping that he would go away. I told my parents about it this morning, but they didn't believe me. They think I'm just having nightmares or something, and they told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. But I know what I saw. Tonight, I'm scared to go to sleep. What if he comes back? What if he tries to get in? I've checked the window multiple times to make sure it's locked, but I still feel like it's not enough. I don't know what to do. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Should I call the police? I'm scared, and I just need someone to believe me. Please. Yesterday, I was at the mall around closing time. I was browsing for some cosmetic products in the makeup aisle with my friend, until I realized there was this one strange man who had like a mischievous look on his face, who attempted to keep walking past me at the same aisle that I was in. 5 to 6 different times, he was staring at us every single time. I don't think anything of it yet, besides a weird vibe, and me and my friend try to test something out by going into a whole different section of the store. When we went to where the birthday cards were, I saw him in the corner of my eye, so I told my friend to keep walking. When we reached the other end of the store, the pet supply aisle, he was still there, cornering the main entrance of the aisle. At that point, I whispered to my friend and we immediately speed walked out. When we did, I still saw him following us, so I turned around to speak up. But when I did, he was just staring at me, and I didn't break eye contact because I wanted to say something to this man, but my mind went blank. Once we reach the checkout and I see that he's waiting right behind us, but not quite at the checkout. He was behind and beside the entrance of the checkout. At this point, my friend noticed that I was about to freak out. We stood there for 15 to 20 minutes, waiting to see if he would leave, and he never did. So after that time mark was up, we decided to just hold hands and run up the escalators and make our way to the upper level exit. We both were running for our dear lives, but once I went through the main gate in front of the exit, my friend immediately grabbed me back, and I didn't realize why until seeing the guy had somehow gotten to the door before us, which had to have been impossible, because we ran before he did, and we never saw or heard anyone running. However, we did get escorted out by an older group of men and women who overheard me and my friend freaking out about the situation. They confronted him, but I never got to hear anything that any of them said. He asked the group of people, "Are you sure you guys are with these people?" And after they confirmed, he left. And someone, a part of the group, said something about him allegedly lying about being some sort of undercover employee. Okay, I don't know if everyone will necessarily find this scary. For me personally, it absolutely made the hair on the back of neck stand up. So, in England, there is a festival every year called Glastonbury. It takes place in Somerset, and is the biggest festival in England. It's a 5 days, and mostly a music festival, but also has dance, theater, circus performances, comedy. This is starting to sound like a sales pitch. Around the late 80s, early 90s, my dad worked security at Glastonbury with a few friends. Mostly his job was to drive around the perimeter of the festivals with one of his friends in a truck to catch anyone trying to sneak in. On the second day, my dad and his mate were driving around and heard some people on the other side of the wall, clearly trying to sneak it.
Usually people throw their bags over first, so they parked the truck by the side of the wall and got out. A few seconds later, these bags came thumping down on the roof of the truck, followed by 2 people. They were halfway over the wall when they saw my dad and his friend stood in security uniforms glaring at them and just basically looking very intimidating. They froze, clearly not sure what to do. After a few moments of silence, my dad and his mate broke out into big smiles. They told the people to jump over and they'd drive them down to the main part of the festival. This was not a ploy. My dad and his friend just didn't care that much. If the people didn't look like they were there to cause trouble, they'd let them through. While driving the group down to the main part of the festival, my dad and his friend got a call over the radio. It was from another member of security they knew, asking them to go check out the toilets because there's something going on. They dropped the group off and radioed back to find out what was happening. The guy told them someone had reported being bitten on the butt in the toilet. Obviously confused, my dad's and his mate asked if the guy was joking. He said no, but the person who reported it was clearly high, so it was probably nothing but to check it out just in case. Now, these are festival's toilets. Slightly flimsy temporary setup over what is basically a cesspit. Not too sure what they were looking for. They went down to the toilets, had a look around, and left. They continued their patrol around the border and overheard 3 more calls on the radio saying someone had reported being bitten on the butt. Other members of security closer to the toilets checked it out and found nothing. The assumption was it was some sort of joke or a rumor had started, and people were so high they were imagining it. My dad and his mate were known by the rest of security for being very strong and good fighters. They were usually the ones called if anything got out of hand. A call came through the radio directed at my dad and his mate. A 4th person had reported being bitten on the butt while on the toilet. Only this time, the woman had a large bite mark that had broken the skin. She had showed it to one of medics who said it definitely appeared to be a human bite mark. Everyone's still very confused as to what was actually happening. My dad and his friends race down to the toilets. They go into a cubicle and shine a light down the toilet. Not exactly pleasant. Not really sure what they are looking for, they move the light around a bit. Right before they were about to switch the torch off, they saw something move. Like unusual movement. My dad's friends, not knowing what else to do, calls out, "Is there someone down there?" They see faster movement this time. He calls out again, "We aren't going to hurt you, we just need to know if there's someone down there." Nothing. Then all of a sudden, a head pops up out the toilet. It was a man wearing a snorkel and swimming goggles. Absolutely stunned, my dad asked him how he got down there. He said he'd tunneled in. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure they took part of the toilet apart so he could get out. Covered head to toe in feces, he was escorted by my dad and his friend to the security bit. No one really knew what to make of it. My dad and his friend watched over him while they called the police, etc. During this time, he spoke to my dad. He said he had gotten there over a week or 2 early and dug a tunnel from the edge of the neighboring field. Bearing in mind these toilets were right on the edge of the festival grounds. He had done this with the full intention of just sitting below the toilets and biting people when they sat down. He also said this was the first time he had been caught, insinuating he had done it before. I don't know if this is true. According to my dad and his friend, the man was incredibly friendly and polite, but, in their words, was completely dead behind the eyes. Like even if he was looking straight at you, it's like you weren't there. On more than one occasion, the man licked his lips, which were covered in feces. The man wouldn't answer questions about his name or anything like that, and would just answer by waffling about the festival. According to my dad's friend at one point, while the man was saying how good the festival was, he swore he heard him say under his breath, "A shame they don't let children in." The police took their time getting there. Can't say I blame them, and I don't know what happened to him after that. I remember feeling sick when my dad first told me story, and safe to say, I was petrified of using portal/outdoor toilets. To clarify, obviously this man was seriously mentally ill. Both my dad and his mate always stressed this. He seemed completely unbothered by what he was doing and unaware it was wrong. So there's this one time I was playing with my toys in the basement of my parents' house. I was around 6 years old, so it happened in 2011. For context, at this time, the house was not fenced, and it happened a few times that people just walked through my garden to access the field behind my house, so it could seem not unusual, but wait for it. After eating dinner, my parents would let me play with my toys for a little while since it was the Halloween vacations. I can't say for sure what time it was, but it was definitely after 7 p.m. because I remember that it was already dark outside. While I was playing, I heard a noise coming from, I thought at the time, the boiler room that is behind me. It usually makes noises, so I continued playing without even thinking about it. The door of the boiler room was closed like always. It's always closed because otherwise we can smell the fuel in the whole house. Anyway, I continued serving plastic food to my non-existent clients in my non-existent restaurant. Then I heard another noise. That time I turned around to see what made that noise and where it came from, but nothing. The door of the boiler room was closed like it was supposed to. I was confused, but didn't worry more than that and continued playing. Until I heard a knock coming from the window facing me. There was a man standing there looking at me. The guy had his head between the bars of the window, and still today, I could recognize him even if it happened 15 years ago. He was wearing this 90s Nike jacket and a faded blue cap. He had a beard of 2 days, and he looked like he was very tired. I remember him having these massive dark circles under his eyes. His expression was neutral when I noticed him. After a few seconds, I ran upstairs to my parents, telling them about what I just saw. My dad immediately ran down to the basement. He grabbed a hammer and got out ready to attack the guy if needed, but the guy just disappeared in the darkness. My dad even went to drive around the village I live in to look for him, but we never saw him again. We believe that he probably ran through the field behind my house. These events honestly traumatized me. I was having a lot of nightmares, dreaming of this almost every night for a while. I had night terrors because of this, and still today, I'm terrified when I'm in this basement. It just gives me the chills and makes me want to run upstairs as quickly as I can. So man through the window, if you read this, hope you had fun watching me play. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am a 15-year-old girl, and I had a terrifying encounter one evening around 10 p.m. I was watching a documentary series on my TV. Nothing unusual so far. You should know that my TV is in the living room, and right in front of me, there is a window next to my armchair that has no curtain and is very low. As I continued watching TV, I started to feel a little hungry. I got up and went to the fridge to grab something to eat. When I turned around to go back to my armchair, I found myself standing directly in front of the window. That's when I saw him. There, outside the window, was a boy. He was wearing white clothes and a hat, his brown hair visible under the brim. He was looking straight at me, holding his phone horizontally. It took me a moment to realize that he was filming me. I jumped back in shock, my heart pounding. I felt paralyzed by fear, unable to move. The boy slowly lowered his phone, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he smiled, a chilling, terrifying smile that made him look like a psychopath. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, probably around 2 minutes, before he suddenly turned and ran off. I was left shaking and in tears. I told my parents what happened, but they couldn't find the person. You should know that I live in a fairly dangerous area, and I'm new here, so I had no idea something like this could happen. After that night, I became paranoid. I was too scared to go outside. Then, on a school day about 2 weeks later, I had to leave the house to catch my bus, like I do every morning. I leave extremely early, so it was still dark outside. I went to my usual bus stop, but there was something strange about that morning. The streets were empty, no cars, no people. I felt like I was being watched. And then, I saw him. The same boy who had filmed me. He was standing on one of the tracks near the train station by my bus stop. staring at me. I felt a wave of fear wash over me. Without a second thought, I turned and ran home as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I was crying by the time I reached my house. I didn't go to school that day. I stayed home, too afraid to leave. I haven't seen the boy since, and I hope I never do. I am a 26-year-old female, and I recently moved into this adorable condo with my puppy after separating from my partner of 8 years. I love the apartment complex, absolutely adore it. But there's this guy that seems to have no clue as to how to behave socially. Very tall and broad, in his mid-40s, dog owner, and the condos in our building cost an organ, so he's technically well off. It all started when we got in the elevator together after I moved in. We'd never talked before in our life, and he just started bombarding me with questions like, "Do you groom your dog yourself?" And "What floor do you live on?" Then telling me random things like that. He just bought grooming tools for his dog. I thought he was just a little weird, and maybe had some sort of mental disability, but my dumb self pressed the 7th button on the elevator, so then he knew what floor I live on. I kept my answers short, but didn't think much of it, and went on with my day. But then, that same night, I was in my car, backing out of my parking spot, when I see him running at my car from the corner of my eye. Engine was running and I was in a rush, so it wasn't really the moment to talk, and he started knocking on my window with the creepiest smile and waving. I just froze and completely pretended not to see him as I drove out of the parking garage. He then followed my car out of the parking garage by foot. That's when I knew something was up with him. I just had a bad gut feeling. Since then, I've done everything to avoid him. Whenever we're in the same place, I leave, and I won't get in the elevator with him or even acknowledge or make eye contact with him. I don't have the energy to deal with him, especially after long shifts at work. And then tonight, I was walking into the building when he saw me from afar. He was with a woman, maybe one of his friends or his wife, no idea. I thought, oh, he's with a girl. Maybe he'll leave me alone, but no. First thing he does is speed walk to me and go straight for my dog and try to pet her without asking. My girl is the sweetest on earth, and she's gentle, but dude, maybe ask. We don't know each other. He goes, "Hey you," as though we're friends and he knows my dog well. I was exhausted and not having it, just kept walking. That's when he got in my way to block the door and looked me in the eyes and said, "How are you?" "Sir, it's 10 o'clock at night. I don't know you. I don't owe you my time or my energy." I didn't answer, blew him off again, and walked around him on the other side. I heard him yell aloud, "For God's sake," as I was walking away, like he felt disrespected and I had no manners. I've shown him repeatedly that I'm not friendly or interested in talking to him, but I've been here 2 months, and I'm already stressed about walking out of my apartment. And he noticed that I want nothing to do with him, but the one time I was nice to him, he followed my car in the garage. So what am I supposed to do? I feel like this man would take basic human decency for me being into him, and then always come up to me and try to talk when he sees me. Now with that being said, I don't think he's dangerous. I've seen him do this to plenty of young attractive women in the building, so I get the feeling he gets a dopamine hit every time he approaches a younger woman. But he's making me feel uncomfortable. I've decided to notify my landlord about it, because I have to take out my dog multiple times a day to do her business, because I work from home, so I'm always moving around, and the odds are I'll keep running into him. I'm waiting to see how they'll respond to me sharing my concerns and feeling uncomfortable. Maybe they won't care, or maybe they'll do something. What would you do if he comes up to me again? I'm thinking the only thing that will work is tell him straight up, "I'm not interested in talking to you," or "I don't know you. I don't want to talk." Because me ignoring him is clearly just angering him even more. I don't think he's crazy. He's just annoying, thinking women owe him their time and attention. What would you do? Any advice is greatly appreciated. This story occurred a few months ago. There are these 3 abandoned houses, as well as 3 barns close to my house, and are going to be getting torn down here in the next couple of months. So me and my siblings thought, why not go check them out? I had already checked them all out with a buddy, but wanted to do it again, but with my siblings this time, because why not? We had only explored one of the houses previously, because there was a small window we could crawl through into the basement, and another hole through that wall we crawled through to enter the house, since all the doors were boarded up pretty much. There are 2 more houses we hasn't explored, one being really small and the other being huge. After research on the internet, it made sense as it seemed as if the house was leased to multiple people, mostly around the age of college or to younger families, who maybe couldn't afford to rent entire apartments. The time before, when I was with my friend, we brought a screwdriver with all sorts of those attachment things that go on the end, so that way we could unscrew all the different bolts, and then used a hammer for the nails. When we got there, the board was already torn off luckily, even though it wasn't the week prior when we first tried to go in, when we didn't have the screwdrivers. Also, let's call this house the Red House, since it is a red brick house. To describe this red house, it is like you connect 2 average double-story houses together. It is that big. I mean, we ended up taking an hour to explore it, but that's because we were looking around too. This time, when me and my buddy explored it, it was pretty cool. Not too much graffiti and lots of stuff everywhere on the ground. We found old cheap purses, Pokemon and baseball cards, a bunch of broken keyboards, books, and old school supplies, plus a lot of other completely random things. There was even an old tanning bed that I think we discovered was from the late 80s. There were the occasional drug beetles and pills, usually in corners of old bedrooms or in the bathrooms. The next time, I just wanted to experience this again with my siblings. This time, it was night when my mother was asleep, so we could actually get away with it. I dropped them off in my car and drove half a mile to a trailhead where I could park, and my car would be hidden. I then rode an electric scooter the half mile to where they were so we could go in. There was this gate that we had to go over since there was barbed wire, and I folded up the electric scooter and hid it in the tall grass. This road behind the gate led to the first house we had already been in, so we were just trying to go to the big one. From here, you have to walk pretty far through this tall grass to get to the red house. As we approached it, we finally turned our flashlights on, and then entered the house. Last time, me and my friend were calling out to make sure nobody was inside, but this time it was night, and I didn't want to risk somebody calling the cops since they heard yelling near the abandoned houses at 2 a.m. Regardless, it was a stupid decision. We made our way in and checked around. I think it's also important to note that this isn't the front door. It is the back door. One of 2 back doors. The house is on a hill, so from the road it looks like 1 story, but on the other side you can see it is 2 stories. This back door is in the very corner of the house, so you explore from one end to the other. As we walked through, I thought I heard some light footsteps, but this is an older house. I just looked it up, and it was built in 1964, has 7 acres of land, and is 3,800 square feet. So, yay, pretty big. Peas, I should have really included that at the beginning, so sorry. Anyways, it didn't sound any different from when me and my friend first explored it, and it was night, so quiet sounds were extra loud. As we made it through the other end of the bottom of the house where the staircase was, and made our way up, I heard more footsteps, and this time I told my siblings we should go. They didn't hear anything, but they were also under the assumption that we were the only ones there, and they weren't being very cautious, or aware, I guess you could say. When you go up the staircase, on one side it leads to the garage, which is very small for such a large house, again probably because it is older. And on the other side you go past a short hallway, and it leads to the kitchen and family room, with a lounge area, I think you would call it. This whole area is super open, and it feels like a lot of empty space, but it only covers around half the upstairs. On the other side is a straight hallway with around 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. That's when I thought I saw somebody moving from one bedroom across the hallway to the other, from left to right. But my light didn't go very far since I was using my phone light. I start angrily whispering to my siblings who are already kind of close to the hallway, which leads to where I saw the person, as not to yell, but get their attention urgently. And I quickly walk across this open area to try and maybe yank their arm until we hear something drop. In my opinion, the guy dropped it on purpose to let us know he was there. But after this next part, I don't know. Immediately, my siblings and I jump. It sounded like a bookshelf was knocked over or something, and since it was really loud and heavy as we could feel the ground vibrate as we were upstairs, it was now confirmed that someone was there. We turn around and start running to the staircase, which is pretty much in a straight line. The bottom floor sort of zigzags around until it leads to a hallway that goes straight to the other side of the house. As we make our way around the zigzag rooms and make our way to the corner with the hallway, we start hearing running upstairs towards the staircase. We are already running, so we don't slow down. We turn the final corner and make our way outside, where I run in a straight direction, and then to the left and attempt to hide in the talk grass, which also has a direct line to the other side of the huge grass area to where the gate is. I lay down, and when my siblings run out behind me, I tell them to get down as well. We were maybe 30 or so feet deep into the grass when I see a dark figure run out of the house. A few feet, stop, look around, and run into the small house next to this one, which is only like 50 or so feet away. I thought that house was all boarded up still, but it looked like he ran to the side of the house, where I guess his entryway was. There was a large shed thing in the way, so I couldn't see exactly where he went, but I knew there was a barbed fence over there, so he would have to run behind to where we were to follow us, as there is maybe a 20-foot wide gap where there is no barbed fence, so I guess that way vehicles could enter. I heard his footsteps running around, but I couldn't see where he was. We started to army crawl across the grass, but really slowly as to not make much rustling noise. We start crawling faster, but then I heard his footsteps stop, so either he ran away or was stopped maybe looking at us. I kept crawling on all 4s since the grass was now tall enough to still cover me, and I was looking behind to see if I could see his outline in the dark, which thankfully I couldn't see him. We started to hear a cracking sound, and it sounded like he was cracking the plywood boards, but I don't know why he would, so I don't know what it was. It then sounded like he was frustrated as we could hear loud grunts. We just kept crawling though. We were maybe crawling for a good 5 minutes to get to the other side, even if we were far enough for him to not see us. It honestly felt like a lot more, and every minute felt like 10. We eventually get to the road which lead to the gate, and at this point we stop outside the gate and wait for the few cars to pass before we crawl through. I have my siblings crawl under first, and I swear I heard running through the tall grass behind me, but as I made it under and through and started running, it didn't ever look like he was following us. Also, yes, I did get my scooter, which my brother had already unfolded, and was riding away with me and my sister running behind. We did not stop until we got to the trailhead off to the side of the main road, where we threw the scooter in the back, jumped inside and locked the doors and pulled out. We drove off peacefully knowing this person was definitely homeless and could not get in a car to drive off after us. He was also probably not on anything as he was moving too quick, which I don't know if it would be better or worse for us if he was, and we ended up having to fight back. We made it home safe and sound, and we didn't speak about it all near our parents. My siblings kind of laughed about it more after the first week, but it still scared me, knowing how serious it was. I don't think they realize how dangerous it actually was. We survived though, and that's all that matters. I also never plan on going back. I, a 25-year-old female, had an experience about 4 days ago that I haven't been able to shake. I was dog house sitting for my boyfriend, a 26-year-old male, while he was away on a backpacking trip. My boyfriend's home is in a semi-remote area at the bottom of a hill at the back of a few arches of property. He's right next to the highway, which has opposite to us a small rural neighborhood. It's both very sketchy and very safe, meaning that the community is close, but people frequently keep to themselves, and there are lots of abandoned/dilapidated homes right next to very well-kept homes. A pretty typical countryside neighborhood. So I really didn't feel unsafe to agree to watch my boyfriend's property and his dog, Hennessy. Hennessy is a 115-pound jet black American Bulldog/English Labrador mix. He's basically all muscle, and ever since my boyfriend and I began dating, he's become very protective of me and my own dog, Lottie. Lottie is a 57-pound poodle mix. I'm a dog groomer, so she's usually done up in pretty silly haircuts with bows and everything. All of this is to say that one of my dogs is very intimidating, and the other is not. Because of his strength, however, I cannot walk Hennessy and Lottie at the same time on my own, and so I usually walk Lottie alone, then go back and get Hennessy to walk him alone. We do about 30 minutes of walking each, and I like to take Hennessy after Lottie at night, because I feel safer with him as it gets later. This is important because this was the case about 4 nights ago. I was about 3/4 of the way through my walk with Lottie when I got this really weird feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I looked around to see that about 30 feet or so back, there was a tall man in a hoodie standing next to an older, run-down home. I instantly thought the hoodie was weird. I live in Northern California, and it's early August. It doesn't get colder than 87 degrees in the evening, especially when the sun was still setting like it was at the time. I forced myself to brush it off, as I tend to be fairly paranoid due to my years of reading Let's Not Meet stories. As I kept walking, the sun kept setting and the streets began to slowly get darker. I would glance back from time to time and notice that the man was keeping pace with me, not breaking that 30-odd foot distance. If I turned a corner, so did he. If I sped up, so did he. Finally, we reached the highway, and I crossed right before a car came speeding past, hoping that if the guy was following me, this would put some distance between him and myself, which it did. But that didn't stop him from continuing to follow me. I walked as fast as I could to the house, not wanting to turn around, but now being able to hear his footsteps on the gravel. At this point, Lottie had noticed him too, and started to bark and growl. I forced her to keep moving, and thankfully made it back inside the house, slamming and locking the door, hoping that that was the end of it. It was not. Moments after I'd shut and locked the door, I felt someone trying to open it. The dogs heard this too, and started barking because they always do when someone is at the door. There's no peephole on my door, but I can talk to whoever is on the other side. It's a pretty thin door. So I yelled out and asked who was there. Through the barking, I could hear a man's voice. "I love your dog, can I meet her?" For some reason, the way he said it was so creepy. It was like there was nothing behind it, kind of like he'd rehearsed the line or decided to say it beforehand. I yelled back no, and asked him to, "Please go away." He paused for another second and then again said, "I love your dog, can I meet her?" He starts trying the door handle again, this time pushing up against the door. By this point, Hennessy can tell something is wrong, and so can Lottie. The hair on the back of Hennessy's neck is standing up, and he's mashing his teeth while growling. At that moment, I don't know what possessed me, but I threw Lottie into the bathroom behind me and grabbed Hennessy by the collar, keeping him close to the door with me. He's still barking and going crazy. I hear the man repeat that he wants to meet my dog, and I yelled out, "Leave." He paused and then slammed into my door. I say the door move, and at that moment I unlocked the door and opened it just wide enough that Hennessy could get about halfway out. He's going bonkers at this point. My hand is starting to hurt from holding him back. I can hear his teeth clacking as he ferociously chomps toward the man. Well, this dude was not expecting Hennessy. He stumbled back, almost falling over, and cursed as he scrambled to stay off the ground. He didn't even look at me, and instead booked it up the hill as fast as he could and out of sight. I managed to pull Hennessy back in and called the cops to tell them what had happened. I never got a good look at the guy, and they basically told me there wasn't anything I could really do, but they did take my statement and told me they'd contact me if anything ever came of it. I am so thankful for Hennessy. After all of that, I snuggled up with him and Lottie that night and cried because it had all hit me how terrifying that was. I literally went out the next day and bought him the biggest bone I could find from a pet store nearly an hour away because he'd earned it. I don't know why this creep didn't get the hint when I had 2 dogs barking inside, but my assumption is that he didn't really realize he was hearing 2 barks, or assumed that if I had 2 dogs, they were both like my puffy poodle. That is to say, he wasn't afraid. I'm so thankful the guy didn't have a firearm, and looking back now, I probably should have just called the cops and kept my door closed. But I hope that maybe because he saw Hennessy, he'll know not to come back and mess with us, because if he does, I'll let my big sweet boy rip his arm off.
My girlfriend, 2 kids, and myself were tent camping in eastern Washington one summer at a campground. It was a nice campground, but not many guests at all since it was before peak season. We had a site with no other campers visible to us. One night at approximately 1 a.m., my now ex-girlfriend and I were sitting by the fire while our kids were sleeping in the big tent that we were all sharing. A beat-up old Ford Explorer slowly drove by our campground and proceeded to keep driving around the campground out of sight. I thought it was odd, but maybe just someone looking for friends or a campsite. We went to bed, and I woke up early the next morning, maybe at 5 a.m. to go to the bathroom, and there was the same beat-up Ford Explorer at the campsite adjacent to ours, maybe 60 feet away. And mind you, there were dozens of other open campsites around, so my alarms were certainly raised by this. After going to the bathroom and returning to our tent, where my kids and girlfriend were still asleep, I saw a man standing behind the Ford Explorer, with only his head visible, trying to hide himself, looking directly at my tent. I stood there and stared right back at him for about 45 seconds and raised my hands up in the air like, "What the heck are you looking at?" I didn't want to cause a commotion and wake the kids up, and he just continued to stare. I sat in one of my camp chairs and kept eyes on him and watched him get into his car, which was facing us, but I couldn't see what he was doing in there. About an hour later, he started his car up and slowly drove right by our site and stared directly at me, maintaining eye contact the entire pass, about 25 feet away. I know for a fact that this guy had ill intentions just by his demeanor and the looks of him. Likely he would have done something had I not been there. This happened about 5 years ago. I was 14 at the time, and I went over to my best friend's house to party because her parents went on vacation. Let's call her Kay. We were the same age and had been best friends since we were 11. Kay's older sister was 17, and she decided that she was going to stay at a friend's house, since she didn't like staying home alone, and left us there. She told us not to tell Kay's parents since she was left in charge. Kay and I decided to invite over our other friend, we'll call her Emmy, to the house. At 14, we were all pretty stupid and wanted to get drunk and high, so we called Kay's neighbor Hayden over. He brought some alcohol and weed over to the house, and we started to drink. Once we decided to smoke, we got everything set up and realized we didn't have a lighter. We searched all over the house, up and down for 30 minutes and never found one. We also looked for matches and couldn't find those either. Hayden says, "We'll just walk to my house. My mom works the night shift and isn't there." Now, Hayden's house was about a 15-minute walk, and it was 3 a.m., but there were 4 of us, so we thought we were good. I remember Kay, Emmy, and I were all dressed in booty shorts and crop tops, so we all felt a little uncomfortable walking outside like that, but we were drunk, so we didn't pay it much mind. I left my phone behind since my mom tracked my location. We ended up walking for a good 3 minutes when an old Honda Civic drives by us. We stop and watch it drive past us, and then it stops. All 4 of us went silent and looked like deer in headlights. We saw the Honda's reverse lights turn on and immediately started to run. We hid in a neighbor's huge bushes and watched the car drive past us slowly with some guy hanging out the window scanning houses. They eventually sped off, and we were a bit freaked out but laughed it off because of our adrenaline. We keep walking for another 2 minutes and hear brakes squeal. We look behind us, and there it is again, the same car. It looked like it had made a loop around the neighbor. We see their headlights turn onto the street we were on and immediately start to run again. Kay and I ran to the left, and Hayden and Emmy ran to the right. I couldn't stop laughing from my adrenaline, but Kay was having a panic attack. We stood there in the bushes of this house and watched the car go by, even slower. I had to hold Kay's mouth shut because she wouldn't stop panting and freaking out. The car speeds off again, and now Kay and I are alone, in the dark, with no Emmy or Hayden in sight. I tell her, "Do you want to run back home or just run to Hayden's?" She's so freaked out she can't make a decision for herself, so I grab her arm and tell her to just follow me. I'm running for my life to Hayden's house with Kay trailing behind me about to cry. Hayden's house was near the entrance/exit of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is placed alongside a very busy road. As we're approaching Hayden's house, the same car behind us, leaving the neighborhood maybe 0.2 miles behind us. I see the headlights hit my body, and I look at the car and immediately dive into Hayden's yard. I tell Kay to run to the door. The car still hasn't reached the house yet, so I get up and run for my life to the door. Hayden and Emmy were already there waiting for us, but we couldn't get the code for the lock to work, so we just pressed our bodies along the wall as the car slowly went by one more time. This time with a dude hanging out of it screaming something at us, and Hayden finally opened the door. We calmed down, talked about the situation, and said that we're never doing that again. We searched the house for a lighter, couldn't find one, and used matches to smoke instead. We got stoned, went to sleep, and Kay, Emmy, and I walked home very sleepily, but cautious around 9 a.m. before Hayden's mom came home. Scariest moment of my life, but it definitely was a thrill. This just happened to my friend, who is a 32-year-old female. She was leaving a get-together and needed to pick up some groceries on the way home. It was already late at night at this point. She definitely didn't think a quick and simple task was going to take a turn like this. As soon as she walks into the store, she notices a tall guy behind her. As she's making her way through the aisles, he's trailing her, very clearly not browsing for groceries. Her sixth sense kicks in, and she picks up her pace. When she thought she lost him, he appeared out of nowhere with a hello, and quickly follows up with, "I think you're cute." Taken aback, my friend stumbles with how to respond and starts to back away. He then has the audacity to say, "Oh, you're running away." My friend is completely freaked out at this point, and manages to say, "Yeah, I am." Never has she seen this guy before, and she noticed that she wasn't even wearing anything to draw attention to herself. Just a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. Luckily, she made it out without seeing him again. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that she's experienced this type of thing in her area. This is the third time. First in a Sprouts, and another time in a Macy's, where a sales clerk thankfully informed her of a man following her. Getting followed in the grocery store by a rando pickup artist was definitely not on her agenda tonight. It's outrageous. This was around the winter of 2006. I was 8 years old at the time. I was living in Thunder Bay, Ontario with my family, and we lived by the auditorium in the Canada Games complex. There was a big hill at the east end of the parking lot that myself and the neighborhood kids would go sledding at. Usually our parents would come, but since we were right across the streets, if it was daylight, they'd sometimes let us go on our own, since it was only about 400 meters from the front door. One day, a few of us went to the sledding hill. There was 4 of us, myself and 3 kids from a big family from down the street. There was the older sister and 2 of the younger brothers. Everything went as usual until we noticed an old blue Ford F-150. I still remember the rust on the wheel well and the hood. The driver, he just sat there watching us. He was older, mid-40s to 50, dark gray, shoulder-length hair, and a salt and pepper beard. He just sat there, smoking and watching. We all immediately felt creeped out and didn't take our eyes off of him. I would often watch a lot of crime shows with my mom, and I could feel the hairs standing on my neck as I knew something just felt sinister. The older sister of the family said we'll slide down the hill and just walk home, as he just kept watching us. But he got out of his truck and started walking towards us, and we immediately took off running across the parking lot, and he just stood there on the top of the hill, smoking and watching us run in a panic. They told their parents and were told not to go back, but I, for some reason, was afraid to tell my parents. A few months later, we were driving up the street we lived on, Beverly Street, and as I was looking out the window, I got that heavy, dreadful feeling in my body. I saw his truck in the parking lot of the apartments right next to the clinic my mom would take me to, and a convenience store that I would bike to with some of my older kids in my neighborhood. I never biked up there again, and when I would see the truck driving on the main drag, I'd hide in bushes or behind hedges. Only once did I see him drive through the neighborhood, and it was right before I moved. I was playing in the yard of the kids I was sliding with that following summer, and we all just stood there and watched as he slowed down and glanced out the window, cigarette in his mouth. Only a few of us had seen him, and the dread we felt as we looked at each other was indescribable. I moved a few weeks later, but I've never forgot about that day. I recently in my adult life moved from Manitoba to southern Ontario and decided to drive by my old house on the way. But when I drove by those apartments, though I didn't see the truck, I still felt something odd in me. Many years ago, I was vacationing in Daytona Beach, Florida, but took flights to Orlando because my favorite airline is there, and the flights were cheaper. I would get a rental car for the week. I was in my 20s and I'm a female. When my vacation ended and I was heading back to Orlando, I always stop at the last gas station before the exit to the airport to top it off, so I return it with a full tank. It was broad daylight, late in the morning, and the station was pretty busy. As I was just finishing filling the tank, I had that feeling of eyes on the back of my head. I quickly put the pump away and whipped around fast to be face to face with this creep who had been edging towards me and was now 5 feet away. He was average build, had dark sunglasses and a baseball cap on, and had a goatee. My sudden turn startled him, and he stopped dead in his tracks. I let out a nasty sounding growl at him, and I had prepaid for the gas, so I was able to be hurried around the front of the car, jump in, lock up, and peel out of there. As I was driving off, I kept him in my line of sight via the rearview mirror. It felt even creepier to me that after the incident I saw him stop, turn back around, and get into the passenger side of a pickup truck that had been the only truck setting off to a side away from everyone else. So there was 2 men involved, as I noticed another guy in the driver's side. Luckily, I was able to get away quick enough to not be followed. The fact that this guy didn't even keep walking forward to head into the store, nor was he there getting gas, creeped me out a bit too. Maybe he just thought I was cute and intended to ask for my phone number. Still creepy, but more benign. Or he may have had sinister intentions. Surprising, terrible things do happen in broad daylight all the time, including in busy parking lots. I, sure as heck, was not going to stick around and find out. used to stay out quite late at night when I was a teen, like 3 a.m., and I would walk home. I lived in a smallish town, and this was 20 years ago, so I generally felt safe. I was young and stupid as well, oblivious to certain risks that a young girl could face. This was pre-cell phones as well. I was walking home alone one night and was taking a shortcut down a path that leads to a bridge over top of a park. Fairly secluded area. I'm headed towards the bridge and I see this middle-aged man walking towards me, just coming off the bridge. He appears to be talking to himself and is making weird head movements and twitches. At this point, I could either turn back and have him follow me. For me to do what? Hide in the bushes? No good options here. Or I could keep going and pass him. I chose to light a cigarette to use as a weapon if needed. As if that would do anything. And I was going to pass him. As I'm passing him, he looks me dead in the eye and stops twitching and yells out, "So give me a parachute and give me a push," and cackles manically. I turn around and walk backwards so I could keep an eye on him, and he just kept laughing at me like a crazy person as we continued to go our separate ways. It scared the crap out of me though, and it's safe to say that I hightailed it home. Even 20-ish years later, one of my weirdest encounters. I started taking taxis home after that, if it was late at night. This was some years ago when I was living in a different city. I hadn't really been on my own all that long, and my housing situation fell apart at the last minute, so I had to scramble to figure it out. Meaning, you guessed it, random roommates. Now, the year before, I'd had a random roommate that was the most amazing person and ended up becoming a great friend. So I figured this would be the same. It was not. But that's not actually the focus of this story. Enter the roommates. Ben, who I did actually know a bit from the previous year and was becoming friends with. Tom and Mike. Now, this was the very first couple of days after the move-in, and we'd all hung out to get to know each other better. But Tom and Mike hadn't fully moved in yet. It was a big old house separated by a floor, and the top level locked at the stairs. This is important to note. Ben and I lived upstairs with Tom and Mike downstairs. I've always been paranoid, and definitely have good reason. So when I'm home, all the doors are locked. When I leave, all the doors are locked. I sleep with my bedroom locked. I was home alone with Ben at work, and Tom and Mike sort of in and out moving stuff. I'll note here that both had a lot of expensive stuff, like in the 5-figure range. Well, I was watching something on my laptop in my room. Bedroom locked and both entrances to my part of the house locked. I started hearing a lot of noise coming from downstairs, sounding like doors and cupboards opening, furniture moving, etc. And I figured it was just Tom or Mike, until I hear footsteps coming upstairs. I was technically supposed to be somewhere at the time, which they knew, but it had been canceled last minute, so no one would have known that I was home. And they had no reason to come upstairs when they knew both of us were supposed to be gone. That was when I got panicky, hearing them come closer and closer to the top of the stairs. I've never sat so still. Then the knob began to jiggle. I could hear it clearly as my room was closest to the entryway. At this point, I'm on with 911, whispering that someone is in my house without giving away that I'm there to whoever it was. The house was super close to downtown, and cops arrived in mere minutes, but they were the longest of my life at that moment. The downstairs was completely ransacked, like something out of a movie. It was so surreal to see. They'd taken over $20,000 in electronics. Honestly, I don't remember the exact amount, just about that I think. Broken furniture and plates and stuff, even ripped through the mattresses. Turned out, Tom and Mike had left a door unlocked when moving. This would not be the last time before I fled this house. They were gone before the cops showed, so I'd spent the next several months afraid that they'd come back, though it would turn out to be the least of my future worries. So glad that I always locked the doors. Considering the way downstairs looked, I don't know what they would have done to me. To whoever was on the other side of that, thankfully locked door, let's not meet. So earlier this summer, I, a 16-year-old male, got my driving license for a 50cc moped, common and popular thing here in Europe, and I was so hyped to finally get to ride with my friends and explore places that I couldn't have explored before without my moped. And everything went great for the first couple of days, until one day, me and my friends were just out cruising and having fun, and it was a warm and sunny summer evening. So we decided to go ride on some smaller gravel roads on the countryside. So we did that, and we were riding there for maybe an hour, until everyone had to get home but me. It was probably like 1 to 2 a.m. at that point, but I still decided to stay there and just ride around and listen to some music in my headphones. So I started riding towards this one small village surrounded by fields, and there was a lot of farms there. So I rode a bit slower than usual so there wouldn't be any accidents with all the tractors and farm vehicles. But after I got through the village and closer to a bigger road, the sun was almost gone and it was getting seriously dark outside. It had been a nice ride, and I decided to start heading home on this almost empty highway, even though the speed limit was 100 kilometers per hour, and it's not allowed to ride a 50cc moped on the highways, but I did it anyway. Home was almost 30 kilometers away from where I was at that point, so I was just riding full speed in case to get home before my parents found out that I'd been outside until 3 a.m. But when I had been riding for like 15 minutes, I saw a car stopped on the side of the road with the lights on, and it got me a bit creeped out, to be honest. But I just pushed it out of my mind and kept going since I was almost halfway home. But after a few minutes, I noticed the car from earlier speeding up after me. And since I have a moped that goes only like 80 to 90 kilometers per hour, the car caught up to me pretty quickly. And then the car started to pass me. And when it got beside me, I looked in there and I saw a man covered in blood. And he was looking straight at me with the craziest eyes I've ever seen, if you get what I'm saying. And he was smiling at me. So I got very scared, and he rode along with me for probably a minute, but it felt like hours with him just staring at me and looking at the road every once in a while. Then the man raised his other hand and waved me goodbye, before putting his fingers on his lips and doing the shush thing. And after that, he sped off and got off the highway onto a ramp to a smaller road. And when he did that, I saw that the car didn't even have a license plate. That was a super creepy experience. And I don't know why the man was covered in blood, and why he had been parked on the side of an empty road at 3 a.m. But what I know for sure is that he was somebody that I never want to meet again. This is so bizarre. This isn't even a memory I forgot, just one that I basically turned into my own fun anecdote to make it less scary. 11 years later, it's really scary, and I know how lucky I was. For context, I was a fresh 21-year-old and had recently rediscovered a love of dance and started enjoying concerts and festivals. I had attended my first festival at 20 and had the most amazing time volunteering and meeting people. It was a last-minute and unexpected situation that first year, but after the amazing experience I had, I was hooked. It's prudent to add that I was extremely naive and obviously new to that kind of scene. So the next year, I had cut off the friends I'd gone to festivals with before, but still had friends of friends that I got along with really well and had good memories with. So even though I was going to my second year at the same festival, I was going solo and just camping with friends of friends, which I suppose was the beginning of the problem. I got going kind of late, so when I got to the festival, the lines were getting extremely long. I'd packed diligently, but the service wasn't great, and I was having a hard time contacting the semi-friends that I was camping with. By the time I found them and had to set up, it was dark. It was a newer but pretty large festival, and I have a really bad sense of direction. In future years, I'd learned to bring battery/solar lights and obnoxious decorations because of this night. It was also in a different location that year, so unfamiliar with where I'm camped, with my surroundings. Second part, I messed it up. My ex-roommate Tom and his girlfriend Gina were the ones I was closest to, and Tom was bringing some special acid for me, as kind of an apology for not sticking up for me in a roommate situation. It's for a different sub, so I haven't posted about it. We all went to the first show together, but all got really high so fast. I took too much and knew it pretty quickly, so I knew the night was going to go sideways. But by the time that I'd realized, Tom and Gina had wandered off, leaving me completely alone. I tried to find my way to my tent, thinking I'd lay down for a bit and be okay, but I couldn't remember how to get to it or where it was. It was dark and I was starting to panic, being that I was high and didn't know where anyone I knew was. Didn't know how to find my campsite or anything. I was in a crop top and jean shorts in high desert at nighttime, so it was starting to get cold. I wandered over to the disco area because it was the first thing I found. Had a legit disco ball and all. I'm wandering around and see this woman in the most unusual clothing. Think almost pioneer. So I went to talk to her. I genuinely to this day don't know if this person was real. That's how messed up I was. We end up wandering around. Again, not sure if this was a real person or a hallucination. Trying to find my campsite when we reached the RV and car camp area. This man, maybe in his early 30s with glow sticks, asks if we want any, and we say yeah. She goes first, and as soon as it's on her wrist, goes skipping away. I call out to her to wait, but she doesn't stop. The man looks at me and says, "Are you okay? Do you think you can find your friend?" I stupidly say, "Oh, I don't know her really. I can't find my campsite and she was helping, but oh well." He responds with, "You remind me a lot of my little sister. I wouldn't want her running around lost like this. Look, my buddy and I are going to go watch XYZ shows, and I wouldn't feel right leaving you. So you could stay in his RV for a few hours to sleep it off." Obviously, I was too high, too young, too naive to see where this would go, and I stupidly complied and followed him. It was fine at first. It was a toy hauler, I think that's what it's called. So the back end was like a U-Haul that stayed open. The first guy put on an album I'd previously loved as a teenager, but now can barely still listen to. Tucked me in and left. I didn't see his buddy at that point. Fast forward God knows how many hours. I've been tripping out to this music and actually been getting to the point of being okay when they get back. For the record, I didn't request this particular band. It was on a loop. First thing was, the guy that told me that I looked like his sister climbed on top of me while I was half conscious, kissing my neck and touching me. Then I felt the second one and his hands. I was still so high and out of it, but immediately told them to stop, that I wasn't in a place for that. They got angry, and the one who'd gotten me there was the most frightening. I saw his eyes change in that moment, and I knew that I was messed up if I couldn't get away. It didn't matter how high I was, I needed to get away from them. I don't even recall formulating a plan. I remember the main man saying, "We helped you, now you owe us," and slamming my knee into his groin. I may have forgotten that he was on top of me at that point. All I remember is running for my life into the very prickly bushes, not knowing where I was going, but desperately running away. The second man seemed a bit nervous about the whole thing and didn't do much except for touch me, while the other man held me down with the weight of his body. I met a couple of kind souls that calmed me down when I was completely freaking out, crying, covered in dirt and thorns, and they gave me a safer space. I didn't sleep well that night, as I could no longer trust the kind stranger, but I also couldn't find my camp. It was 10 yards away as I discovered the next day. To the two men who tricked me, trapped me, and would have done something inevitably bad to me, let's not meet again. Edit. I forgot to add this because it's a pretty intense memory for me, but I'm pretty sure that the only reason I got away was because they were on something. I hadn't even met guy number 2 before, so I don't know about him. But the one I did seemed crazed and very amped and high and out of it. And yes, I know the whole thing was stupid of me. I was not even a month into 21, with very little life experience. Several years ago, I had a very quick trip to Denver planned, 23 hours total, to visit a friend before they moved away. I was young, broke, and working a crappy entry-level job, so it was the best I could do with my one day off. I went straight from work to the airport and got into DIA around 11 p.m. I was bunking on the couch of an old college friend, and they lived 30 to 40 minutes from the airport. Fortunately, the light rail had recently been extended out to the airport, and my friend lived near the light rail line. I had taken the light rail often when living in Denver myself, but was not familiar with the newer additions. I barely made it to the train before it set off, grateful to not have to wait around for another half hour at that time of night. It was nearing midnight as the train pulled into a brightly lit Union Station. I looked around for my connection, but it was nowhere to be found, not realizing that the connecting line was not there. Fortunately, I was able to flag down security, and they pointed me in the right direction. A few blocks away, there was another brightly lit station, separated by roughly 200 yards. Unlike the stations, there were hardly any lights, just some light spilling in from either side, where the train platform stood. I was only traveling with a backpack, so I was able to move quickly, moving out of Union Station and towards the other platform, hoping I was going to make my next train. As I got further away from the station and my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noted a large figure standing in the middle of the sidewalk ahead of me. I quickly gauged my surroundings and realized there were no other paths unless I walked in the road. I decided to keep on the path and do my best to come across with a "I see you and I am not scared" attitude. As I drew closer, I could make out a tall, muscular man, probably in his 20s or 30s SS. As I got closer, I made eye contact to let him know that I recognized his presence, and he was already staring right at me, mumbling to himself. As I passed by him, I could hear what he was mumbling. He was not speaking to me, but instead he was speaking about me. And as I walked past him, he began to follow me. I began to walk fast, and he began to walk faster. All the while, he was saying things like, "Ooh, look at that body. She's so fine, I want to feel that body," along with other sexual and crude comments about me, all being muttered to himself. The second station was still another 100 yards or so away, and there was nowhere I could go in between. I pulled out my cell phone and rang my dad, desperate for him to answer. The call went to voicemail, but I pretended he had picked up. As soon as I began talking, the man spoke to me for the first time and said, "Ooh, girl, I didn't mean you no harm," and the footsteps faded back. I kept up the fake conversation for a moment longer before looking back, and he was nowhere to be found. Like I mentioned previously, I had looked around for places I could escape and could not find any. I am confident with his size, if he had done anything, I would not have stood a chance. I burst into the light of the station, barely made my train, and ultimately missed my stop because I was so shaken up and had to ride the train back around. I finally rested my head on a pillow at my friend's around 2 a.m., never to travel alone at night, and whoever the disappearing man in the street was, let's never meet again. I am a teenager who helps his dad out on the allotment. If you don't know, an allotment is like a mini farm. You can plant veggies, have animals like chickens or rabbits to care for, etc. This happened recently, and this still creeps me out. In the evening, my dad says we need to go to the allotment to feed our chickens, as he forgot to feed them earlier that day.
It was around 8 p.m. when I agreed and went in the car and started driving. When we got to our allotment, which is like a 15-minute drive, it was already dark outside. Not a lot, but dark. I opened the gates to the allotment, let my dad drive in and then close them. As I was about to, though, I saw a black car outside. The car belonged to a guy that used to be chill with my dad, but they both kind of fell off from talking to each other. My dad said he was becoming more mentally ill as the guy had a divorce and got his kids taken by the mother. The guy lives on the allotment now, even sleeping there. Remember, there's other people too on this allotment area, around 20 other ones, but there was no one else except me, Dad, and the guy. After my dad parked the car, we got out and started getting the food for the chickens out of the trunk. While my dad was doing that, I looked at his ex-friend's allotment only to see him staring at us. It was dark, so I can only see a shadow of him, but I knew he was staring at us. I had a gut feeling, but I decided to ignore it. We went to the allotment, fed the chickens, and were about to go home until my dad almost forgot about something. He went to the shed at the end of the allotment to fetch something, and I was going to enter, but had a feeling to wait out instead. As I told my dad how much longer till he finds what he needed, I turned back to face our gate being opened. I didn't see it at first, but saw the guy trying to enter our allotment quietly. He stared at me and slowly closed the gate before just disappearing. I didn't react or say anything. I just stood there. I thought of telling my dad but didn't want to scare him or something. In the end, this isn't a horror movie where I should scream like a girl. When my dad left the shed, now we could go. As we were leaving, we heard a sound like an axe hitting wood nonstop. We knew something was wrong. We quickly walked to our car, started it, and went to the gate. I left the car, creeped out of the guy being around in the allotment. I quickly opened the gate and let my dad drive through. As I was closing the gate, I saw something that terrified me on the spot. The guy was just standing there, 20 m away from me, looking at me. I couldn't see any details but just darkness on him. He was holding something in his hand, but then he just moved and went into some bushes. My dad got out of the car to lock the gate. He looked at the bushes through the closed gate and rushed to his car. When we left and started driving, I told my dad if he saw what I saw. He said he saw him hiding in the bushes, squatting, looking at us. Dad said he saw him holding something too, like an axe or knife. We left terrified, but we tried to laugh it off, knowing we were probably close to being attacked, or worse, dead. We came back to the allotment at the same time around 8 p.m., a few days after what happened. We saw the guy's car in the allotment, and we knew we needed to be quick with feeding the chickens. As we did so, everything was going fine until, as we were about to leave, my dad stopped me and we hid over a blue shed. My dad told me he's there, he's in the bushes. My heart dropped. I told my dad where he was, and he said 5-second walk and we were done. We quickly ran to the car, closed it, and drove off. For a second I saw him. He had an axe. He wanted to sneak up on us, harm us. He wanted to kill us. So, this is something I've kept completely to myself, except for a confused call to my best friend the morning after to try and figure out if what I thought happened actually happened. Truthfully, the event that incited this incident was my fault, and also so stupid, so I think I've been too embarrassed or mad at myself to share the story. I had only been living in New Orleans for about 2 weeks the night this occurred, and while I'd never been to New Orleans once in my life prior to moving there, a decision resulting from my desperation to get a job out of college, I am from a similarly large metro area in the American South. So, I'm familiar with the dynamic of a city like this. One minute you'll see kids playing catch in the streets, and young couples walking arm in arm down tropically adorned sidewalks, and the next dilapidated houses, still not made whole since Katrina and further degraded from Ida. Gang violence, young boys posted up on street corners, and unimaginable poverty tied to rampant drug abuse. In the end, it's just all about knowing where to go and which areas to avoid entirely. Anyway, I was driving home from running some obscure errand at night around 9:30 p.m. that caused me to drive through St. Claude. For y'all that don't know, this is certainly one of those neighborhoods that should be avoided if possible. As I came upon a stop sign right next to a small community center food bank place, I suddenly slammed on the brakes due to driver's instinct, before really even understanding why I did it. Standing there just feet away from my front bumper was a teeny tiny cat, its wide eyes staring back at me in terror. And it became briefly blinded by my headlights. That stupid cat. This is where my stupidity comes into play. I didn't really know where I was and how dangerous of an area it was, and without even thinking for a single moment, I stepped outside of the car to assess the situation, maybe see if I could help the little guy. I didn't even remove my keys from the ignition, as I figured I'd only be there for a tiny bit. Didn't even grab my phone from the charger. I figured I'd either be able to beckon over the little cat and help it, or watch it dart away before slipping back into my car and continuing on home. What I didn't realize when I knelt down on the pavement was that my clumsy butt was too close to the barely open car door, and when I stood up, of course, I bumped it and it immediately swung shut. No big deal, I thought, convincing myself that that door would be unlocked, only to feel my whole heart sink like a stone into my stomach when the door didn't budge. I didn't panic immediately. After trying all 4 doors and cursing myself for a solid minute for being such an idiot, I spotted a man sitting on the steps of the community center eating, and he spotted me. Noticing my situation and to my dismay, he slowly stood and came to the back of my car with his bag of Raising Cane's chicken, plopped it down on the hood, and proceeded to enjoy his dinner on the back of my Subaru. I'd already been there for a good 10 minutes by this point, so honestly the company of another person was relieving. I didn't look as helpless to passerbys with him there. After I explained my situation, he explained he could try to jimmy rig the door open, and desperate to get back in, I agreed. It was useless, unfortunately, and I could tell he was just fiddling around. I trotted over to a small church across the intersection, where I spotted a few people closing up for the night. Sanctuary, I thought. Nice churchgoers have to help a woman lost and alone, right? Wrong. The man locking up looked straight through me, back at the man now clearly trying to open a locked car, shook his head and shot me a glance that said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" and stepped right into his unlocked vehicle. It was at this point that I felt the tears welling up, but quickly told myself to suck it up and walked dejectedly back over to my car. By the grace of God, the random stranger let me use his phone to call a locksmith, tastefully called Papa Lock, who told me he'd be there anywhere between 45 minutes and 4 hours. Great. After about 25 minutes of chit-chatting, the man informed me that his shift was about to start, and just as quickly as he appeared, he was gone. This is when the gravity of my situation really began to sink in, and I became acutely aware of my surroundings. Acutely aware of the men who had been circling the block on their bicycles during our conversation. I don't know about y'all, but I don't know many grown men who ride around leisurely on bikes after 10 p.m. just for the fun of it, especially not in the same big circles in the same neighborhood. I heard the distant squeak of the wheels, and before I could duck for cover, they lapped the block again, now aware that I was, in fact, utterly alone. They continued down the block, and I realized quickly that I needed to find somewhere to be by the time they returned. I swiftly walked towards the community center, where I'd planned on sitting on the stairs, but quickly realized it was entirely too illuminated, and I'd be making myself a beacon amid the darkness of the neighborhood. Plus, as I rounded the corner, I saw a tall man standing in total darkness along the side of the building, just staring straight forward facing the steps not 10 feet away from them. Getting desperate, I jogged over to the church, and hearing the wheels nearing again, I squatted down behind the big sign in front of the building. As I sat there in the dirt, I couldn't help it anymore and cried just a little bit. The combination of fear and frustration really put it over the edge. After a while, I didn't hear any more movement. and because my butt hurt from sitting on the ground and the bugs were starting to come out beneath me, I decided to move spots like some stupid game of hide and seek. I had spotted a fenced-off area that appeared to be a restaurant earlier, and after finding the door to be unlocked, I darted inside and latched it behind me, sighing with relief. At that point, I situated myself at a table where I could peer through the fence at my car to see if the locksmith pulled up and waited. After what felt like days but was probably more like 2 hours, the horrifying realization dawned on me that I had only made one singular call to the Pop-A-Lock people and gave a vague description of the intersection where I was at. What if they couldn't find me? What if they had already driven past long ago and, not seeing me there, were long gone by now? I didn't know if I should keep waiting or venture back out in hopes of catching them if they were circling the block looking for my car. After about 30 minutes, I decided I would just have to go out there. The men were gone, and although it was a bad neighborhood, it'd just get progressively worse come the early hours of the morning, and I didn't want to find out. It is so painfully obvious in retrospect, but of course, the moment I left the safety of my little restaurant hideaway, those dang wheels began to round the corner. I literally could not have looked more out of place and vulnerable. I felt so exposed, but there was no time to go back across the intersection to the fenced-off area, and to get to the church, I'd have to run through the bike path of the two men. As I sprinted toward my car, a black truck rolled by, and to my horror, stopped just moments after passing me, put it in reverse, and began to roll slowly back in my direction. I almost resigned myself to my seemingly inevitable capture, assault, and God knows what as I watched it roll toward me. I pretended to walk away, as if I were not utterly aimless, trying to give off the impression that I wasn't locked out of my still-running car without any and all resources. The men on the bikes were so close now. Then, as if in an episode of CSI, the Pop-A-Lock truck rounded the corner. I instantly began waving my arms to flag them down, and as the truck drove off, my savior parked his van. Apparently, he had been looping around the area for 20 minutes, trying to find me, and was about to give up to go help another stranded woman. If I had stayed behind the fence, he likely would have, and I would have been left without any means of communication to call anyone else for help. The moment I got inside my beloved Subaru, I began sobbing at the click of the locks behind me. God, it was pure relief to be secured within a locked space. Even as I'm writing this now, I feel dramatic, like I was freaking out over nothing. But, in my recollection, working through the details does help to validate my experience. So to those men on their dinky little bikes, let's never meet again.
Hello, everyone. Here I am, explaining what is happening to me, and I'll try to be as precise as possible. I've lived in the same neighborhood for many years. This is also the case for many people, which means that even if everyone does not speak to each other, we often know people, at least by sight. A year ago, I passed a guy on a street near my house whom I had never seen before, and I noticed him because he had a rather unusual physique. About 50 years old, tall, thin, emaciated face, dressed in a suit and tie. From the look of his face, he does not seem to be in good health. In short, nothing special so far. But what I have noticed for the past year is that there are times of varying length when he is everywhere I am. To give an example, last Wednesday I went to the pharmacy. He was behind me and he also went to the pharmacy. Thursday, I go to a neighboring town to do some shopping. I meet him in the street. Friday, I leave my house to go to the gym. He's in front of my house and walks part of the way with me before taking another street. This kind of thing can last several days, every day, then it stops, before I see him constantly for several days. He is constantly in a suit and tie, as if he was going to work, but I see him at any time, on weekdays, weekends, in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. I don't know where he lives exactly, but I know that he is not in my immediate vicinity. I never see him talking to anyone on the street. So yes, I know coincidence, most certainly. But I admit that in the end, I ask myself questions. It gives me a feeling of being followed, even if I may be exaggerating. Has this kind of thing or strange feeling towards someone ever happened to you? This story occurred a couple of years ago when I was working in my hometown. I got hired for a retail job in October of 2020, and it was my first ever job. I was one of those first-time workers who was heavily devoted to pleasing the boss for more hours. So as I had become better at my job, I would be assigned the sales section, which at the time was closest to our only entrance at the time, and faced all the people walking by the store. I had been assigned to this section for about 2 weeks. It was around Christmas time, so a few months into me being there, and I had already encountered one weird man who was either a dad or an uncle. Assumed because he asked me about buying children's clothes for Christmas, where I tried telling him that we didn't have what he was looking for. He followed up by asking me if I lived around the area, what else I did other than work, etc. I shot him down when I told him a blatant lie about me not having a phone number to give him, or any social media to give him either, because I'm not into that. I already felt on edge with this man, but what came a few days after had scared me. While I was working in the sales section, I noticed the men who wouldn't go with their wives into the store next door because of what the store sold, predominantly for women. I would notice a lot of men would wait for their wives outside the store, or maybe glance at me fixing clothes. However, there was this one guy who I didn't see have a wife or a girlfriend go into the store, but he was not simply giving me some glances. He was not hiding the fact that he was looking at me. I tried ignoring him because I felt incredibly weird when I made eye contact with a man, especially while working. However, I noticed this man was holding up his phone in a way where he was clearly taking a photo or photos of me just working. He held his phone with one hand clearly pressing a button near the bottom, and his other hand was cupping the front of the phone. Imagine how your parent would be taking a picture of you. He held his phone there for more than a few seconds and just smiled afterward. I told my boss later about it, and she asked why I didn't tell her about the man earlier. I explained that I was new to being approached in a work setting and tried justifying what the guy was doing. I truly don't know why he took a photo of me, since I was covered up because of how cold it was, and he was wearing a mask due to COVID-19. To this random man who was taking photos of me, I hope you deleted them, and I hope for my sake that we never meet again. Honestly, this is going to sound like the plot to a terrible movie. Listen, I was naive. Despite my abusive childhood, I was still too trusting. Looking back now, I'm like, of course. In the end, I'm just so grateful that I wasn't hurt physically. I'm a 37-year-old female, but at the time I was 19 and living on my own studio apartment on the first floor of a very shady apartment complex. I have at least 4 creepy let's not meet stories from just being a resident there for only 6 months. They all would 100% qualify for this subreddit. This story isn't one of those 4 stories. However, the fact that I was an 18-year-old female living on the first floor is important to know. Let me start at the end. I was at a downtown street party with my sister. As we waded through the crowd, I saw Peter, not his real name obviously, amongst the other partygoers. I hadn't seen or spoken to him for a few years. The second I saw him, that night, the creepy calls and the voice came flooding back to me. That's when I realized that creep that called me that night was him. Peter was 21 at the time and I was 18, and I were co-workers at a restaurant, that we would have the same shift a couple of times a week. We were just starting to get to know each other. One night we were talking on the phone. It was storming. I joked that weird stuff always happens on night like this. I didn't think too much of it. We hung up around 10 p.m. Not 10 minutes later, I get a call from a private number. I answer it. The caller said in a raspy male voice, "I'm watching you." I hung up immediately. They called again. I didn't answer, but they kept on calling. I finally answered to tell them to leave me alone. They then said, "I'm watching you through your window." I yelled at them to leave me alone and hung up. I turned off my lights, checked the door lock, and huddled into a corner out of sight by the window. They kept calling, then stopped. I called Peter, scared out of my mind, but he didn't pick up. I figured he'd still be up, that's why I called him. I called a few more times. He finally called back some 30 minutes later. He fed me this story of how his mom went to the emergency room for a heart condition. I frantically told him about the creepy caller. He was adamant about coming to my apartment to stay the night, even though his mom was in the hospital. He did spend the night on the couch. The next morning, he drove me to school. No discussion about what happened the night before. Nothing. As time passed, I realized I didn't have romantic feelings for him at all. He did. Needless to say, we had a falling out, then went our separate ways. That night haunted me for years. Among other things, mostly I was paranoid about having open curtains. I was relieved when I moved from that apartment complex to a second-floor apartment, but that night poisoned my mind. When I saw Peter at that party, after my matured brain finally made the connection, I wanted to confront him. But all I could do was leave and never see his awful face or hear his voice again. I really hoped that he didn't prey on other women the way that he did with me. I'd like to mention that I don't recall, but I could have told him about the weird maintenance guy for the complex and how I suspected that he entered my apartment when I was gone. Or I may have told him about a male stalker when I was 16, whom I never have found out their identity. So, he could have used this as a fuel to try to frighten me into his arms. Well, Peter, thank God your plan didn't work. And let's never meet again.
In 2018, I moved into a small 2-story property in England with my then boyfriend. It was in a quiet cul-de-sac with houses crammed together, all facing each other. I am very introverted and don't typically make a habit of socializing much with neighbors. Still, we naturally ran into a few and exchanged pleasantries. As you would, right? One of our new neighbors, Greg, was incredibly welcoming right off the bat. He was an older gentleman, the kind who'd stop you for a chat that would drag on and on until you made up an excuse for why you really had to get going. He shared local stories, asked about and took note of our birthdays, and even invited us around for a garden party where any and all were welcome. His house was directly across the street from where I lived, with his windows in clear view of mine. A couple of years passed by, and during this time my boyfriend and I split up. Although I never expressly shared this news with my neighbors, word must have gotten around with his car missing from the driveway. He moved out and left the country, but we stayed in touch regularly as friends. Having the house to myself felt lonely, so I got a cat to keep me company. He quickly became, and still is, my world. Greg would often flag me down to talk when he caught me leaving or returning to my house. Annoying, but I could live with it. I'd update my ex about weird little interactions with Greg, which we both found amusing to gossip about. One such incident was when Greg came to my door to hand over 2 of my parcels, one of which was a large table that he had yet to retrieve from his house. I had been raiding an Elder Scrolls Online at the time, doing a deathless speed run for an achievement. Given the time constraint in my game, I told him I'd leave the door unlocked so that he could simply put it by my door. I sat back down at my desk, put my headset on, and my group charged in at the final boss. I heard my front door opening, followed by the sound of my large parcel being placed down. Then footsteps approached me from behind. I peered behind me to see Greg standing there, eyes fixed on me. For fear of disappointing my raid group, I continued playing until we killed the boss, and then took off my headset. Greg's face lit up, and he went on to tell me how amazing it was to watch me play. I got the impression he'd never seen someone use a keyboard, let alone play games. He begged me to teach him and rambled on. He was clearly intoxicated, so I laughed it off and gave a non-committal response. Despite repeated attempts to politely make him leave, he could not be persuaded. He seemed disappointed when I walked over to my door and opened it to clearly signal it was time to go, but he left without further incident. In the UK, houses often have individual outdoor bins for trash, which have to be rolled out to the street the night before collections take place. You're expected to bring the bins back to your property after collection. I noticed someone kept bringing my bins back in for me. Was I blocking someone's car by being too slow to do it? Around the same time, I also noticed someone had been using my bins. I brought it up to Greg one time. He pulled me over to talk, and he said the same thing had been happening to him. Maybe it was petty of me, but I decided to tape an old phone with a surveillance app to my window, overlooking the bins to figure out who it was. Lo and behold, it was Greg. I chalked it up to him having run out of bin space after the local council moved from weekly to bi-weekly collections due to staffing issues. Although it bothered me, my desire to avoid confrontation won in the end. Christmas rolled around, and the COVID-19 pandemic was in full swing. One late evening, I heard a knock at my door and walked over to see who it was. I had no peephole, so I opened the door not knowing what to expect. Greg stood at my doorstep, which was not particularly unusual. I'd gotten all too used to his antics. I immediately caught a strong waft of alcohol, but he spoke before I had time to process. He told me he had a Christmas present for me and handed over a red gift bag with colored tissue paper covering the contents. I really want to give you a kiss on the cheek, but I can't, not with this pandemic going around, he said. That gave me the heebie-jeebies, so I did all I could to politely end this interaction and retreat back inside. He held me up by rambling on about God knows what. I firmly told him that I was busy and needed to go. That's when he laid a hand on my shoulder, leaned in, kissed my cheek, and then walked off in the direction of his house. I closed the door and simply stood there for a few moments in shock. The present was odd. Underneath the tissue paper were 2 bottles of Belgian beer, a can of half-eaten Pringles, sour cream and onion, and a small plastic bag containing little chocolates. I recognized the latter item. A next-door neighbor with young children had come around to put these plastic bags with chocolate and a handwritten note, signed with their address, through everyone's mail slots a few weeks prior. It was a sweet gesture and probably something they came up with to keep the stir-crazy kids busy. Upon inspecting the re-gifted chocolates, I noticed he'd even forgotten to remove the note from the neighbor. This kiss and gift gave me bad vibes, and I regretted accepting it. I decided I was done being mispolite and resolved to be firm in my future rejections. On the second day of the new year, I was feeling lazy and ordered food delivery. A mere 5 minutes after receiving my order, there was a knock at my door. Knowing the delivery driver hadn't forgotten anything, I concluded this had to be Greg. And then it clicked for me. He'd often turn up immediately after anything was delivered to my door. He was constantly watching my house. Was he dumping trash in my bins as an excuse to hang around my house? He called out for me through the door. I felt too uncomfortable to answer and retreated upstairs out of view of the windows. Later that night, he came back and kept knocking, but once again I ignored it in hopes of him going away. The following day, I contacted the police to file a harassment report. I felt sheepish doing so. Was it really that bad? He was just a lonely old man, and I hadn't been firm enough. Upon being asked whether I wanted the police to speak with him, I told them I'd do it myself. I just wanted the report on file, in case anything else happened. I would later become grateful for filing the report. Greg turned up at my door a few days later, telling me how worried he was about me. I told him verbatim, I think it's best if we don't have any contact going forward. His response was eerie. I just wanted to be your friend. I held my ground, cut the conversation short, and closed the door. Finally, it's over, I thought. A year went by without incident. Everything seemed fine, with no knocks on the door or unwanted conversations while I was outside. One night in winter, I was leaving my house to get groceries. It was completely dark outside, save for a lamp post casting some sparse light onto the street. My driveway was at the side of my house, where the bins were stored. This driveway was blocked in by a tall panel fence to add some privacy, seeing as the kitchen window was directly next to it. You could see right into my kitchen and living room through this window. As I was outside locking the door, I saw a figure in the dark, slinking out of my driveway and behind the fence. I immediately unlocked the door and went back inside. It was dark. I could have imagined it, but my gut told me otherwise. Was there someone waiting for me behind the fence? Ultimately, I trusted my instincts and decided to forego the groceries for the night. I bought and mounted a motion sensor light to illuminate my driveway. The memory of the shadowy figure quickly faded in my mind, and the new light gave me some comfort that I'd at least be alerted if someone was lurking outside my window. A couple of months after the incident, I was in my kitchen getting some food for my beloved cat. The window was directly to my left, around 3 feet away from where I stood. As I dumped the cat food into a bowl, I suddenly became aware of my motion sensor light being on. I scanned the outside, not seeing anything, until my eye landed on something in the bottom corner of the window. I squinted, trying to make out what I was looking at. It somehow wasn't properly illuminated. I kept staring for what must have been 30 seconds. The light outside remained on. Suddenly, Greg pops up into view, directly outside. He'd been crouched down, peering in from the corner of the window. I'm normally someone who's cool as a cucumber. I never raise my voice or yell, but I truly lost it at that moment, screaming, "What are you doing?" repeatedly. He just stood there, then nonchalantly asked, "Are you all right?" I kept screaming, but now it was, "Why are you there?" He walked off into the dark. I immediately called the police. Typically, the police in England leave something to be desired, but I have to give them credit for how they handled the situation. They took my statement over the phone and gave me a reference number. I received a couple of phone calls with updates and was told they'd bring him to the station. I was also informed that he was known to the police for having previously followed young women. Sometime later, he was arrested at his property, in front of a wife I didn't even know existed. They did this to scare him, according to the officer I spoke to make a point. Sadly, he received nothing more than a police caution, which forbade him from being on my side of the cul-de-sac or contacting me. Still, it seemed to work. The window incident was the last real interaction I ever had with Greg. I did see him staring at me in the shower from his window one time when I forgot to close the blinds, but nothing else. I have since moved far away. So, Greg, you're gross, and now everyone in the neighborhood knows you're a creep. Let's not meet again, ever.
I had the closing shift, so I was alone. I was trying to get rid of a line. We closed in 5 minutes, and people kept coming in, so I announced only copies and prints. Shipments, which take 5 to 10 minutes each, were closed. I even turned someone else wanting a shipment away prior to this customer. This customer came in literally a minute to close with a big box. I saw her last in line, but didn't see the box as I was taking care of 3 customers at once. I looked at the clock, saw that it was closing time, and rushed to lock the door. I saw her box. I asked if it was a drop-off. All I'd have to do then was scan the label and give her a receipt. She said no, she wanted to ship it out. I said, "Sorry, we're not doing shipments now, we're closed." She didn't like that. She asked why she couldn't ship it out. I point to the door that showed the hours. "We're closed." She said, "No, you're not." Ah, one of those customers. I go back to the counter to finish with everyone else. She started getting loud, said that I'm a racist jerk. That's why I won't take her. I repeat, no, it's that we're closed, and told her to leave if she's going to be disrespectful. She countered that she will not leave. I said okay and tried to ignore her. She started cursing me out, cursing my mom out, cursing my non-existent kids out. I told her to leave several times. At this point, I will not take her regardless of what service she wanted. She got in my face several times, called me a punk, said she's gonna hit me, spit on me, knocked stuff over, called me a racist Puerto Rican jerk. If it matters, I'm not Puerto Rican. She even made an advance and laughed when I shielded myself. She did all of this in front of the other customers. Eventually, everyone else left and I was alone with her. It was well past closing time. Again, I told her to leave. Again, she said she's not going anywhere and kept calling me a racist. She said she'll wait until I leave so that she can follow me out, that she wants to know where I live. She kept getting close to the counter, getting in my space and following me around everywhere whenever I tried to move away from her. I called some coworkers from another store nearby to come over quick. I didn't want to be alone with her. She also taunted me to call the police, which I did because no duh. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher as I waited for the police to show up. She was still yelling and cursing me out the whole time I was on the phone, calling me all kinds of slurs and a racist. Then she took out her phone and started recording me. That set me off. I knocked the phone out of my face, told her to stop recording me. She screamed, smacked me in the face, broke my glasses and threw them in the trash. I told the dispatcher everything that was happening, and she said that she could hear, that it was a recorded line. The lady kept recording with her phone too, and made sure to shove it into my face several times, assuring me that I'm going on the internet, so everyone will know that I'm a racist. Police finally showed up. One took her outside and the other stayed with me to get our stories. My coworker then showed up and told the cops how he was watching the cameras from the other store and saw this lady acting deranged. Unfortunately, they weren't very helpful since the lady had footage that I knocked her phone. Therefore, I took action first and she could claim self-defense. We gave our statements. They left. I finally closed my register with my coworker's help and waited for my parents to drive the 40-minute commute to bring me my spare glasses, since I'm too blind to drive without them. In the end, I left the store an hour and a half after close. Thankfully, she wasn't waiting for me outside, and I didn't see her anywhere as I went to my car. Wherever you are, lady, I hope you feel better. Clearly, you're going through something and needed to get it out of your system through violence. But please, let's not ever meet again.
This is currently happening right now. Not the worst thing in this subreddit, but it's a constant creepy problem. I'm a 25-year-old female sitting by myself in a bar. I find myself doing this quite often, even if I'm not drinking. I'm a smoker, and when I don't want to be alone after work, I'll often pop into a bar, grab a drink or a snack, and smoke a cigarette or two. I'm friendly, and I get a kick out of the tipsy people making quick friends at the bar. My favorite bar has this adorable outside area that's usually empty, even though the bar is busy. I love going out there, sitting in the sun, smoking a cigarette and browsing Reddit. There's this 60-year-old man or so who followed me out here. He was staring at me for a while, which I tried to ignore. Then when I looked back up, he was still staring and licking his lips. I just looked back over, his hand in his pocket moving around. He's still licking his lips and breathing hard. I'm finishing my Sprite and heading out now. It's just so creepy, and unfortunately not uncommon to have unspoken creepy as heck encounters at bars. I'm disgusted, and I'm mad that this is such an issue where I live. So this happened when I was around 19 or 20 and just started going out. At the time, I had finished 6th form and was taking a gap year for financial reasons before starting uni. My friends had all come over for the weekend, and we all planned to go out and hit our small town clubs. First place we get to, we start catching up and getting shots and having a great time. One thing I should note is that when clubbing, I hate having actual drinks, like a beer or vodka and Coke, unless we're sitting down and I can watch my friends. At this part of the night, we were constantly on the dance floor, with nowhere to put a drink, so I was on shots for the rest of the night. While dancing, this guy starts dancing with me and my friend. Okay, pretty normal. He then starts trying to dance with just me, and keeps getting in front of me, blocking my friend. Slowly, he starts backing me away from my friends and away from the dance floor. I initially didn't notice because I kept trying to get away and get back to my friend. That was my biggest mistake. I am by no means a short person, but I was underweight for my height, and this guy, who is at least 6'2", decides that he wants a kiss. I now properly try and get away from him, in which he picks me up and carries me, fighting me to a corner to try to force himself on me. I froze. I didn't know what to do other than try and fight him off. But as he has me cornered and no one can really see me where we are, I start frantically pushing and clawing at him to get him off of me. And these two women there see me. I send a look of pure fright and help me. They come over, and one has to almost push the guy off me. Her friend grabs my hand and puts me behind her, and was asking if I knew him. I said no. The guy looks absolutely angry. He starts trying to get me back to him, and both girls stand in the way, saying no, else we're gonna get bouncers to throw him out. He gives up and walks away. Both women are asking me what happened and asking if I was okay. I thank them so much for the help that they gave me, realizing that I was in trouble and stayed with me until I found my friends. After they left me, I think they told the bouncers what happened, because I see him outside looking angry as heck. I stick to my friend's side like glue till we leave, and then every time we went out since when living in that town. She managed to get a stalker of her own at some point. I'm sure if I had a drink, he would have tried to spike it in hopes of making me more willing. So, dude in the club, let's never meet again. This happened in early January, when I, a 25-year-old male, was on holiday. I had befriended some locals and went clubbing with them. A few hours in, a balding, sturdy man who looked to be in his 50s danced with me. He smiled at me and put both of his arms around my shoulders. I smiled back. After the song, he still held me and danced along. I laughed it off and endured this for another minute or two, and finally tried to move away. The man tightened his grip, kept smiling, kept dancing, his arms sort of locking me in. This was the first time that something like this was happening to me, so I was stunned. I told him, okay, that's enough, still smiling, and tried to shrug him off. Again, he held me hard. I slapped his hands away and told him, no, that's enough. But he sort of just wove around my hands and replaced his grip on my shoulders. He pulled me close, hugged me, was whispering something I couldn't hear, and put his head against my neck. I shoved him at this point and swore at him. He looked dejected. I retreated to my local friends and tried to pretend that that hadn't happened. The man returned, grabbing my hands and pulling, motioning to go outside with him. I ignored him. He hovered around me, frowning at me, and really I tried to put on my best brave face. Finally, he slid up to me, touched my butt, and left the club. The night was pretty much ruined for me by then, but I continued to fake it and dance. I walked back to my hotel some hours later with my local friends, keeping an eye out for the man, but he was gone. And I didn't mention this to anyone.
This is my first post here. My memory was jogged by the recent story of the girl whose drink was spiked, and she passed out, and her friends took her home, thankfully. I had just turned 21, and obviously wanted to celebrate by going to the most popular dance club in my town with a couple of girlfriends. I had never had a fake ID or anything, so this was my first clubbing experience. We get inside and order drinks. I ordered a girly-type bottled drink. We drank for a bit and then hit the dance floor. So I had been taught about safety while out at the club. I knew all the things to watch out for. A tip that a coworker had once given me was to put your thumb partially in the neck of your bottled drink if you're not going to be paying close attention to it, as it disables access for anyone who might want to slip something in there. So that is exactly what I did the entire night. A few guys had asked us girls to dance and we obliged. Eventually, the second guy that I ended up dancing with gave me a weird vibe. He tried to buy me a drink, saying that he would go to the bar and get it for me. I declined. He asked if he could hold my drink for me while we danced, seeing as how I had a wristlet in my other hand, and he just wanted to be helpful. I declined. He was pushy. I got the weirder vibe after those couple of different passes, and when the song changed, I left him saying I needed to go find my friends. My friends and I hung out for a while, then went back out onto the dance floor. Lo and behold, but who should slide up but him? So here I am, a 21-year-old with no clubbing experience, no huge dating experience, feeling uncomfortable while this guy dances with me. I didn't assert myself. I was intimidating. It was a really crappy feeling. I let him dance near me, kind of vaguely dancing but avoiding eye contact, keeping an eye on my friends, both of whom were dancing nearby. And that's when he got all touchy-feely. He put one hand on my waist, not aggressively, but it made me even more uncomfortable, and kind of took my free hand, wristlet was hanging on my wrist, in his, and he made a few, woohoo, look at us, we're dancing type of motions. Then he switched. His hand ran down my other arm, lightly grasped my hand, the hand that was holding my drink, and I feel his fingers slide until he's touching my bottle. My stomach turned over, but I kept dancing, not really knowing what to do. And that's how it went. Every so often, he would feel around my hand and bottle, my thumb firmly lodged in there, and then let go. After about a minute of this, I felt his forefinger and thumb grasp my bottle thumb, as if to confirm/test that my thumb was indeed in the way. And at that moment, the song changed. I saw my friend in my peripheral vision. I made eye contact with him and we shared a moment that really made me feel like he was thinking, I know you just got to know what I'm trying to do. I fled in the direction of my friend. We found my other friend and we went to another club. I can't think of any other reason that he would want to have his hands near my own hands or my drink. He wanted to drug my drink. I wonder how many other girls he had tried with that night. I certainly hope that he never succeeded. So creep at the club? Let's not meet. I'm not sure how creepy this actually is, but I always try and play it safe. I don't believe in taking chances, and I don't intend on becoming another statistic. If that means playing on one side of caution, then so be it. I'm a bartender by trade. I've been working in bars since I was 21. I'm 29 currently and female, so I've had to pick up a thing or two. I get a fair amount of unwanted attention in my day-to-day life. I'd say about as much as the average woman gets. I'm not a vain person, but I do put a lot of attention into my wardrobe, my makeup, and my nails. I know it's such a sideways way of thinking, but most of my money is made on tips, and I have to make myself presentable enough. But because of this, I do set my boundaries very strongly. This doesn't mean that I'm perfect, though. I'm still a person with people urges. It was a typical Saturday night. The bar that I currently work at, and the one that I've been working at for the past 2 years, is a pretty small bar with more of an emphasis on the quality of the drinks and the relaxed atmosphere. I don't serve as many Vegas bombs or Bud Lights that I have at previous bars that I've worked at. It's mostly cocktails and craft beers. This usually keeps the rowdy crowd out. On Saturdays, we do trivia night, which I occasionally get tasked with hosting. It's not my favorite thing to do, but something I have to do as per my job description. There was a girl in the crowd that was answering most of the questions that I sent out. She wasn't alone, came in with a group of people, all seemingly in their mid-20s. Her and I ended up talking for a while at the bar, in between serving drinks. She was flirty, which isn't something that I'm incredibly good at, but she was sweet. And just to make it clear, I have an equal preference in men and women. I wasn't trying to lead her on or humor her for the sake of making tips. In the crowd of trivia participants came this one guy. I wasn't the one to ID him, so I couldn't tell you his name. He began making rude remarks from one bar stool down from where this girl was sitting. He was somewhere in his 30s. It seemed like he was hitting on her, but she didn't seem very responsive. I told him that she didn't seem interested and that he should stop. He apologized with a very sinister-looking smile and looked down at my chest, claiming that he was looking for a name tag to formally address me. We don't have name tags. I told him that if he continued making people uncomfortable, he would be removed. One thing that I took notice of that made me sufficiently uncomfortable was the fact that he kept one hand in his jacket pocket. Just the one. And he seemed to be fiddling with something. I don't play around with this kind of stuff, so I told security about it. While I was walking back, I overheard him telling another bar patron that I basically told him that I would sleep with him when I got off of shift. The girl from the bar, as well as the random bar goer, told him that his behavior was out of line. I told him that he needed to leave, and that security was going to kick him out. His response changed from sinisterly playful to outright agitated. He made a comment about my sexuality, and told the random bar guy that he was sitting near that he was a homophobic slur. I hate guys like this with a passion. People who want to disrupt the comfort of others in some half-hearted attempt at getting laid. I walked from behind the bar and told him to leave, and tried again to flag security. He made a very crude comment about me letting him do some stuff to me, and in return, I wouldn't feel the need to be attracted to women, unless it was, let's just say, a group effort. The girl that I had been talking to threw a glass of scotch in his face, and then headbutted him in the mouth. Security finally came running, only to try to kick her out. I flew into a rage over that, and told him that the girl was good, and she was only doing the job that he was supposed to be doing. He was removed from the bar. I kept an eye on him through the window. He stuck around near the bar for a bit, but after an hour or so he left. The girl offered to stay with me until closing, which wasn't necessary. I'd closed the place down so many times at 2 to 3 a.m., but I gave her the, "Oh, would you please" routine. I also give credit where it's due. So I gave the other guy from the bar a good thank you hug before he left, and told him that he made me feel safer. The girl told him the same. I told the manager and the owner that we had an issue with a customer. Bar cam footage was pulled, and his identity was confirmed. He had an issue with getting banned from bars, and had a tendency to start fights while intoxicated. I hate to say it, but I'm still keeping an eye out for him. Not sure if this is creepy enough, but it was for me. So this happened to me at my first club experience. Background info. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I was 19 at the time, and I barely reached 5'1". The size is important later on. I live in a city that has some pretty lit clubs, and in the downtown core we have 2 universities. There's this one club that is super cool, but packed with university students, and primarily creepy guys, unfortunately. I'm assuming most clubs are like this. This club was a house at some point that has been transformed into a club with different floors/sections, like a dance/EDM area, a piano bar, a seating area with pool and a top patio, Some other areas too, I believe. One of my girlfriends had just turned 19, and she was the last of us. So we decided to go downtown and party at this really cool place. Totally makes sense. There was a big group of us, probably 10 girls and maybe 3 guys. Unfortunately, my boyfriend didn't come with me on this particular occasion, and I've always wished that he had since then. At the club, I was primarily with my 2 closer friends, Jamie and Lee. At some point, Jamie and I lost Lee, but it was fine. We were dancing and having a good/okay time. I was starting to feel anxious, and I just wanted to go back to my boyfriend's place. Lee wasn't answering her phone, and I didn't want to leave Jamie until we found Lee and they were together. Jamie and I were in the EDM area at this point and started making our way across the dance floor, holding hands so that we didn't get separated. Then this guy just starts dancing with Jamie, being a little pushy but not creepy pushy, and Jamie starts dancing with him, still holding my hand. Then they start making out, and Jamie is still holding on to me. This entire time I'm thinking, what the heck? This is so weird. Out of nowhere, I see this figure move towards us, and he's much, much taller than I am. Probably 6'5". Definitely seemed taller than my boyfriend, who is 6'3". He kind of looms over and bends down, slightly, and in the creepiest tone goes, "Hi, how are you?" in my ear. I think I said fine and tried to ignore him, but he wrapped his arms around my waist. And when I say wrapped, I mean tightly, breath-crushingly, nearly double wrapped his arms around me. Then he starts to straight up pull me back into a corner, not even dancing to the beat, but pulling me with all of his might, trying to get me into the back. I don't think I've ever been so scared of someone, even though this was such a small moment. Thankfully, Jamie is still holding onto my hand while making out with this guy. I started to lose my grip though, and we almost let go of each other until I could feel her tighten her hand in mine and start tugging me away. The guy she was with finally left her, or she pulled him away, not totally sure. And with all of her weight, she ripped me out of this guy's arms, and I went flying across into her. This was such a small, probably not terrifying moment, but as someone who is extremely short and tiny, making me vulnerable, it definitely scared the heck out of me. Especially the lack of dancing, and just sheer force of pulling me back. Maybe he just wanted to make out. Maybe it was more, but who knows? When I was in my early 20s, me and some friends went out to celebrate my birthday. We went to a couple of parties since it was the weekend, then bar hopped the rest of the night. While we were at a bar, we met a group of guys that offered to buy us drinks. No biggie, and heck yeah, it was my birthday. We danced around with them for a bit before retreating back to our little section. One of the guys came over to our section and asked me to dance again. I told him maybe in a bit and went back to partying with my girl. We didn't see them again until the club closed. The group of guys came over to us, and of course, we're trying to find someone to go home with. The same guy that approached me earlier had approached me again. I laughed it off and thanked him for a good time. By this time, we were all getting into the car. We had a designated driver, and they made sure that each of us got home safe after the club. 3 nights later, me and my then boyfriend were knocked out as I had work the next morning. My boyfriend worked nights, but he was off this night. 3:41 a.m. There's a knock at the door. My boyfriend goes to answer it, and I'm walking behind him, wondering who could possibly be at the door at that time of night. We lived in a not-so-good area, so the porch lights would work when they wanted to, and now was not one of those times. As my boyfriend opens the door, the person at the door says, "Excuse me, ma'am, I can't get my car to start." And as he looks up, I immediately recognize him as the man from the club. I scream, and my boyfriend catches on and closes the door. Me and him had had a few laughs when I told him about the guy at the club. So when I told him that it was him, he opened the door back up, I guess to confront him, but he was gone. We hadn't seen a car, but again, it was dark. I don't know how this man found out where I lived, other than following us home that night. I still get the chills thinking what may have happened if my boyfriend wasn't there that night. This happened to me when I lived in Prague. I was out with the girls. We had secured a bench in the back, which in and of itself is a miracle. I offered to go get drinks because this boat club filled up fast. So I get my friend and I a drink. I'm standing by the bar with 2 drinks balanced carefully in my hands. I turn around to go back to my friends when suddenly this guy is standing in front of me. I was unprepared for what would happen next. I have to preface this with saying that I had a lot of people come up to me in the Czech Republic asking to touch my hair. I have very tight curls. Not a lot of people in Prague look like me. I've had people ask to take pictures with me because of my hair. It was like my hair was some big celebrity, and every hairstylist in the city would find me and asked if I ever needed to get it cut to go to them. I even had a man follow me around a club, asking me where's my fiance, all because of my hair. But this man did something special. This man did the unthinkable. He reaches out his pale, rough fingers and picks up a big piece of my hair. He held it up as if to examine it. Then he took his other hand that he stretched his hands out and chomped down on my hair while still attached to my head. He dropped his hands. He ground down, essentially chewing my hair for a second. I could see the hair dangling at an odd angle. His face was pretty close to mine, as I don't have particularly long hair at the time. He then lets go. I didn't have time to respond. I don't even know if he spoke English. He just fled. I wanted to wash my hair, but I was at the club. I stumbled back to my friends and told them what had happened. They were stunned. I didn't have another interaction with him that night. And to this day, it's one of the strangest things that a person has ever done to me. Years ago, my roommate and I were getting drinks at our usual place. We sat at the bar sharing a pitcher and some shots, and this creepy guy that we had never seen before kept butting into our conversation. He kept trying to buy us drinks and talk to us. He was really drunk and very pushy. We were there for a couple of hours, and it went on the whole time. We ended up leaving early because he kept saying that we should come over to his house, and when we declined, he got weird and started talking to himself. Fast forward 2 weeks later, and this guy is on the news wanted by the police. He had met a girl at the bar. She left with him, and he unalived her out in a cornfield. On April 30th, 2019, I was staying at the Crossroads Hotel in Kansas City. I was there for 2 weeks for work, but with nothing to do over the weekend and no friends in town. At around 9 p.m., I decided to have a drink at the bar by myself. I had just ordered my first beer. I emphasize ordered here. I had not even received the drink. Therefore, I was not drunk, and my mental state was still completely sober. And a girl tugged on my shirt. She was really attractive, and I was single at the time, so I turned to say hello. She whispered in my ear that the man next to her was being really creepy, and if I would help her out and pretend to be her boyfriend, she would buy me a drink. I'll be honest, I thought this was just a line, but I obliged because, frankly, she was hot. But there really was an old man, late 50s or early 60s, rocking back and forth in his chair, eyes half open,
clearly 2 sheets to the wind. And he was in a tuxedo. I asked him about the tux, and he said that his daughter just got married that day. The wedding party had a room block at the hotel, and he was keeping the post-reception tab open at the bar. At this point, he started hitting on the girl, we'll call her Rachel, saying how beautiful she was and how lucky I was to have such a beautiful girlfriend, and staring at her. I really felt for her, and all women honestly in that moment. Then Rachel wrapped her arms around my waist and said, "Yep, this is my boyfriend. I love him to death. I'd kill for this guy." The guy rocked back and forth in his chair and then goes, "I get it. I've killed for love before." We looked at each other. I thought I misheard him. I'm sorry, what did you say?" I said, "I have killed for love before." For the next 10 minutes, he proceeds to tell us about this supposed murder that he committed. It was his ex-wife's boyfriend. From what I could tell, he was divorced, probably reluctantly. His wife remarried and he got jealous of the guy. And he killed him with a Glock 37, shot 3 times, twice in the chest and once in the head. And what he did with the body, he wrapped the body in black plastic bags, went fishing in the lake behind his house one morning, and threw it overboard with weights tied to the legs. I could tell he was suspicious of us asking so many questions, so I figured that it was time to leave. Then, I was proud of this. I actually got his name. I said, "It was nice to meet you, mister," and he filled in the blank. The next morning, I asked the front desk manager, who I've become friends with over the years of traveling there, if there was someone staying there with that name. She said she couldn't give me a room number for security reasons, but confirmed that someone was staying there with that name. I called the Kansas City Police Department tip hotline and told them everything I knew. I have a tipster ID number and everything. I check maybe once a month or so to see if there's been any arrests, but no dice so far. I really thought this guy was messing with me, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought maybe not. I could totally see someone having this weigh on their hearts, feeling vulnerable at their daughter's wedding, being drunk enough to feel untouchable, and trying to get it off their chest. His one mistake was that I was sober at the time and remembered everything. Please message me and let me know if you know of any unsolved murders that match this description. Back when I was 18, my best friend Ann and I used to go to this club quite frequently. The legal age to drink in my country is 18. It was a trendy place with cheapish drinks and really good music. My dad never stopped me from going clubbing, but he always told me to not get drunk and to be aware of my surroundings. Always. My mom always told me to look out for Ann, and for Ann to look out for me. Girls need to stick together. So it was an average ladies' night on Wednesday, where girls enter for free and drinks are cheaper. Ann and I start drinking and get pretty buzzed but not drunk. Ann needed to go to the bathroom, so I followed her and waited outside. So the male and female bathrooms are right next to each other, and there's a sofa area in front so people can sit and wait. On the sofa, there was a girl who was obviously very, very drunk, and she was in between 2 guys who were laughing, but it looked off. They were harassing her, which could have been mistaken as just 2 friends having a laugh at their female friend being drunk. They proceed to literally carry her out of the club. At this point, Ann comes out, and I motion to her that this girl looks like she's in danger. We both tail them, and the more I see them interact with her, the more I feel like they're about to assault her. My friend and I go up to her and start saying, "Oh my God, Angela, there you are." We didn't know her actual name. We just wanted to get her out of that situation. The 2 guys were shocked and put her down. Ann asks them who they are, and they claim that they were just trying to help her and bring her out of the club for some fresh air. I wanted to give them a piece of my mind, but I somehow read Ann's mind and decided against it. We were just two 18-year-old girls, and they were two large 25-plus-year-old guys. We wanted to save the girl, but we didn't want to jeopardize our own safety either. So we pull her away and put our arms around our shoulders and carry her out of the club ourselves. We're trying to ask her if she has an ID on her, or if she has friends at the club also. She was too drunk to answer. We finally got outside and saw a small group of guys and girls around that girl's age. They see us and run towards us and her. They were her friends. The girls in the group take her from me and Anne and start talking to her in their own language. The guys thank us profusely, and we explain that we found her inside. We later learned that they were German tourists, and this was their first time in our country. It still haunts me to this day about what would have happened if we didn't intervene and save Angela. So remember, please be safe, drink responsibly, and always have a friend with you when you're out. Look out for other girls. We need each other. I thought I was going to die in a strip club. So a little backstory. I was a dancer for 6 years. I've worked in many cities and clubs. At the time of this story, I wasn't a rookie. I was well versed in the industry. At the time this took place, I was like 20 or 21. It was also in Texas at one of the upscale clubs. I never imagined something like this would happen in this place, but apparently I was wrong. I started my shift at about 6 p.m. I like to get there early to meet with some of my regulars before the crowds came in. It was like 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and this really good-looking guy came in with some friends. They were all older, like 40 to 45. I grabbed some of my hustle friends and we went and sat with them. It wasn't hard to convince these guys into a VIP room with bottle service. But this is where it gets kind of weird. The guy that I was talking to wanted a separate room for just us. I thought maybe because his friends seemed rowdy and wanting to party hard, he wanted to have a more relaxed area. I wasn't complaining because that meant that I wouldn't have to share my cut of the room, so stupid me saw dollar signs and went with it. We get 2 bottles of Dom Perignon, mixed drinks, and some shots. Now, a lot of guys that come into strip clubs really want to let loose, and they brought drugs as well. These guys had just about everything besides crack, meth, and heroin. I was definitely a party girl at the time too, so yes, I partook in some of these, but I also wasn't stupid. So at this time, we were all hanging out in one room together. I took a little hit of coke and off the back of my hand and continued drinking. After we were all hyped up and ready to party, my guy pulled me into the other room. This guy was like 6'4", obviously worked out a lot and was attractive. I, on the other hand, without my heels, was 5'6" and like 120 pounds. I sat down on his lap. I started talking to him and laying down my moves to get him to empty his wallet. We were having a really good conversation, and my bouncers were really good about checking up on the girls in the rooms, because they're pretty secluded on the second floor. After about 20 minutes of talking, something snapped, and all of a sudden he literally puts his hand around my neck, lifted me up, and slammed me against the back of the couch. The couch backs were tall and padded, so it wouldn't have been heard on the other side, plus with all the music. I was literally frozen in fear. After almost 3 years of dancing, I had never been in this situation. He started calling me names, spat in my face, and his grip on my neck would get tighter and tighter when he would make me feel like I needed to take a deep breath, like I was going to scream. Luckily, there were also VIP rooms across the large overlook, and a bouncer noticed me kicking and flailing. I faintly remember, like all of the bouncers running into the room, they had to pry me out of his hands. When I was finally back to sitting on the couch, they had him on the floor outside the room, and his buddies acted like they didn't even know him. My manager grabbed me, and carried me like a baby to the dressing room, asked if I needed any medical attention. I said no, I was just really shaken up. His buddies talked to my manager and basically gave me guilt money for the happening. Apparently, he was going through a crappy divorce and just snapped on me instead of his ex. To the guy at the club, strippers are people too, and let's not meet. This happened last night at 2 a.m. We woke up to screaming and crying in the hall. My neighbor had just come back from the club apparently, and her gentleman company had insisted on walking her to our doorstep. She lived down the hall 2 doors from us, but she refused to let him in for anything more and told him that she has an early morning and so on. He then got aggressive and insulting to her and ended up slapping her twice and punched her on the nose once. She talked to me while they were waiting for the police, and then tried to steal her phone to get his money's worth of that night. That's when my boyfriend yanked our door open and ran out, while I ran towards her and pulled her into our flat. The guy dropped her phone and ran away. This guy. I don't have any words. The police came and took her in to get her to the hospital, and everything recorded. I'm buying a baseball bat or something similar. So, as my username suggests, I'm a Fiji Indian. Well, at least my parents are. I, on the other hand, was born and raised in Australia and grew up with the Western way of life. One of my close friends has just gotten engaged, and all of us girls wanted to go out to celebrate. We ended up going to this club that was holding somewhat Indians' night out event. Around 2 a.m., I leave to go back home, as usual. I visit my parents on the weekends, and I wanted some sleep before then. I usually drive everywhere, but due to restrictions on my license, I'm unable to drink. I'm on my green peas for those who are familiar with Australian road rules. I left my friends and walked towards the building where my car was parked. It was parked near the train station, and the walk was roughly 500 meters to a kilometer away from the club that I was at. So I felt kind of safe walking it. As I was walking out, a pair of Indian guys walked out behind me as I was walking towards the train station. I heard the men started to say things in Hindi, like, "That girl is good," and "Look at her legs," and super shady stuff like that. I then started walking faster and they kept on following me. At this point, I was running to my car and fearing for my life as I entered the building of the car park where the 2 security guards were. And I ran up to them and told them what was happening. And one of the security guards stayed with me, and the other walked up to the 2 men and moved them along. The men were saying things like if she was a decent girl, then she wouldn't be out at night and wearing short clothes. After the men had left, the security guards asked if I wanted to report it to the police. And I began getting scared, and I said no. I got into my car to get the F out of there. So, to the creepy Indian dudes at the club, let's not meet again. In the summer of 2016, my boyfriend was away for 2 months in the Middle East on a trip, and I was missing him a lot. So my friend Nadine invited me out dancing. I'm not a big club person, but I agreed and was looking forward to spending some time with her. The clubbing itself was fun. We stayed right until closing, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. After the club closed, the common thing is to stand outside and hang out for a bit.
Nadine and I were chatting when a young man approached us. He started talking to us and invited us to go get some food down the street. His name was John. We agree, as the area is packed with people and police officers, so it's not just us alone with him. We order our food and he prays for both of us. I had never had this happen before, and I had no idea how to respond. So I thanked him and downgraded my fries to small. We were all sitting on the sidewalk eating when John pointed to a figure across the street. A man was just standing there, staring in our direction. He was there for some time, but we weren't too concerned until he started walking towards us. He was tall, thin, and pale. He turned to me and takes a deep breath and said, "I've been following you for a while now, and I think you're gorgeous, and yeah." I had very limited experience with boys, aside from my boyfriend, so I had no idea how to respond or how to turn him down. I started out a thank you or a gee whiz or something. The man sat down uninvited. He introduced himself as Caden, and he invites us back to his workplace, a weed dispensary that he's the manager of. Right away, alarm bells went off. I had no interest in weed or him, but Nadine was adamant about going, and I will never leave my friend alone with two strange men, so I went with her. It was right around the corner. We entered and he locked us in. We sat in the back room with Caden, and he turned on some music, and the others all smoked, but I declined. Caden started eating some smoked salmon strips from a sandwich bag and talked about how weed is the only way the government can't read your mind and other stuff like that. He started getting really angry and worked up. He kept mentioning my hair. He got mad at me for not liking the music that he put on, despite my never having said anything about it. A huge red siren was going off in my head. John finally had enough. Him and I had an entire conversation without saying a word, I swear. We knew we had to get out of there. John and I convinced Nadine to leave, but we had to get Caden to unlock the door first. John got loud and big, demanding Caden to let us leave. We practically sprinted out. John paid for my taxi home, made sure that I got home safely, and I thought that was the end. A few months later, a series of SAs occurred in the train tracks by my house. I was scared. Teen girls had been attacked randomly, and it was on the local news. He had been especially transfixed on their underwear during the attacks. Eventually, the police had a suspect and released his photo, which my dad asked me to look at, in case I saw him around town. My blood went cold. It was Caden. He was known to the police, and they advised the public not to approach him, as he had a history of violence. He ran. They had wanted person alerts on the news and played videos from his YouTube channel of him shirtless smoking weed. It was all kind of absurd. They eventually found him a week later, trying to cross the border to another state. He got convicted of SA against a minor and went to prison, but only for a year. He's out now, and I have no idea where he is. If you've read previous stories that I've posted on this channel, you'd think that New Orleans is a pretty bad place to visit. It's really not. You can be safe as long as you listen to your instincts. If something seems off, get out of the situation as best as you can. Because of Hurricane Katrina, I no longer live in New Orleans, but I visit periodically because my boyfriend is from there and has family there still. One night, we decided to go to the French Quarter and hit up Bourbon Street. It's probably the only street that most people know, and it's pretty much the end of the part most people visit. From Bourbon to the river, it's crowded. North of Bourbon, it's empty. When we got to Bourbon, we split up. We wanted to go to a strip club, and I wanted to walk around a bit, pop into some shops, and maybe find a beer that wasn't $9. I wandered around Bourbon, looked at the antique shops on Royal, went down to Decatur and checked out Jackson Square. then looped back up to Bourbon. It took me about a half hour or so. As I was walking down Bourbon to the strip club, I saw my boyfriend standing out front waving at me. I walked over to him and he said that he was ready to leave, so we started heading back to the car. On the way, he had told me about a strange encounter that he had with some random guy on the street. My boyfriend had gone outside for a smoke a little while earlier. He rolls his cigarettes by hand. He buys a pouch of tobacco and uses rolling papers to make a cigarette. Because of this, a lot of people think it's pot. You don't know how many times we've been asked about it. Evidently, some guy saw him doing this and thought that he would be interested in buying some pot. Neither one of us smokes pot, so my boyfriend was not interested. The guy, however, was insistent. "I've got some good stuff, man. Just come around the corner and we'll make a deal." Alarm bells are starting to ring in my boyfriend's head. Generally, drug dealers don't approach you, despite what 80s PSAs would have you believe. You're generally introduced to them by people that you know who can vouch for you. You gotta avoid the narcs. My boyfriend refused again, and the guy pushed some more. "It's real good stuff. I'll give you a great deal. Let's just walk around the corner." My boyfriend did not want to get off of Bourbon and go down to the deserted side of the street that this guy had suggested. Eventually, the guy left him alone, but the experience made him feel uneasy, so he was relieved when I showed up a few minutes later. After he told me about that, he explained his theories on what the deal was with his unprofessional drug dealer. Theory 1 is that there was no pot, and this guy was just trying to get him to go to a deserted street so that he could mug my boyfriend. Possible. Theory 2 is that there was no drugs and the guy was a cop who wanted to lure my boyfriend off of a crowded street so that they could make an arrest without drawing too much attention. Also possible. Theory 3 is that the guy was going to try to rip him off and sell him some oregano or catnip or some other type of fake weed. I don't think either one of us thought the deal was legit in any way. He was trying way too hard, according to my boyfriend. I was 18 when this happened. It was my friend's birthday, and to celebrate 5 or 6 friends, and I decided to hit a club. As we were queuing up to get into the club, I had noticed an older man who must have been in his 40s kept staring at my friends and I, and feeling a little creeped out by this, I told my friends, but we just shrugged it off at the time. Once we finally got inside the club, it was still getting busy, so my friends and I bought our drinks and sat down. While I was talking to my friend about whatever, I noticed the older man from before. Now this dude looked crazy. He had crazy black hair, wild eyes that gave me chills, and looked like it hadn't been washed in a while. Basically, he looked like a real sleazebag. I quietly pointed this out to my friends, and since he had made us uncomfortable, we decided to hit the dance floor. This is where it got messed up. Creeper had decided to join us, so we moved to another part of the club to get away from him. Nope, he found us, and I clearly remember him creepily watching us as we danced. By now, we're all like, oh heck no. So we move away again, but he was walking right through the crowd and was right on our tail. Now we're beginning to freak out. The dude had such a strange smile and looked like he was enjoying the fact that he was scaring us. By now we're freaking out, and one of my friends is in tears because of this butthole. We decide to hide in the bathroom and figure out how we're going to handle this whole situation. My friends decide to tell one of the security guys and decide to ring my friend's dad, as by now she's beyond freaked out. We tell the security guys what was happening, and they went to look for Mr. Creepy Guy, and we head out of the club, making sure that he wasn't behind us. And we finally got a taxi home. I work as a counselor at a summer camp in Southern California. The place is very out in the woods, so we get all sorts of animals wandering through, from deer and foxes, coyotes howling in the distance, to a mountain lion that's been spotted in the area. The camp also occasionally has a spiritual/haunted vibe. There are a couple of creepy and weird spots. Some things in that area that we think show the place has been inhabited in the past, ghost stories, etc. One night after putting my kids to bed, I was standing outside our cabin talking to another counselor when my friend Sadie comes running by with her entire teenage girls' cabin, maybe 12 of them, all dressed in black and freaking out. She screams at me that she thought they heard a ghost, and once her kids were asleep, she'd meet me back here to explain and investigate. Sadie is normally the level-headed type not to freak out easily, so this really caught my attention. She meets me back at my cabin, maybe 30 minutes later, and explains what was going on. She took her campers on a night hike, had them all dress up in black and pretend to be ninjas. All was fun until their way back. They passed a particularly dark part of the trail when they heard off in the distance, just beyond the tree line, what sounded like a faint help from a small child. But each time they heard it, it got more and more distorted until it no longer sounded human, yet still sounded like a child yelling help in the distance. Naturally, they freaked out and ran. Me and Sadie decided to be good counselors and go investigate the sound of a small child yelling help. As we walk over to the area of the trail, we hear it. It doesn't sound like a small child anymore. It sounded more like a demon screeching out its best impersonation of a child. And it didn't sound like it was coming from any point source, but more was coming from an entire mountainside. We booked it back to the safety of the main part of camp, where we tell this story to anyone who will listen. The next day, the camp director had a meeting where they told us to tell our campers not to freak out at the sound of bobcats in the forest. They are harmless, but do make a high-pitched yelping sound at night. Our friends wouldn't let us live that one down all summer. My uncle built a house on some small acreage that he has that is pretty far out there. There's not another house within 2 miles of his at least, and most of that is woods and cow pastures. But his place is beautiful. He built it all by hand and has a wonderful wraparound deck, perfect for family get-togethers. We were all out there, probably 20 adults and 5 or 6 kids for a party one day. It was one of those summer times when it's blazing hot out, but the light breeze is cool enough that you don't notice it after a while. I had been there hanging out all day when I was asked to run into town and grab some more groceries. So I packed up and headed out. I got the groceries and everything was fine. As I drove back, it was starting to get dark, and it was at a time of the year when dark comes fast. It was pitch black out there when I finally arrived. As I pull up, I notice something is sitting in front of my car, facing the house. It was not disturbed by my headlights, but it does glance back at me once. It's a panther, just chilling there, watching the party. And as I sat there for a second watching it, I notice that it has specifically placed itself near the edge, where all the kids are running around. After I have my headlights on it for a minute or so, it kind of looked back at me again as if to say, "Okay, I was caught. Oh well." And then it gave the most human-looking sigh and just walked off into the woods. I sat there for a bit before building myself up to getting out of the car and going to the party and telling everyone. I went to Guatemala with my girlfriend, did a 3-day hike through the jungle to Tikal, slept in a tent at 2 tiny ranger campsites deep in the woods. During the second night, a massive thunderstorm was coming down above us. At 4 a.m., I woke up and heard some male voices, and I left the tent to check it out. 2 guys with rifles approached me, told my girlfriend to stay in the tent because it was scary. She didn't comply and joined me. Turns out, those guys were local hunters looking for shelter in the camp. We offered them coffee. They were more than happy. About 30 seconds later, the storm got so intense that a big tree fell and crashed onto our tent. If I had not left to check out the guys or worse, my girlfriend would have listened. We both would be very dead right now. When I was a kid around 8 or 9, my mom, grandma, brothers, and I went camping at a small camp about 2 hours from the town that we lived in. We went there a lot, and even had a particular campsite that we had slowly built up over the years. On this particular trip, we had my aunt and uncle's dogs with us, since they were doing military tours. They were both very well-trained bird dogs, but usually really calm and friendly. The first night on this particular trip, and one of the dogs, Star, starts growling in the tent at about 1 a.m. My mom is thinking something is outside and arms herself and investigates with the dogs. As she gets out the tent, Star and Ariel would not let her move to the other edge of the campsite, and both get into attack position while herding my mom towards the car. This is while also keeping themselves in front of the tent. By this point, we're all up, and with a group of kids under 10 freaking out. For a reason she can't even explain today, my mother packs up camp and gets us all into the car to head home. After about 10 minutes out of the campsite, a car starts following us, and the dogs get in the back and just growl. By this point, everyone was in borderline panic mode, and my brothers were crying the entire car ride home. As the town came into view, you have to cross a huge bridge to drive in, and the car was still following us. And as a kid, you make stories to yourself that nothing is wrong, and the car behind you is just full of scared people too. Yet, as we start across the bridge, the car stops and just turns around, speeding back the way we came. We stopped at a gas station, and everyone was near meltdown mode, and my mom goes in to get cigarettes. But Star would not let her back into the car until she could see her clearly. This, and a camping trip a few years ago, later convinced me that camping is no longer my thing. I had a pretty long stint in the Boy Scouts, and one time we were camping on a reserve in the Midwestern United States that's normally used in the summer for large sessions, i.e. 1,500 scouts scattered across a large campground. We were camping in October, however, and camp wasn't in session, so it was just our troop of 30 or so guys, plus the adult leaders on this massive empty reserve. Now, the summer session has a pseudo-Native American society that serves as a leadership/craftsmanship program, sort of an extension of Boy Scouts. The Order of the Arrow would be a similar example. Part of being in the society means crafting a lot of ceremonial outfit type things. So A, you learn how to work with your hands, and B, the ceremonies look pretty cool. Well, it was the last day of our trip, and it had been unusually hot and calm for October. The last thing we do before piling into the cars is a litter line. Everyone lines up, and we walk the campsite to ensure we leave no trace. We were walking along when one of the guys says, "Hey, I think I found a coup." Now, coup are fairly valuable out there because they're a specially shaped bead that you can only get when you join the society. Everyone's coup is unique, and it's usually shaped to reflect the person who joined. Whoa, man, what kind of coup is it? Well, it looks like a tornado. Whoosh. This cold, hard wind came out of nowhere and started pushing the trees and kicking up leaves everywhere. The timing. What in the heck? Hadn't had so much as a breeze for 3 days. We decided our litter line was good and got the heck out of there. Society members don't just lose their coup. I wonder what happened. A few friends and I had a long weekend, 5 days off from school, and we decided to go camping in the North Georgia mountains. We packed a big 10-person tent. There were 5 of us, 2 guys, 3 girls, and we loaded up into my buddy's truck. He and I had some experience being outdoors, camping, hiking, and hunting, and he's an Army veteran. So we packed really well and had all sorts of amenities, like a propane stove/grill, fold-up cots, a portable shower, etc. We were in it for the whole weekend. We left Wednesday afternoon and parked the truck in a small town and started hiking into the woods to find a spot. It was a fairly normal hike until we got about 4 to 5 miles in. The first time we noticed something strange was when we came into a little clearing in the woods with a big pond/tiny lake in it. We stepped into the open area and everything stopped. No birds chirping, no squirrels running around. Even the clouds and wind seemed to stop moving. My buddy and I both thought, well crap, there's gotta be a predator nearby, and took out our handguns. It's the law in Kennesaw, just in case. I've never seen a bear in Georgia, so we figured that it was a mountain lion or maybe some coyotes. My friend and I were looking through the edge of the clearing, and he grabbed me. He nodded across the water, and when I looked, I saw what seemed to be a woman standing just at the tree line. She was maybe 150 yards away. We assumed that she must live somewhere nearby, and so we continued walking past the water and clearing. As we headed back into the woods, I looked over my shoulder at where she was standing, but she was gone. The sounds of the forest returned once we got into the trees. We made a campsite about 2 miles past that, as it was getting late and we didn't want to be stuck building a camp in the dark. We got everything unpacked and set up and built a fire, popped a couple beers, and sat down to hang out. There was a girl that I was interested in on the trip, and we had been flirting, so after a few beers and the sun was down, we snuck away from the fire under the pretense that she wanted help setting up part of the tent. We started fooling around, and after a few minutes she stopped and looked at me funny. I asked what was wrong and she said, "Nothing. It just got really quiet." We both quickly dressed and headed back outside to the fire. The others hadn't noticed anything strange and didn't mention anything wrong, except joking with us that it took us a long time to fix the tent. On the first morning, we found that the propane stove had been turned on, but not ignited, and had gone empty overnight. None of us had used it. The second morning, we noticed some things had gone missing. A lantern we left outside by the fire was gone. My crush's sweatshirt that she left on a little folding chair/stool. We figured we just misplaced things, or that someone had used them and put them somewhere else. During the second full day, Friday, we were looking for a waterfall that we read online was in the area. We were following the river upstream when everything went silent again. My buddy nudged me while we were walking and indicated up to the top of a hill next to the river. I looked up through the trees and was just able to make out the figure of the same woman, same clothes and all, just standing. I couldn't tell if she was looking at us or not, but she was standing there. My buddy told the girls that he saw a mountain lion following us and that he was going to go scare it off. He hustled up the hill, making a lot of noise, and came back about 10 minutes later. He said he scared it off to the girls, but told me aside that the woman wasn't there when he got up there. We found the waterfall and put it out of our minds as the girls decided to skinny dip in the river. We hiked back to camp and found it a mess. It wasn't totally trashed, but it was clear that something had gone into our stuff. We told the girls it was probably raccoons. We both took our guns to bed with us. That night, stuff went sideways. I remember waking up because my crush was squeezing my arm. We had been sleeping cuddled up together. I opened my eyes, and she hushed me before I could ask what was wrong. There was complete silence all around the tent. I looked across the tent, and my buddy was sitting halfway up looking around. We both stayed awake for the next 2-ish hours until the sun started coming up, and then packed our stuff and we all headed out. The entire hike back to town was eerily silent. There were a couple of points that I thought that I saw the woman through the trees, but I never got a clear sight of her. We avoided the lake completely and got back into the truck in what seemed like half of the time that it took to get out to the camp. After we were safely on the road back home, the girls and my buddy all started to tell everyone about moments that they thought that they heard/saw the woman all weekend, but were too freaked out to mention it out loud, like she would go away if we ignored her. The wild part was that none of us could describe her face. It's almost like it was blurry. I have no idea who she was, but I have never been camping or hiking at night ever since. I went camping by myself way out in the middle of nowhere in north central Pennsylvania. Drove on dirt forest service roads for over an hour, and then hiked about 6 miles in on a barely recognizable trail. There were no signs that anyone had been in the area recently. The trail was almost completely overgrown, no footprints, spider webs everywhere, etc. I didn't really have a planned stopping point. I was just looking for a nice place to camp. But the trail followed a creek in a valley and was very rocky and not flat. As the sun is starting to set, I came upon a fork in the creek with a nice flat spot just on the other side. As I got closer, I saw all sorts of stuff laying about. I crossed the creek and started looking around. There was a tarp on the ground by a stone fire ring, a log about a foot in diameter that had been chopped with an axe. A little bit away, I found the entire contents of what you'd imagine to find in a hiker's backpack. Food, a cooking set, camping pad, first aid kit, etc., all strewn about on the ground, but no backpack in sight. There was a pile of clothes down by the creek that looked like it had just sat through the last rain, which was the day prior, and a towel hanging from a tree. There was an area that had clearly been used as a toilet, for maybe 10 to 14 days based on the amount of toilet paper piles. The strangest thing, though, was this cage about 4 foot square, made out of saplings tied together. It was framed where the edges of a cube would be, and then had crossbars diagonally on each face. But it wouldn't have kept anything inside because of how much open space there was, and obviously wouldn't have been very sturdy since it was only made from saplings. I ended up deciding to set up camp there, because it was nearly dark and I didn't really have much choice, unless I wanted to hike out in the dark on an unrecognizable trail. I had a 12-inch knife on me, and I kept that thing in one hand the whole time that I was there, thinking that some crazy guy was going to jump out and try and eat me. All night I barely slept, and kept thinking that I was hearing things. And then, as soon as the sun came up, I packed up and got the F out of there. Everything turned out fine. No crazy cannibals or anything. But it still really bugs me, because I don't know what that stupid wooden cube frame cage thing was. I called the Forest Service for the area and told them about it. I even sent them pictures. They said they'd send a ranger in to check it out and clean it up, but I never followed up to see if they figured out what it was. The ranger on the phone told me that it was probably either someone with a still nearby, someone growing pot, or just some loner living out in the woods. I roamed up the sides of the valley before I set up camp and didn't see anything. A still seems unlikely because of how far you would have to carry equipment in, and the area really isn't great for growing pot. So maybe it was just some guy living out in the woods. But why the cage? If there's any interest, I can probably find the pictures. Oh yeah, and last year I was camping out in Colorado, and woke up at about 2 a.m. to a pack of coyotes running through my camp howling. Sounded like at least 20 of them. My dog was asleep next to me the entire time. Probably best that he didn't wake up though. He would have gone nuts.
and I'm told that coyotes are much bolder in packs. I went to Shenandoah National Park in Virginia with a college buddy. JMU is super close, so he and I took some camping gear from work and headed up there to catch that Perseid meteor shower. We hiked a good ways in, on, and out a back trail that ended up with a cliff overlooking the Blue Ridge Mountains and was awestruck. I set up my 2-person tent, and he rigged his hammock with a tarp a few yards back. And then we sat on a cliff and watched the stars go by. Here's where life got real for me. We go to bed pretty early that night, and around what I could only guess was 3 a.m., I start hearing tapping sounds all around my tiny tent. Now I knew it wasn't Rain or him playing a joke on me, so I started to panic a little. At this point, I've been fully awake and alert for 10 minutes, and I can easily hear his tapping. I finally grow a pair and decided to turn on my flashlight. And what do I see when looking straight up through the mesh top of this tent? Hundreds and hundreds of centipedes. They were falling like a gentle drizzle all around my tent, and I felt like I was on an episode of Fear Factor. Long story short, I didn't sleep that night, obviously, but my buddy, who was about 15 feet away, was out like a rock. In the morning, there were dead centipedes everywhere. I'm normally fine with bugs and insects, but not swarms. I don't know how we didn't see any centipede carcasses the day before, or when setting up camp. I went on a group retreat type thing over a fall weekend about 8 years ago. My husband and I and our 3 girls, all under age 10. This was an annual occurrence, but we were flush that year as a result of our company doing well. As a result, we avoided the communal bunkhouses and decided to rent a camper. The RV rental place explained that it would cost the same for 3 nights as it would for 2, so we decided we'd return it on Monday, despite the retreat being over earlier on Sunday. So the weekend went great. It was super hot and we were happy to have AC. We didn't notice it at the time. Different people being in and out all day, not staying in the RV much over the weekend because of activities. But the previous renters hadn't bothered to clear out the septic lines in the camper. By 6 o'clock Sunday evening, it stunk horribly and was backing up into the toilet. My husband was anxious about the rental company blaming us, so he decided to go to the Walmart in the neighboring town for some Drano. Mind you, this particular location, while open all year, is rarely occupied outside of retreats. I'll confess that we haven't been back since this occasion, so the details of why don't really come to mind. But as I recall, it was privately owned by a church in the area, and they used it mostly for their own purposes and events. So my husband leaves around 8:30 p.m. for Walmart. It's an hour-plus round trip thanks to the rural area and skinny back roads. I start straightening the camper, packing our belongings and getting the kids settled. He'd been gone for about 40 minutes when I had gotten everything squared away and delivered the last glass of water to an overexcited child who'd been on the move all day and was having trouble relaxing. I curled up in the bed to read and wait for my husband to get back, in case he needed help. The lights had been out for about 20 minutes when I started hearing a clicking sound coming from the window behind the bed. I stilled instantly and ran through a self-reassuring checklist. It's the trees scraping against the glass, nature, a sound in the environment nearby, or an axe murderer. That was option 2. I got up and walked very slowly to the kitchen. The noise followed. As I was climbing up into the loft area over the trunk can, I hear the door handle rattle, and then the scraping sound. I'd gotten a knife as I passed through the kitchen, which I was sweatily clutching as I hauled down on the edge of the bed in the loft, guarding my children. I eyed the cabin, making sure every access point was locked, and hoped that whoever it was it was definitely a whoever at this point, would go away. I leaned left and right, trying to get signal on my cell phone to call camp security or my husband or anyone, but it wouldn't dial. I waited, panicking. It was about 5 minutes of torture later that I saw headlights through the portholes on the side. Coming along the winding road to the RV sites, and my husband entered the cabin, looking at me weird. He scoffed at me for being a city girl, and told me that people didn't break out of prison and attack women and children in random rural campgrounds. I expressed that I'd heard the door rattling, and that it wasn't a coincidence of nature, but he brushed me off. We passed the test of the night without incident, though I was too on edge to sleep. The next morning, we drove into the town to return the RV. On the once-over, demanded by the rental agreement, the manager came around to my husband and asked if he knew what had happened to the rear window. It seems that someone had used a switchblade or some similar item to remove the gasket from around the window where the back bedroom was, where I'd been reading the night before. There were gashes in the paint, consistent with knife marks, and the gasket had been sliced off. The window lock was also damaged. It seems whoever had done it had also tried inserting the knife into the door's lock and between the jamb and the lock in another attempt to gain entry. Fortunately, they didn't get in, and we were not charged for the damage to the RV. Needless to say, I never consented to a solo camping trip again, and I always go in a larger group now. Safety in numbers and all that. But it still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. In the late 80s, I was in my early 20s, and two friends and I went camping in Central Florida. Two of us were working for the Park Service at that time, so we were able to camp for free in other parks in the state. Both of us had done a lot of camping before. Me, I grew up camping with my family on every single vacation, all over the state. For the other friend with us, this was her first camping trip ever. We were camping in the youth area, which was empty that weekend and was quieter and more isolated than the regular campsites. Later in the afternoon, on the second day of our trip, we were all sort of spread out in the area of the campsite, being within shouting distance but enjoying a little solitude. I was collecting firewood. Every now and then, I'd kind of feel like someone was watching me. I'd look around, see and hear nothing, and then shrug it off and just go back to what I was doing. Later on, around sunset, we had the bonfire started. One of the rangers who lived on site, about a quarter of a mile away, came over with a truckload of firewood and a 6-pack of beer. We all sat around talking for a while. Well after dark, we could suddenly hear what was probably a bunch of teenagers fooling around on one of the trails a couple of miles away. Since the trails were closed at sunset, the ranger and my coworker drove off to shoo them back to their campsites. My other friend and I were just relaxing around the fire, talking a little, mostly enjoying the night and the peace and quiet. All of a sudden, I had a cold chill go over me. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, and out of nowhere, I was terrified. I tried to ignore it, but it kept building. I didn't say anything to my friend. I didn't want to scare her. Then I glanced over at her just as she glanced at me, and she said, "Do you feel that?" I said, "Yeah, I think maybe we'd better go to the car." We both felt like we were in deadly danger, but no idea from what. We started walking at a casual pace, not wanting to appear scared. Then, halfway to the car, we looked at each other again, and simultaneously broke into a dead run. We reached the car, jumped in and locked the doors, and turned on the headlights. I just sat there with my pistol, feeling like it was totally inadequate for whatever was out there. We both just sat looking straight ahead. We were afraid to look around. I had the feeling at one point that if I turned my head and looked out the window, I'd see something that would drive me insane. I don't know how long we sat there. It was probably just a few minutes, but it felt like forever. Then it just left. We could actually feel it going away. A few minutes after that, the other two came back in the truck. We kind of laughed it off afterward, but I'll tell you, I've never been that scared before or since. I've faced a lot in my life, and nothing has so completely terrified me like that. I don't know what it was, but I'm still convinced that we were in terrible danger. I lived by a state park as a kid, one of those places super close to a city, so it's very overhiked. Like, you can't walk a single minute without passing several other people. This area eventually leads up into a vast mountainous area, but that's many, many miles away. Rumors of wild pigs, but no bears, and the most dangerous thing are rattlesnakes that just want to be left alone. All that to set up for this point. Wildlife has been basically chased out of their refuge. The biggest animal I had seen was a squirrel until I was 10 years old. The first incident, my dad and I were taking the slightly less used path. It was basically an out-of-the-way trial that ended the same, but was rougher, no bicycles, and an added risk of seeing the aforementioned rattlesnakes. I was watching my footing when my dad let out an, "Oh crap." I looked up and saw two of the biggest bucks I have ever seen in person. This is a no hunting park, so really big. And we were really close, as my dad had been watching out for me. My dad is desperately looking around for a tree that I would learn later, while I go, "Oh dear." "Sedina, no," my dad yells as I step towards the deer so I can see if they're friendly. One lowers his head and I'm thinking it wants to be petted. My dad realizes that I'm closer to the deer than I am to him, and this causes him to freak out. The deer are focused on me, one head down still, till a branch hits it across the face. It barely phases it, though the other one takes off immediately. After some cursing from my dad, it finally prances away like no big deal. My dad was convinced that the buck was about to charge me. I got an education that day, that even nice animals can be dangerous. I would learn that lesson again with a nice herd of cows on the beach a year later. Later that fall, a mountain lion was spotted from a very busy trail. Kinda far, but it's been like 20 years since a sighting. It turns out, despite the crowds of people, conservation efforts were paying off. By the time I was in my 20s, deer were jumping in our backyard to eat our roses. Owls were nesting right next to the main parking lot. The wild pigs weren't rumors anymore. The lions could be heard screaming in the distance at night. And the rattlesnakes still just wanted to be left alone. I really love through hiking and climbing, so I sleep outside for a great part of summer each year. Almost never using tents because they're super heavy and also prohibited at most parts of my mountains. I had many scary encounters with animals, mostly due to the inhuman shrieks that they can produce. But I tell you this, in all of nature, nothing is so scary as people. This is why I prefer camping deep in the woods to being just outside of the city limits, because it's always better to find family of wild hogs going through your stuff at 3 a.m. than to find a family of coked out drug addicts going through your stuff at 3 a.m. But anyways, here are two of the stories of encountering people that came to my mind. The first one, we were actually using tents because this was a more of a get together and get drunk sort of thing with my classmates at a nearby lake. So the night is surely upon us, so we decide to gather some wood in the nearby forest to keep the fire going through the night. Me and my pal take on this task, and as we approach the woods, we see that there is another tent pitched right outside of the site of our camping site. As we pass it, a dude pops out of the tent. We make small friendly chat about us staying there, and him just camping and whatnot. And then we excuse ourselves that we need to get some wood for the fire. All fine and dandy, nothing unusual. Camping folks are usually chatty and friendly. Except for two things. By the setup of the tent and campground, he must have been there for a few days, and he planned to stay there for a while, which is okay. There are a lot of photographers doing this, as the place is famous for its sunrises. Although I still shiver thinking about all the heavy tarps lying around. And secondly, he advises us to split, as there were two paths going through the woods, so that we can cover more ground. Which we did, because why not? It looked like he knew the area. So I'm walking alone through the woods, my friend taking the other path, which is directly above mine, and he could still see down my trail. When I hear him shout my name, I turn around to see what's happening, and I see the guy from the tent following me on the trail, which he saw from above, wielding a machete. The guy says that after we left, he realized that we didn't have any axe or anything to chop down the wood, although we said collecting the wood. Also, chopping it down would be illegal there. So he thought that he would help me with that, which I politely refused and got the heck out of there, meeting my mate who was already on this route earlier. So we came back to the camping site with next to no fuel for the fire, and everyone keeps making fun of us, that we're paranoid and the guy just surely wanted to help. Whatever. We proceed to drink and night falls. We had almost forgotten about the incident, and all is well again. When I see a headlamp approaching our campsite, it's that guy from the tent coming to our site. He's bearing a bunch of wood in his arms, saying that he knew that we didn't take much of the fuel, so he brought us some. Then he walks all around our campsite before putting it down. I mean, there was really no need for that as the fire was in the middle. Checking the tents, asking whether this is all of us, and if someone else is coming. Not creepy at all. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, he tells us to enjoy our night and gets out. Understandably, everybody is creeped out by now, and different theories pop up, such as that he brought the wood, only to make sure that he wouldn't kill the fire before we go to sleep, so that he knows when that happens, or that the occasional flash from the direction of his campsite is the flash from his binoculars. Well, no one went to sleep that night, and we were not drinking anymore. After the sun went up, we took our 2-hour nap rotating guards, and we packed our stuff and left as soon as possible. The other one. We were on a climbing trip and slept under the stars really deep in the woods and well off all of the well-known trails and places in the areas, as sleeping there is prohibited, and the rangers are very strict about this, issuing very large fines if they catch you. So essentially, we were hiding deep in the woods. We cooked some great dinner. Man, nothing tastes as good as an MRE after a full day of climbing, camped out in the mountains. We drank some wine. We talked for a bit, and we went to sleep as we were really tired. At about 2 a.m., we were all woken up. There was 4 of us. We were woken up by voices. It sounded like a school trip somewhere in the distance. Lots of kids talking to each other, presumably walking in a group. That itself was super scary. A bunch of kids walking in the woods at 2 a.m., and they must have been off any trail, as we went on purpose out of reach of any known trails. No one is talking. We all sit there and listen. The voices pass. Then the second wave of similar group of voices passes nearby, and then we hear someone approach our site through the woods. There must be more of them based on the sounds they're making. And then it happened. It was a group of 5 kids, roughly 13 years old, walking in the direction of the voices. They walk around our site, silently greeting us and nodding in our direction as they pass about 3 meters from our sleeping bags and continue towards all the voices. To make it all more creepy, none of them had any headlamps or flashlights or any sources of light. It was a full moon, so the visibility was good, but still. I have no idea what was that supposed to mean, but it was really weird and honestly scary. It could have been some scouts as well. That was well-established outdoorsy place, the whole area. But still, a bunch of kids alone in the woods, well off of any well-known trail, walking without any source of light at 2 a.m., just right by us. That's creepy. There are lots of weird things happening when you camp. But trust me, nothing is as scary as other human beings. I'm pretty late to the party, but my mother has a great camping story. In their late 20s, her and my father were teaching in Lesotho. On the holidays, they would go on camping trips in the massive parks in Zimbabwe. They were young and stupid, and didn't know the dangers of camping in Africa. And they had my sister with them, who would have been less than a year old at the time. One night, they were camping in a tent, and my sister was between them, when they heard sounds inside. They say it sort of sounded like someone coughing. My sister was making baby noises, and it seemed like it attracted more coughing animals outside. Soon, it sounded like a whole pack of something was outside the tent. My parents had no firearms, and no knife or axe close by. One of the animals then started sniffing the tent, and it seems like it was trying to dig under it to get to my now crying sister. My panicked parents were trying to find a way to save themselves and my sister. And in a panic-induced rage, my mother, with all the might and glory that only a mother who is scared for her child's life can produce, punches the snout of the hyena sniffing the tent. To this day, my parents swear that the animal screamed in terror, and the whole pack ran off. Growing up in the woods and going camping, my family and I have had our fair share of bizarre and scary stories. This one, I just can't seem to wrap my head around, even to this day. My parents own 35 acres of property in the Deep Rockies, about 2 to 3 hours away from our home. We spent as much time as we could camping there, as we all loved it. It was secluded and beautiful, and we had a lot of freedom there as kids. My parents were both experienced campers and backpackers, and had both grown up in the mountains. One day we head up at night, arriving at the property at around 9 or 10 p.m. We were all pretty tired and start to unpack the tents and such from the car. The minute we get out, though, we all get a strange feeling. It didn't seem normal or good. We had encountered wild predators at this point and knew the feeling of being watched. But this was like being watched from all sides. We also all noticed that there are no sounds. It is dead silent. Normally, we would be hearing all of the insects and occasional howls, nighthawks, or bats, and just the general hum of a forest. Nothing too serious. We all kind of laughed nervously and maybe mentioned a few things, but got to work setting up our tents nearby. This is when the real strange stuff starts to happen. We begin to hear rustling in the branches around us, about 10 feet off the ground, it seems. It almost sounded like large creatures like monkeys or raccoons, jumping from tree to tree loudly. And many of them. I have never seen raccoons have the ability to do something like that. And these sounds were clumsy, unlike birds. It gets louder and louder and becomes extremely unnerving. At this point, the tent is set up, and my parents put my brother and I there, telling us to stay inside. They go out with flashlights, trying to make sense of this bizarre activity. As they're outside, we start to hear these bizarre calls. I've never heard anything like this before or since. Honestly, it almost sounded like humans mimicking some kind of primate holler or screech. There was an odd human-like aspect to it, and it's like they were calling and responding to each other from every direction, along with the branches crackling and rustling. My parents came back to the tent and tell us that they couldn't see anything at all. I remember how shocked and frightened my mom looked, and it scared me because she was not scared of anything, and she would stalk bears just to get a good photo. Both of my parents were not easily frightened in nature, or at all. We're all huddled together in the tent, confused, scared, and unsure of what to do. The sounds are so loud, and everywhere it almost sounds like some crazy storm outside. Our dogs are covered in between us all, totally freaked out. My dad decides to go out again, and I remember as he finishes unzipping the tent, the sounds stop, just like that, in an instant. And the oppressive, weird feeling is gone. He and my mom go out again to investigate, and again find nothing, except fallen branches and some strange marks up high on some trees. They come back, talk us down, and somehow manage to get us asleep. We still talk about this to this day. None of us know what happened and have no explanation. Like I said, we had some crazy and strange things happen to us, but never anything remotely similar to what happened that night. I was living in Brazil, and a friend and I decided to do a one-night out and back through mountainous rainforest terrain in one of the southern states. We mostly wanted to get some exercise and do a gear shakeout before going on a longer trip in Patagonia. The experience started out really tough. We were doing almost constant climbing, and it was hot. Humidity was near 100% through lush vegetation. Eventually, we were pretty much in clouds and completely drenched from sweat and humidity. It was kind of hellish, soaked to the bone with no chance of drying out. Fortunately, at that altitude, it gets below freezing quite frequently at night, so there weren't many insects or animals, only birds. We hiked for probably 8 hours with little progress. It was slow going through tough terrain. At early evening, we came to a flat spot, the first we'd seen in hours, and decided to make camp as it was starting to pour. I basically made camp in several inches of standing water. I was beat anyways, so I just sat in my tent reading. At around 3 a.m., I woke up to a girl singing in the distance. The singing kept coming closer until she was singing right at our tents. She pushed past us, and the singing drifted off. She was singing maybe a lullaby or a children's song about rain in Portuguese, but it sounded very strange. An hour later, I got woken up to the singing in the distance again. She was coming back towards us, singing the same rain song. As she passed us, I could hear a little exasperation in her voice. She continued singing and went back in the direction of the trailhead. Another hour later, I was again woken up by her singing, as she was again coming back towards us, except now, she was also crying. She continued to cry and sing as she moved past us for the final time. We woke up that morning, looked at each other, said what the heck was that, and then got on our way. It was very eerie at the time, and I don't have an explanation for it. We were in an extremely isolated location, and the trail was definitely only used by recreational hikers. So I really can't say why this woman was out wandering, singing, and crying at 3 a.m. My family has a cabin. It's really just an old mobile home in the middle of the woods in northern Michigan. We've had it for years and years, but only recently some unexplained odd things had happened, and the police have been out to search the place. The last time I went to the cabin was the worst experience. I went up with my friend. For context purposes, we're two girls in our late 20s, and we arrived at dark. We got out and unloaded, but had trouble turning on the power. It has an outside electrical box, because the lock was frozen shut. We were trying to get it unstuck, but kept hearing noises around the cabin. Finally, it sounded like the noises were very close to us, and as we weren't getting anywhere with the lock, we rushed inside in case it was a bear milling around. We sat inside for maybe 5 minutes before deciding to drive out to the nearest town to get a motel for the night. We would come back once it was light to get the power on. We grabbed a few things and headed back out to the car. I got in and turned the car on, but nothing. The car was 100% unresponsive. The doors wouldn't even lock. My car had absolutely no issues. We had just driven 3 hours to the cabin without any problems. Something had to have happened to the car in the few minutes that we were inside. I told my friend we needed to get back inside. We got to the door and locked up behind us. We looked at each other, suddenly scared. Our car was totally dead. We had absolutely zero cell phone service, and we had no power. We tried to stay calm. We made a new game plan. We were just going to rough it for the night. And then, at first light, walk in the direction of civilization until we got cell signal or ran in to help. Only a short time later, we were sitting together in the living room, quietly talking. Suddenly, there was 2 sharp, loud knocks on the back door of the cabin. We absolutely both froze. We sat there, horrified and shaking, just waiting for someone to push their way into the door or window. This was a mobile home, so it would take very minimal effort to break in. We were met with only silence, but now knew someone was outside. What did they want? It was much scarier to think that they hadn't broke in. They just potentially sabotaged our car and were now knocking on our door to toy with us. We sat, silent and terrified. After a while, we started talking again, only to have someone bang on a window. Just one loud smack. I've never been so scared in my life. We quickly realized that we had to stay alert and awake until morning. We just had to hope that whoever was outside didn't try to get in. It didn't, but the pattern of the knocks on the window continued for hours. As soon as the sun was up, we ventured outside. We took a look under the hood of my car next. It turns out the bolt that clamps the metal piece to the battery terminal was loosened, almost completely. The nut was all the way loosened. 1 or 2 turns more, and it would have fallen off completely. I was watching Cubed at 2 with a friend. It was about 2 a.m. We heard the back door open and close. Didn't think anything of it as we were hoping. We had multiple roommates, and generally a pretty good food of trafficking throughout the week. We kept watching the movie. After a minute, I looked up across the room at my friends. They were looking at the hallway, so I looked over and I saw a gun with a hand holding it, and that's all I could see. Then the man with the gun entered the room and threw a big red duffel bag on the floor and said, "Put everything in the bag." I then started to explain to him that he had the wrong house. He walked up to me, put the gun to my head and said, "Go upstairs and get your stuff." I grabbed the bag and started walking towards the stairs. My friend got right behind me, with the gunman following behind him. There were 2 turns in the stairway. At the second turn, I ran to my room and yelled, "We're getting robbed." Once in my room, I grabbed a machete, but remembered that I had just bought a gun 2 days prior. I grabbed the gun, threw the magazine in and cocked it twice. I then stood at my door yelling, "Crumbs." That's my friend's name who was behind me. After a minute, he opened his door adjacent to mine and said he was okay. I heard a door slam downstairs, so I swept the house quickly and went to the front door. He was gone, and he left his bag. 10 years later, I met the gunman while in treatment. I asked him to cut my hair for me and let him know during the haircut that I forgave him. I was the victim of a home invasion in the late 90s when I was only 6 while home with my 8-year-old brother and our babysitter. Our babysitter was tied up while one of the 4 guys sat with us and watched the Dinosaurs sitcom on TV, while the others ransacked every bedroom in the house. We lived on a rural property, and the home invaders cut our telephone cords and told my brother and I that they'd come back for us if we told anything about what was happening. They managed to get away with a lot of stuff, but thankfully everyone was unharmed. Safe to say, that experience ruined ever watching the Dinosaur Show ever again. My story's not that bad. I was at my ex's house. It was around dusk in the winter, and I was going to shower and make dinner while he took his dog to the vet. He left and I was upstairs. I brought my phone and clean clothes to the bathroom, off the landing right outside the bedroom, and then went back for my makeup bag, which I promptly spilled everywhere. So I was picking up and organizing my stuff, and trying to fix something that broke when I dropped it. And suddenly I just felt startled out of nowhere, with no noises or anything. Like, suddenly my hearing was so sharp that I swear I could hear my own heart beating. And I was really freaked out. And I was sure that my boyfriend's condo was haunted until I smelled cigarette smoke. Neither myself nor my boyfriend were smokers at the time, so I knew that someone was inside, even though I couldn't see nor hear them. Nearly the entire condo was an open loft style, except for the bedroom off the landing and an office, and I couldn't go onto the landing to get my phone from the bathroom because I was sure that someone was there, so I tried the balcony, but it was facing a parking lot off of a closed business, so nobody was there to flag down for help. I decided that I was going to jump off the balcony if they tried to get into the room that I was in, because it was only the second floor. So I just waited, standing totally still, like halfway between the bed and the balcony, and tried to hear something. And suddenly, a male voice loudly said, "Come look at this ugly bathroom." And then a few seconds later, there was a crash, and 2 people ran by the bedroom door and down the stairs and straight out the front door, leaving it wide open, banging in the wind. So I realized that they were in the bathroom, or one of them was, when they must have seen my phone and clothes, because my phone was in the tub with the screen cracked, and they knocked over a large towel rack. Nothing was missing, including a gold ring and a laptop that was setting out on the kitchen island. But one of them squashed a cigarette in the upstairs carpet, which I thought was a bit uncool. The cops thought that it was 2 kids who'd been doing B&Es in the area, but nothing ever came of it, and that was more than 10 years ago. This was an interesting situation to say the least. I was trying to sleep one night, but I just couldn't at all. So I just tried to relax and watch a show. I had my earbuds in and our AC going, but I could hear a noise in the background. I get up and hear my father-in-law yelling from his apartment downstairs, 2-family house. I was going down to see what is happening, and I see him standing in his kitchen, gushing blood from a head injury. I get my wife to call 911 and get pressure on his cut. He tells me that he woke up to a guy with a gun in his face, demanding money, then hit him in the head when he said something. My father-in-law grabs him by the gun hand and wrestles it away. Turns out it was fake. Then proceeds to march the guy back to the window that he came in from and full-on throw him out of the second-story window. The house had a walkout basement. We call the cops, and they catch him covered in blood from the fall. He denied it. It was interesting because he dropped a bag with his ID in it and a bunch of stolen medications. What was even more interesting was to hear my father-in-law describe to a judge how he threw the guy out the window. The guy who broke in was out on bail on the charge, then cut off the ankle bracelet and ran. They got him again, and he didn't get bail the second time. He was convicted, but I can't remember at all what he ended up for a sentence. For a while, it was very hard to sleep, and my father-in-law couldn't sleep in that room anymore because of it. I am still super sensitive to sounds in the house at night, and I double and triple check windows, too. This was New Year's Eve, 2017. My nan had died a week before on Christmas Eve, so naturally, I got obliterated drunk. Cleaned the flat up top to tail. Got tons of booze in. Got a couple of friends round to drink with me, and my girlfriend. All was good. At 10 p.m., a knock comes on the door. I'm too busy drinking and obnoxiously playing guitar to care. My mate opens it, comes back to me and says, "There's a lad at the door for you." He asks for me by name, and it's a dude that I don't know, even a little bit. I ask what he wants. He says he wants to see Chris, and I said that I was the only Chris in the building. He was clearly on something and vacantly staggered down the stairs of the block. Me and my friend go to wish a couple other friends a Happy New Year about an hour later, leaving our girlfriends in the flat to party. We get a 15-minute walk away from the flat, and my girlfriend rings. Someone's pounding out of the door. I tell them to lock themselves in the bathroom, and me and my friend sprint a mile home, blind drunk in 6 minutes. Halfway, she rings again, whispering this time, "The door's been kicked through. Someone's in the flat." Got to the block in a panic, rang the buzzer 3 times before I got an answer, ran up the stairs, and there was the jerk from before with my electric guitar in one hand and my girlfriend's laptop in the other. I saw red and lunged at him, punching him in the side of the head and pinballing it against the wall behind him. I don't remember hitting him for that long, or even that particularly hard, but I must have, because I broke my hand, and the police informed me that he was in the ICU with a swelling on his brain. I never got into any trouble for it, but I was traumatized for a good while afterwards. So now, because of that incident, I don't drink anymore. I was 14 years old. I woke up one night to a commotion outside my bedroom door. I left my bedroom and saw my dad in his underwear running up and down the hallway, and my mom on the phone. My first thought was that my younger brother was having an asthma attack. It had happened before and required my mom to call an ambulance. Well, then my dad ran back into his bedroom and came out with a baseball bat. That's when I heard the pounding on the front door and realized that someone was trying to get in. The dude was smashing his fist on the door, shaking the doorknob and screaming incoherently. Thankfully, the door was locked. My dad started yelling back, "You've got the wrong house, dude, and cops are on their way." But the guy wasn't leaving. He kept trying to get in. It was about this time that I realized my younger brother, who was 9 years old, was also standing in the hallway, crying his eyes out in fear. I was still too shocked to move, cry, or anything. I didn't know what to do. I just knew that I was insanely scared since we didn't have any type of firearms in the house. My mom grabbed both me and my brother and pulled us into her bedroom while my dad stood at the top of the stairs, yelling at the guy to leave. My mom stayed on the line with 911. The guy continued to pound and scream. The dog we had at the time, a Basset Hound / Beagle mix, was howling. At some point, the man started howling back at the dog. This is when I slowly started to realize that the guy was either drunk or on something. I wasn't familiar with drugs or alcohol, but I could tell that he was messed up. Eventually, the cops showed up and confronted him. They asked him who he was, where he thought he was, why he was there, etc. He then gave them some story about how a woman had dropped him off, and he was just trying to get inside. They cuffed him and took him to jail. Turns out, he had lived in our house 30 plus years ago as a child. He and his mom moved out after his dad died. My parents moved in shortly thereafter. That night, he had gotten absolutely plastered and drove drunk to his childhood home, thinking that he still lived there. Ran over one of our bushes. He had a flat tire. His car was parked diagonally across our driveway. Half of it was still in the grass. He was just trying to get in to go to bed. While he never actually made it inside, the thing that always freaked me out was that we typically never lock our doors. One of my parents just happened to lock it that night, and his childhood bedroom was my younger brother's bedroom. He had showed up any other night. He very likely would have walked in on my sleeping 9-year-old brother, and who knows what would have happened then. Lock your doors, and don't drink and drive. I lived alone across the street from my family's dairy where I worked. I was taking a nap one day during my lunch when I woke to the sound of voices. My Spanish wasn't good enough to understand them, and my quarter-awake brain kept saying that they were outside, even though a part of it was saying that's not right. I opened my bedroom door and quickly woke all the way up when I seen a guy, 6 feet from me, with both of my bass guitars in his hands. For a moment, I swear we shared the same look. You're not supposed to be here. Then his eyes grew as wide as saucers, while I apparently grew horns and fangs while shouting, "What the heck do you think you're doing?" He immediately dropped the guitars and ran, and I could hear the sounds of a second person in the living room, stepping on a plate that I had left on the floor, breaking it. I'm still amazed that my adrenaline-fueled brain heard and processed the sound, and recognized that there were 2 intruders. I chased them to the front door, swearing and yelling the whole way, but stopped at the door because I didn't want to get in a 2v1 fight. It was at that moment I heard the second intruder, who was getting in the driver's seat, yelling, "Pistola, pistola." I thought, I don't have a gun. Then looked to the passenger and seen that he was already in the car, with a pistol in his hand hanging it out of the window. Instead of intelligently driving back through the driveway, my angry self decided that it was better to yell "F you" one last time, and I flipped them the bird in case their English wasn't that good, then walked back inside and slammed the door shut. They never were caught, probably because I couldn't give a decent description or a license plate. I believe the only thing they took was my iPod. They had put my expensive laptop into its backpack to take it, but had left it behind in their hurry to leave. From that day on, I've always kept a stick in my sliding glass door, since that's how those buttholes had gotten into my house. I also got a safe, so I could move my pistol from my parents' place to mine. Coming up on 14 years since it happened. Dang, how time flies. To preface, I, a 23-year-old female, was 4 years old at the time. My mom and my little brother, 2 at the time, lived in a rinky-dink fifth wheel with bad AC in a generally safe small town. So on cool summer nights, my mom would have the doors and windows open. It was the early 2000s, and of course, windows and doors are open. Well, we had a midnight visitor, an owl. Weirdly enough, he was scared of blankets and flew from room to room, but never out the open windows and doors. My mom spent about an hour trying to get the owl out before she admitted defeat and called the non-emergency number. It was offline, so she called 911. When they answered, my mom explained that it wasn't exactly an emergency, but we had an owl in our house. The dispatch sent an officer, and he tried for a half hour with a blanket before telling my mom that the only way that he could think of getting was to shoot it out. But he didn't want to traumatize the kids, so he called the chief on his off day, who just so happened to be drinking with a ranger from the reserve. They both drove right over, and the ranger got to work. He walked casually towards the owl and said, "Oh, it's just a little barn owl," as he snatched it up by the talons. Everyone's mouth dropped as he walked out with the fly death pillow, asking if we kids wanted to pet it. After my mom politely declined, he walked a few hundred yards away and released it. The raptor flew away into the night with little noise, and the officers and ranger left us with an interesting story. A guy with a shotgun and an accomplice broke into my house about a decade ago. I was napping in bed, in my room in the back of the house. I awoke to my dog being scared and trying to get me up, and I noticed that someone, the accomplice, was holding their face up to the window of my bedroom and trying to see in. They probably heard the dog and were checking in, but it was especially bright out that day, and I don't believe that they could see in that well. I later found out that the robber was in my living room at this point. I wasn't sure what was going on, so I texted my roommate who had just moved in yesterday and asked him if he was home. He said no, he was at work. The robber was then dumping all of the clothes out of my laundry bag and was putting all of my game consoles, games, and my roommate's school laptop into the bag. He even took my hand-painted miniatures, which really bummed me out. I put so much work into those. He made off with them before I left my bedroom. I saw him and his accomplice as they were heading down the back street away from my house. I knew him as being the older brother of an acquaintance, and I would guess that the accomplice is the robber's girlfriend. I called the police and waited a bit for them to arrive. 2 officers sat down with me in my living room to go over the situation and see what we can do. I mentioned that I knew that it was the brother of the acquaintance and I could identify him. As we were discussing things, we hear the back door of the house open and someone call in, "Is anyone home?" My eyes went wide, and I immediately knew it was him. I said in a terrified, stuttering voice, "That's him. That's him." The cops both got up and sprinted through the living room, dining room, kitchen, and then ran out the back door and tackled the guy in the backyard. He was arrested on the spot. As I was watching them restrain the robber in the backyard, I saw the accomplice slowly slink away down the alley. I wish I spoke up about it, but I was pretty shook at the time. He went to prison for a decade. Turns out, robbery with a lethal weapon is a pretty big crime. I never got my stuff back. The police had no way to prove which Xbox at his home was mine, or any of his stuff for that matter. I felt so horrible that my roommate got hit by collateral robbing only the day after moving in. No one deserves that. Not exactly a home invasion, but an interesting story nonetheless. So, as was found out later, a guy was partying with his friends in a skate park near my house. He got absolutely wasted, broke into the park ranger lot and stole a truck. He then proceeded to drive up and down the park road as fast as about 80 miles per hour, leaving skid marks from peeling out. Did this until he hit a tree. Miraculously, he didn't die as the tree was about 3 to 4 feet in diameter. He hit it almost head on, going fast enough that the truck flew about 30 feet to the side and tore a huge gash in the trunk of the tree. He escaped the wreck. Truck was totaled. And then, still being drunk and now also likely severe brain damage, he just started walking down the road, climbed over the first gate in the fence he saw, as was seen by the blood-stained handprints and footprints. The gate was not locked and could have easily been opened if he wasn't delirious. He walked down the path, turned right at the first road that he came to, and then followed that road to the end. The end of the road is my house. We had stupidly left the door unlocked. We're normally very careful about that, but that one night something messed up. The guy comes into our house, grabbed some Easter candy and a blanket, and then went outside and started knocking on the door. That is when I heard him. It was 5 a.m. I was up all night prior to that, and had been in the front of the house right before he came, but then went to my room right before he got there. I heard him knocking from my room and went to investigate. I found the door unlocked, but closed, and a man in jeans and a t-shirt, and nothing else, with blood all over his head and front. He was looking into the windows of the car in the driveway. I went to get my dad and told him what I saw. My dad went out and talked to him. He had no idea where or who he was, or how he came to be there. He just wanted to get back to his friends. He was very laid back and nonviolent, just confused and in shock. We called 911. The police came. Then more police came. Then the fire department. Then the ambulance. He had no ID and didn't know his name. They checked him out and took him to the hospital. I don't know what happened after that. No one aside from him was hurt, thankfully, and we were only down some candy and a wool army blanket. Speed bumps were installed on the park road very soon after this. I woke up at 3 a.m. to my 2 dogs barking like crazy. Oddly enough, that night was the first night that my wife and I were trying to keep the dogs downstairs, instead of letting them sleep in the bed with us. So I'd put up the baby gate, but they had knocked it over in their fervor and were still standing on the opposite side of the baby gate. I came out to the top of the stairs, of the 2-story foyer, and hissed at him to quiet down so they didn't wake the baby. Then I noticed a flashlight panning slowly around the foyer. From the garage door, visible to me but not visible to the dogs, there was a figure there holding a flashlight and looking around. I'm guessing he was calculating whether or not the dogs were crated, and or if anyone was home. In my deepest possible voice I bellowed, "Hey, you in the garage. You need to get out of here before things get messy." The figure didn't move, except moving the flashlight around more. I ran back into the bedroom and grabbed a 20 and a 30-pound kettlebell and my phone, purposefully making as much noise and clanking as possible, and ran back. The only way into the house from the garage meant walking directly under me. I just hoped I could send him this little present before the dogs jumped in. By the time I got back, though, he was gone. I dialed 911. Cops came in about 4 minutes. They were convinced that it was a raccoon or something. A big raccoon with a flashlight. They swept the area anyway real quick and didn't find him. Also, I was very cautious about avoiding getting shot by the cops in my own home. I stayed on the phone with the 911 dispatcher until the cops arrived, and stood in a brightly lit room and waved hello to them from the window, and confirmed with the dispatcher that they knew that it was me. This happened when I was 10, and to call it traumatizing would be a huge understatement. I was at my cousin's house with my mom and my brother. My cousins were involved in some very shady things. which wasn't out of the norm for my entire extended family. It was dark outside. I was in the living room with my mom, aunt, the mother of the two cousins in question. She's the same age as my mom, so we just called her aunt. And the two babies that were in the house at the time. Literally out of nowhere, the front door opens and a person dressed in black from head to toe walked in. Then another, and another, and another. I don't know how many total, but in the 10 seconds that it took the adults to digest what was about to unfold, at least 6 people had come into the house. Everyone had weapons, and everyone's faces were covered. My aunt and mom handed me the babies and told me to lock us and my brother in the bathroom and to hide in the tub. They started dragging my cousins from bedrooms and out into the yard. We heard screaming and gunshots, and then things started to go quiet. We waited for what felt like an eternity and decided that we needed to go look. My brother was too afraid, so I crept out of the bathroom to a side window, and the only actual fighting that I saw was my cousin's girlfriend fighting another female. More gunshots, and I run back into the bathroom. Then finally, sirens. By the time the cops coaxed us out of the bathroom, the intruders had either fled or been arrested. 2 cousins served time for that situation. One served 10 years and the other 15. In hindsight, that likely means that these were not their first offenses. My dad came and picked us up. There was so much blood on the front lawn. It took me 2 years to set foot back in that house. It was the middle of winter in Syracuse, New York. I lived with my friend. Both of us were female, and we lived in a first-floor apartment. It's about 5 a.m. I'm trying to go to sleep, and I hear a weird bang. I thought it was my roommate going to the bathroom because I heard loud footsteps. But the footsteps didn't stop like they would have if it was her. At this point, my vision goes blue with anxiety. That's the best way I can describe it. I was cold and shaking from fear because something similar had happened only a few months before. But that guy hadn't been able to break down our door. Same roommate, different apartment. At the time, I slept with a large kitchen knife by my bed and pepper spray because of the aforementioned attempted break-in. I grab the knife and pepper spray, go over to my door, and very slowly open it a crack so I can barely see out. For a few seconds, I see nothing. And for context, my bedroom opened up to the living room, but a sheer curtain was hung just outside of my room, so no one could see in, but I could see out. After a few agonizing seconds, I see one person walk by dressed in all black and a hoodie, then a second person with a backpack. I try to stay quiet and close my door, but I fiddled with the lock. It happens in real life, not just horror movies. So they heard me. I heard rushed footsteps and assumed that they were going to try and get me. I jumped out of my window. The first person I attempted to call was my roommate, but it went straight to voicemail. So for the next sequence of events, I seriously thought that my roommate was dead. Just keep that in mind to set the tone. I'm now on my driveway, with no way to get back in the house except of how high the window is. I turn my foot from the drop. I have no shoes on, only boxers and a big t-shirt, as well as my knife, pepper spray, and phone. By now, I'm on the phone with 911. As I'm standing there, unsure of which direction to go, I see 2 guys running behind my house and laughing. They saw me in the driveway and started to run over to me. I wasn't sure if they were the robbers, but just to be safe, I sprinted. The best I could with a messed up foot and increasingly frozen toes. The other direction towards the street. We had neighbors we were friends with in a house just across the street. So I run behind their house and try their back door because sometimes it's unlocked. But to no avail, it was locked. So I decide to hide between their cars. All this time I had still been on the phone with 911 operator, explaining, crying, and also apologizing because I was so distraught that I really thought that I could have been wrong, and I'm calling 911 for no reason.
Just as I'm about to literally get under a car to hide, she tells me an officer is pulling up. This is within minutes of me calling, around 3. She tells me to walk to the street to find the officer. Again, I would like to remind you, I have no pants or shoes on in the middle of winter, so I look insane. I find the officer, who turns out to also have a canine, which was comforting. I show him which house, and as he shines his flashlight, it falls on a curtain blowing in the breeze. They ended up basically swatting my roommate because we weren't sure if the robbers were still in the house. They released a dog in the house, and after she got out, so that was exciting. But it turns out those jovial guys in my backyard were the robbers. They had popped a window on our front porch, gotten the chance to steal nothing but a $5 bill, left the shovel they popped the window with, and dropped one of their phones in the area that I had seen them running to. I'm assuming that's where their car was. They came back the next night and flashed a knife at the Ring camera in the backyard, which was awesome. So fun. We moved out. They were caught that summer. They were serial robbers and broke in while someone was awake again. I wish them the worst. I was 16 years old, home alone, 20 miles out from town. I heard someone trying the basement door, which was old and heavy and made a lot of noise and wouldn't open if you didn't know the trick. I called my brother, who lived up the road several miles, but he wasn't home. It crossed my mind that it was him there to get something, and that scared me more than an intruder. I was afraid that I'd shoot my own brother. I had zero fear of an intruder. I had a .30-30 that I got and loaded. They gave up on the basement door and came to the back door and tried the knob, turning and bumping the door hard. I stepped into view of the door. Light inside, dark outside, so I couldn't see their face. My foolish plan was to go look through the glass, and if it wasn't my brother, shoot them through the door. Illegal, as they hadn't broken the door yet, but I didn't know that at the time. The local sheriff had told us that if we fear for our lives, we can use lethal force and not be arrested. There were murders nearby and people out in the country armed up, and things was getting edgy. So he had a community meeting. Murderers were caught. It was meth related. Anyway, as I approached the door with the rifle, the now turning and door pounding stopped. They ran off into the darkness. It never occurred to me to call the sheriff's office for help. After it was over, the nerves hit. I called my aunt. We didn't have cell phones in that area back then, so Mom was unreachable. I guess I needed my mom, and my aunt was the closest thing. She offered to come stay with me, but she lived in town and there was no real reason, just someone to talk to until my mom got home was good enough. Weird thing, I was calm as I am right now while this was happening. But seconds after it was over, I shook all over. Whatever they wanted, they didn't want it bad enough to come past that .30-30. I'm an avid supporter of gun ownership. Some of my anti-gun friends like to tell me that I wouldn't defend myself if someone broke in, that I'd panic, and shooting a person isn't as easy as I think, and there's no way that I know what I could do, blah blah blah. I do know. Question asked and answered over 20 years ago. My only fear at the time was what if it was someone way out by chance, that it was my brother coming in. He had a key, but what if? That's the one and only reason that I didn't shoot through the door. I'm glad I didn't, as I found out later that it would have been illegal in my state, despite what the sheriff told us. I was about 16, and I was at my 20-year-old boyfriend's house. It was the first time that he'd moved out from his family home. Literally the first day of him living there, and he was living with 4 other guys. 2 were friends of ours. 1 was a 30-plus-year-old friend, and the last guy they called Shady.
Yes, it was a very promising living situation. The doorbell rings and I go to answer it. I see a guy that I knew who had dated my friend. I say hi and he asks me why I was here. I explain my then BF had just moved in. He asks to see how his room was set up or something. Maybe asked to say hi to him. It was a while ago, but I was casual and essentially a way to get into the room. As soon as I let him in the house, immediately 2 other guys come out of nowhere and follow him in. If you can't tell, I was used to hanging out with sketchy people, so alarm bells weren't ringing right away. My friend/home invader and I were already heading to my boyfriend's room. When we get in, he immediately turns around and locks the door and tells us that we are going to be staying in here for a while. He did it under the guise of wanting to talk to my ex about his turntables, saying they were actually his and had been stolen. In the rest of the house, my 2 actual friends were kept in a room at gunpoint by one of the home invaders. The 30-year-old dude was bear-maced along with Shady, who also got slashed across the face. Yes, they were after drugs. Big surprise. After they left, and with half the house wheezing from getting maced, we left to walk to a local burger joint. Shady wanted to call the cops, because I don't know why. He didn't want to hang around after that, so we left. While we were walking, the cops had a chopper out. Not sure if they knew to look for us or just the home invaders. Anyway, I still think the initial dude that I opened the door to saw me and immediately moved to protect me a bit. He looked very much surprised to see me, and I doubt that he wanted to get in trouble for assaulting a minor. Several years later, that guy was found in the walls of a local mall. Pretty sad. He had a lot of problems, but he had some good in him, too. It was a nice summer day years ago. I was at home playing Battlefield 3. I had my windows open for the nice breeze with the screens in. All of a sudden, I look over and the window that is under my porch by my front door pops out onto my floor. I then see a leg come through my window. I have my Kimber Custom 2 1911 .45 caliber sitting right beside me, loaded with the safety on and in a holster. I pull it out and slowly walk towards my window. I'm about 15 feet from the window right now, and the guy is coming in at this point. He looks right at me, and I am now pointing my loaded firearm at his chest. It was like this awkward 5 or so seconds before I said, "I'll kill you if you don't leave right now." The dude immediately jetted out of the same window that he came in and ran up my road. I have never seen a human being run as fast as this person did. It was unreal how fast he ran. He was fully hooded, with a balaclava on, and I couldn't see his face. I called the police, but they didn't find him, even though they had 4 patrol cars at my home, and they were searching the whole area. They even used a police drone, but nothing, sadly. Since then, I have never had another issue here. Our little neighborhood is very secure thanks to it just being me and my 2 other neighbors. We all know each other super well. We watch each other's homes and stuff all the time. We all have outdoor cameras and inside cameras. We all have stupid amounts of pistols, rifles, and shotguns. Basically, don't mess with us. With all that said, I was scared to death during the whole ordeal. I didn't want to kill another human being, but I would have pulled the trigger if I had to. No doubt in my mind, I wouldn't have if it came down to him or me. It was just an awful experience. I'm still so angry at that guy for putting me in that situation, where I would have had to live with killing another person, and the trauma that would have brought with it. Screw that guy, and I hope he rots wherever he is. A few years ago, I had just arrived home from a quick convenience store trip at night, around 8:30 to 9 p.m. My now ex-wife and I were about to watch a movie. The movie was Anchorman 2. We heard a commotion in our front yard, and I looked out the front window. The guy was rolling around in my front yard. I didn't think much of it, maybe some kid goofing off or whatever, so I closed the curtains and ignored it. Don't know the truth of it, but I'm assuming now that he must have been having a very bad trip of some kind. He started shouting, so I looked out the window again. At this time, he started moving towards my front door. Luckily, it was kind of broken. It would jam a lot, and required a lot of effort to open. He tried to open it, and at that point, I managed to lock it. He didn't stop trying to open it. Started kicking it, pounding on it. The adrenaline rush that I had will never leave my memory. I have a couple of decorative katanas around my house. One was specifically above my dresser mirror. I ran to my bedroom and yanked it off of its stand. I tossed the scabbard to the floor and yelled for my wife to lock herself and our kids in our bathroom. As she did, I tossed my phone to her to dial 911. She locked up with her and our boys in the bathtub. I then stood by the front door in what I assumed was the best possible kenjutsu stance that I could muster. It's kind of a blur. The sword was held over my head with the adrenaline flowing. It seemed to last forever. My heart was pounding. I could feel my heartbeat in my head and my ears. Then silence. The adrenaline held for quite a while. My neighbor heard the commotion and came across the street with his handgun. The guy had run off. The police showed up and eventually caught him about 10 minutes later down the street. I can remember as I was walking to an officer on my porch, I heard another officer yell, "There he is." Then a flurry of "Get down, get down, get down," as they tackled him through a neighbor's small wooden fence. I will never forget it. I don't know how I would have acted had he actually come through the door. I assume that I would have brought that sword down hard. That mess would have been terrible. The adrenaline rush was tough enough. The come down from that was brutal. The only silver lining that I can take away is that many people think that they have the courage to defend their families, but never get to find out the truth. I know that I have done so, and I'll always know the answer to that question. I reacted and didn't even think about what I was doing. It was the most natural, primal feeling. I don't wish it on anyone. Also, as a side note, I have a severe negative association with the movie that we were going to watch, and have never wanted to watch it since. About 2.5 years ago, my daughter woke up at around 2:30 in the morning to a strange man standing in her room. She yelled, "Who are you? What are you doing? Stay there." She ran upstairs to our room and said, "There's someone in the house." My wife thought that she was having a nightmare, but she was so distraught that I yelled, "Who's there?" down the stairs. A voice yelled back, "They told me to come here." I immediately grabbed my daughter and my wife and started to run to our room because they had followed. My daughter yelled to get her brother, and we ran into his room and basically yanked him from his bed. We went to my room, closed and locked the door, grabbed the key to my gun safe and my wife's phone, went into our bathroom, closed and locked the door, then went into my closet. I got and loaded my gun while my wife called 911, while my kids hid in the back of the closet. 911 asked if he was still in the house. I explained our location and said I didn't know. They asked me to check. I clarified that they wanted me to leave the closet, leave the locked bathroom, leave the locked bedroom, all with my gun and see. They said yes. I went out to the landing and yelled again. He appeared at the base of the stairs. With my gun trained on him, I yelled for him to leave. He began pacing back and forth, shouting, "They're going to kill me. He told me to come here. My father told me to come here." Over and over. If he had moved up the stairs, I would have shot, but he didn't. I went back into the closet with my family, locking doors behind me. By that time, the police were on site. They went around the back of our house, and were about to come in the back door. We told them that we forgot to lock it, and that's how that we thought that he got in. As they reached for the door, they heard the deadbolt click. The 911 operator asked me to come out and unlock the door. I told them that I didn't know where he was in the house, and didn't know if he was armed, and that I wouldn't engage with him unless it was absolutely necessary. We told them to kick in our door. The police later told me that they were screaming to open the door and identifying themselves, and were raising their leg to kick open the door when it swung open. At that time, the operator asked me what I was wearing and my race. When my answers didn't match what the person opening the door was wearing or his race, they tackled him and cuffed him. He kept repeating the same thing that he yelled to me. "They're going to kill me. They told me to come here. My father told me to come here." The whole time they questioned him and got him some medical attention for scrapes and stuff from being tackled. He spent the next 7 months in jail before working a plea deal and being released on probation. We had never seen or met the dude before. He lived over an hour away, and toxicology showed no drugs in his system. He struggled with mental illness, was off his meds, and had a psychotic episode. Very scary for all of us. Lots of trauma, especially for my daughter. Almost a year of none of us sleeping well and responding to noises in the middle of the night with varying degrees of alarm. We're getting better, but we still have effects randomly to this day. So my house was broken into. I had just fallen asleep. I was abruptly woken up to someone stumbling around downstairs. I sat up and waited to make sure that I wasn't tripping. Sure enough, someone was in my house. I ran downstairs butt naked and saw a man standing in my kitchen looking through my mail. I said, "What the heck are you doing here?" He didn't answer, but he kind of lunged towards me, so I went crazy. I grabbed him by his shirt and twisted it up and wrestled him out of my house. My living room is 2 steps lower than my kitchen, so we both fell down the steps, which hurt like heck. I was recovering from an accident, so my body was very fragile at the time. I kicked him out of my house and realized that he was very drunk and very high. Well, his stupid butt decided that he didn't want to leave. He kept kicking my door, breaking my potted plants outside, etc. I literally turned on the rage. I saw absolute red and ran outside, and I choked him while manhandling him. Remember, I was still butt naked at the time. It was such an awful feeling squeezing someone's throat so hard and hearing him gasp for what little air he could find. Finally, he passed out from me choking him. I ran upstairs and grabbed some shorts and my gun. I was so angry that I remember he woke up, and I was saying some things very violent to him. My poor wife was upstairs thinking someone was murdering me. She was sobbing and crying and hiding in the closet trying to call 911. We get poor reception at our house, so the call kept dropping. I yelled for her to come downstairs to help me at this point. I knew he needed to go to jail. He was a danger to himself and others. After the perp came, he was talking to the old usual stuff, saying that I was racist and that I'm the problem with the world, etc. Finally, the police show up, and as they're rolling up, he pushes me into some bushes and tries to run away. Well, as he's running, he hits his shoulder into a tree, slides across the hood of a car like a cartoon character, and falls to the ground. I once again chase him. We wrestle a bit, and I choke him out again. My wife is holding the gun at this point. The cops come and I throw my hands in the air, point out the suspect. He gets arrested and I proceed to puke violently, shaking with adrenaline. This guy was on some high-level employee of some very large tech companies. I won't mention the companies, but he had no business acting like this. He goes to jail, and the whole time is talking nonsense. We dropped the criminal charges, but are suing him in civil court. That was 2017, and we are still dealing with the case. PTSD from the incident, as well as my wreck less than a year before. Just an absolute nightmare of a year. I don't feel comfortable in my home anymore, even to this day. I hear things, even if it's nothing. There's more to this story, but I think I've said enough. I was 3 at the time of this incident, so I couldn't do much. We lived in an apartment in the North Bronx. 2 men knocked on the door, and a cousin who was living with us at the time opened the door. Before he could do that, I ran and hid in the closet, right by the front door. I loved to jump out and surprise the people who came in. My cousin yelled out to my mom, saying they were delivering flowers for her. When she got to the door, they pulled out guns and pushed her aside. So I jumped out of the closet, and one of the men grabbed me and put a gun to my head. I peed myself. My mom flipped out and started fighting the guy. He dropped the gun and my mom went for it. He beat her to it and pushed us into the living room. My grandmother, my dad, my cousin, and my cousin's wife were all there. I think one of my aunts was there too. They made us lay on the floor. I don't remember any of the above. I remember being in the living room floor with my mom on top of me. One guy took my dad to the office. He knew about the safe and jewelry. The other guy stayed in the living room with us. He kept saying, "Don't look at me." But I was 3, so I looked. I remember his hands shaking, and that he wore glasses that were similar to the glasses one of my uncles used to wear. While this was happening, the other guy started pistol whipping my father to get him to open the safe. He did, and the guy grabbed all the cash and jewelry that he could find. The next thing I remember was the guys being gone. We were waiting for the police to arrive, and I wanted my security blanket. They wouldn't let me get it because the police said not to touch anything. We moved to Miami shortly thereafter. That was 43 years ago, and let me tell you, that day traumatized me. It's my first memory. I freak out if someone has a gun, and I start to cry whenever I think about it. Like right now. I had a bunch of other traumas throughout my childhood, and I desperately needed therapy. I finally put myself in therapy in my mid-20s. I had developed borderline personality disorder. It took a ton of therapy, including EMDR, and meds before I was finally able to manage my CPTSD and maladaptive behavior patterns. Also, they never caught the guys that broke into our home. One of my best buds from college was a geologist major that ended up becoming a ranger in the southeastern United States. We haven't spoken in years, as is the case with age, but I remember about 8 to 9 years back, he was telling me about an old married couple that he had recently helped out. He had seen them come to the park for several days in a row, and found out that they were visiting from out west, and they had gotten engaged there decades prior. They had been searching for a spot that they'd taken pictures of, where he'd popped the question, but were having trouble. After looking at the pictures and figuring out roughly where they were trying to get to, he escorted them in his vehicle, then hiked with them to where he thought that it would be. They found it, and he left them there and went back to his station at the entrance. He said he got a weird feeling once he got back, and felt like he needed to wait to see them whenever they left. Well, once it came time to lock up at night, he still hadn't seen them leave, so he reported it, left his assistant to wait at the shack at the entrance, and went back to where he left them. He found both of them lying down, spooning along the bank of the river. Neither were alive. He called the cops, went through the 9 yards and went home. The police were able to disclose to him their identities, but weren't sure anything else initially. Later, he learned that the wife was terminally ill with cancer,
and they had both unalived themselves by ingesting some sort of chemical/pill combination medley. They just chose to do it where they had gotten engaged at. My friend wasn't torn up about it, but he was obviously sad about them dying, but said that he thought that they hadn't asked for help earlier because they didn't want anyone to think that they helped kill them. I once asked a park ranger for his strangest story, and he told me this. He worked at this park in the summer and had for several years. He was driving home, alone, into the park to begin his summer's work when he heard a male voice say very clearly and loudly, "Welcome back." My story is the exact reverse of the others here. I'm not traditionally a ranger, but when I was in the Scouts, legally adult Scouts had to do the 3-feather challenge. 1 day without food, 1 day without speaking, and 1 day and night alone in the woods with only a knife and a tarp, unseen by any human, after which one has to sneak back to the scout camp unnoticed by the sentries and report to the campmaster. It was my 3rd day, so I took off, walked for miles through the woods, and found the most remote spot in the wildest, most overgrown part of the woods. Spent a spooky but uneventful night until almost before dawn, when I decided to go for a morning swim in the lake right before taking off to go back. I stripped nude and went towards the lake, but noticed a group of guys fishing, so I decided to go back. Suddenly, the ground underneath my feet caved in, and I found myself submerged up to my armpits in the absolute vilest mass I have ever smelled. It was a pit where poachers dumped the guts and leftovers of illegally hunted deer, and it fermented for weeks. Imagine the scene. A group of anglers near some ungodly screaming from the direction of the woods, and run there to see if someone needs help. What they see is a teenager-shaped ghoul, covered completely in blood and rotten offal, who is crawling out of a bloody hole in the ground, while shrieking and weeping, then runs at them to get to the lake to wash off. In 2016, my boyfriend, my now husband, and I went camping in eastern Pennsylvania. The place we decided to stop for the night was primitive. Camping was free, no cell service, barely a road, etc. We did encounter 2 other people. They might not factor into what happened later at all, but they were creepy, so I'll describe them. The first was a woman who had her truck off to the side of the road, a little as we drove past. She had the hood open and seemed to be waiting for someone to stop and offer to help. Usually my boyfriend had no problem helping someone, but he said this time that something about her put him off. She didn't really seem like she needed help, and usually people who need help look at you hopefully as you approach. She looked like she just expected that we would stop. That's what my boyfriend said anyway. I hadn't really noticed anything that strange about her. The next person came when we had chosen a spot and were setting up a fire for hot dogs. I had noticed people drive by a few times, but my boyfriend pointed out each time was the same car, and the man in the car watched us each time he passed. My boyfriend was a little uneasy about this, but we had driven around for a while before finding a place we liked. It had been raining, and everything was muddy, and we wanted the driest site possible. He could have been doing the same thing. We briefly thought about moving, but the road was muddy too. If he wanted to find us, all he had to do was follow the tracks. There were some other tracks, but not many. He'd only have to backtrack a little to locate us again. He didn't come by another time, so we stayed and spent the several remaining hours before dark goofing off. No one else drove by. Whether or not those two had anything to do with our experience, the real fear came later. We had gone to sleep in our tent, and sometime around 3 a.m., we were awoken by this very loud noise. I can't describe it very well, or even remember exactly what it sounded like, but my boyfriend said that it reminded him of a chain gun revving up. It was also similar to how it would sound if someone recorded a shovel being dragged over gravel and played it over a loudspeaker. He jumped up and looked out a little window, but couldn't really see anything. The sound repeated itself a few other times. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. So my boyfriend whispered that it was probably miles off and I should just go back to sleep. I didn't question this, as I figured loud sounds could be easily heard miles off. After we left, he told me it sounded like it had actually been coming from just down the road, but he didn't want to freak me out. Looking back, I probably should have wondered why he would bother to whisper, if apparently the sound was that far off. I was still terrified. Every little thing I heard outside sounded like someone was walking around the tent. We laid there for a while longer, when finally my boyfriend told me to get dressed, because we were leaving. I had gotten alarmed by this, and even more alarmed when he unwrapped the machete that we had brought, just for this trip, from its plastic before opening the tent. We quickly packed up and loaded the car. I looked around for footprints that weren't our own, but despite the moon providing plenty of light, I couldn't really see. I did point out something that my boyfriend hadn't noticed though before we got into our car. There was a beer can by our dead fire that hadn't been there before. We didn't even bring beer. While we were driving away, my boyfriend explained that he was nervous that someone might have been trying to lure us out, so he didn't think that it was a good idea to run from the tent right away. He also half expected to find out the gas tank had been siphoned, but that wouldn't have stopped us because we had a hybrid car. We joked that that would have made a funny hybrid commercial. Number of brutal murders avoided by driving a hybrid? 2. We only joked because we were about to crap ourselves from fear and even adrenaline. The rest of our trip, we only stayed in well-populated campsites, or got a hotel. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana/Wyoming area, and I decided to go up there to her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure that there are no contaminants. So I thought that sounded fun and wanted to do a bit of a tour with her. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights, so we packed up all our gear in saddlebags and saddle bundles and started out. The first day and night was amazing. Beautiful scenery and amazing air quality. It's really so peaceful out there. I love that area, and I wish that I got to go up there more often. Anyway, we started out on the second day, and my cousin said, "Do you want to see something weird?" Of course I said yes. So she led me on a bit of a side journey to this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path that we had laid out. At the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounts and tells me to get off my horse too. We tie them up in this gorgeous little clearing, and she tells me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio. It's one of those that you can plug in or wind up, and it also acts as a lantern if you really need it to, but that kills the batteries very quickly. I do, and out in the middle of nowhere, there is this huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large, like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring for a house. It trailed off into the brush and trees, so naturally I decided to follow the thing out of curiosity. My cousin trails behind me as I do, and this wire, after coming straight up from the ground, is strung across limbs of trees and then back to the ground. Then it snakes around rocks and finally descends into an outlet. That outlet is mounted on the side of a desk. It looks like a schoolteacher's desk from when I was growing up, with a metal base and a pseudo wood/plastic top thing. No chair, no building, no nothing. Just this outlet and this desk. I'm staring confused as all heck at this desk in the middle of a forest when my cousin takes the radio, pulls out the cord and plugs it into the outlet. It then lit up and started blaring static. The wire was being fed from somewhere. Now, the place where we were had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around. And yet, there was a live outlet. Super weird. No spooky jump scares or bodies. Just one lone powered desk in the middle of the woods. I wish to God I had taken a picture of it. I'm a ranger, and I work at a pretty remote desert park. This happened before I got there, but the other rangers that I work with were there. They went to do a patrol during the summer, our off-season, at one of our seldom-used campgrounds. On a patrol, our maintenance ranger found a burnt-out car in one of the sites. The desert is a weird place, so he just calls the sheriff and waits. Sheriff arrives, and it turns out there's a body in the driver's seat, with no arms and no legs, just a torso and a head, burnt. Sheriff just marked it as a self-unaliving and removed the vehicle. We're close to Mexico, and we get a lot of illegal drug traffic, so I guess they don't even bother trying to solve those. But it was super sketchy. I'm an ex-park ranger. We had a group of frat boys making way too much noise. We came by twice, and at the second stop I told them, this is your last warning. Not only is it rude for other campers to be so loud, it's exceptionally dangerous. Everyone knows that the local mountain lions are attracted to loud noises at night, and these ghost cats, as they're called, can creep right up on you without hearing or seeing them. Whatever you do, don't leave your tent tonight. If you hear anything, don't make a sound. We went back to the station, grabbed the lion pelt from the interp center and the night vision goggles. The head ranger had to blow what was left of the budget at the end of the previous year. Once they were all in their tents, we crept into the campsite and made fake lion tracks everywhere. We set up the lion pelt propped up over some sticks. The other ranger got out the PA and from a distance started doing fake lion calls, slowly getting closer. I pulled the Jeep forward like we were arriving on scene and got out, turned on my mag light, and illuminated the silhouette of the lion pelt. Because I was moving quickly, the shadow of the lion appeared to be moving. At this point, the frat boys were losing it. Jim, the other ranger, shouted, "Stay in your tents." Followed shortly by, "She's coming around at us," and then "There's another one." And finally, "Let's get out of here." At that point, we turned off the flashlights, grabbed the lion pelt in the darkness, and jumped in the Jeep and sped off. Just after sunrise, they started peeking out of the tents. Nobody was brave enough to get out until about 8:30, when they saw all huge paw and claw prints everywhere. They really freaked out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your tax dollar at work. I'm not a ranger, but I lived on the outskirts of a national park in a cabin. It was a 4-mile drive from the main road just to get to the property, and we had no plumbing or power. This property was right next to where the park started. To call it the middle of nowhere is an understatement. My roommate at the time was interning with the Park Service, but he is a city kid. Every evening at the dead of night, I had been hearing noises in the woods, but I thought it was someone walking. But then, they'd just stop in particularly overgrown areas of the jungle, so your mind starts to doubt itself. Is it a pig? A cat? Is it just the wind? The cabin didn't have a locking door, and the owners didn't want me to install one, so I began sleeping in my car. Now this is a huge property, and I'd parked my car over an acre away from the cabin, and where I was hearing something. I started hearing those footsteps again. I moved out. My roommate, who thought I was bonkers, stayed and still slept there without a locking door. He got robbed, not once, but twice after I moved out. So he finally put up motion-triggered cameras. There was a man with a long rifle who'd hike up the property, set up in the bushes, and watch us. I'm not a ranger, but back in 2010, I had just finished a wilderness leadership class and decided to go to Colorado to get some solo wilderness time. I found out about some hot springs near the Colorado River that were only accessible during the winter. During the summer, the snowmelt raises the water level of the river and they become submerged. And I decided to go spend a few weeks out there. It was on BLM land, and I had about a 4-mile hike from where I parked to where I was camping. The BLM lady who watched the land saw me when I arrived and asked me to just write the date on my windshield every week to let her know that I'm still alive out there. Anyways, it was pretty pleasant out there, but every night I was terrified of the bears. They should be sleeping. But if they aren't, it means that they are super hungry and I'm for dinner. For this reason, I decided to set up camp close to a cliff. It was about 40 foot down to the river, and I figured worst case scenario, I could jump and then get to the hot springs to prevent hypothermia. It's a crazy plan, but once you're out there, you realize that bear spray is kind of useless inside the tent. So one early morning, I hear these loud animal noises coming from outside my tent. They're getting closer and very loud, accompanied by grunting and breathing noises. I was too scared to open my tent. I just froze, and the steps kept getting closer and closer and closer. At this point, I could hear it sniffing my tent. I don't dare move. I just lay there. It starts to move away from my tent, but it's still out there. And now, I hear more than one animal. I finally poke my head out, and it's a herd of elk. I swear though, it was probably the most scared that I've ever been while out camping. I'm not a ranger, but I used to be in a group that's somewhat like the Scouts. So we spent a lot of time in the woods and some weird stuff happened often. But most of the time, it was really easy to explain. One thing happened though that to this day scares the living crap out of me. I was a leader for the age group 8 to 10 years old, and we were out on a camping trip. It was the first year that we stayed on that terrain, and it was huge. Normally, we tend to explore the majority of a terrain before the kids arrive, so we are aware of any possible dangerous spots to avoid. This time it was impossible. Every camp, we have to do what we call a night game. It's usually a scary game in which the kids have to complete several tasks, while the leaders scare the ever-loving crap out of them. Obviously, we had one too during that camp. We masked up as monsters and hid out in the woods close to the checkpoints that they had to pass. While running in between checkpoints, I found an open stretch of forest with little to no foliage, so it was ideal for chasing after them. There was no real room to hide, besides behind trees, so I couldn't use my flashlight or they'd be able to see me from miles away. It was dark, like the unsettling kind of dark that plays tricks on your eyes, and you start imagining things that aren't real. During my stay there, I saw a shadow that was around my size running past me a few times. I couldn't see it very well, so I just assumed that I was imagining things, because nothing was there when I turned my flashlight on. The game was nearing its end, and I saw the shadow again. This time I could see it vaguely standing near a tree not too far away from me. I thought it was one of the other leaders hiding to scare kids, and I decided to go over there, as it was about time to go back. I aimed my flashlight towards the tree, and while getting closer, I noticed that there was indeed someone standing there, dressed in what looked like a torn burlap sack, and had their head covered with a few white plastic bags that looked like they were tied together. I started to feel pure dread. Something felt really off. I asked if everything was okay, but they didn't respond. The only thing I heard was this weird sound that sounded like someone knocking on wood. Nevertheless, I went a bit closer until I was about 10 meters away from this person. The knocking sound turned out to be that person smacking his head repeatedly into the tree, and I noticed that he looked like a male. He was barefoot, and his arms and legs were covered with crusted mud. His hands were in a weird cramped position. I was convinced that this was just one of the other leaders pulling a prank, so I told them to knock it off. He slowly turned his head and started walking towards me. Something inside me just told me to run. It didn't matter if it was just a stupid prank, and I ran away scared for nothing. If this wasn't a prank, it felt like I was in serious danger, so I ran as fast as I could. I heard him running after me, but I didn't want to turn around to look as I'd probably run into a tree. I arrived back at the campsite, and every single person that could be dressed like was already there. They couldn't have gotten there before me, and if they did, they sure as heck didn't have time to change into their regular clothes. Still, I told them, and they gave me a good scare with that. They just looked weird at me, thinking I was trying to scare them, and we left it at that. Next day, I wanted to go check it out. Who knows, maybe some weirdo ate the wrong mushroom and might be out there dying from hypothermia. I took someone else with me just in case, and there was nothing but endless trees. We arrived at the tree where I saw the person banging his head, and there was a dead, skinned, decomposing rabbit nailed to the tree. We called the cops. They looked around quickly and brushed it off as a prank from another scouting group or some kids from the nearby town and left it at that. I didn't notice anything weird after that, so it probably was just a dumb prank. But seriously, some people have a messed up sense of humor. Also, I want to clarify that I'm 99% sure that it was a prank by locals. The cops reacted in a way that looked more like "not this stuff again" than "oh no, evil murder in the woods, and we won't stop it." The cops' reaction definitely makes me think that it's happened before. I was a lone recreation ranger in a small district in southern Idaho. Nearest town from the guard station was about an hour and a half away by car. After moving into the guard station, solar power was not working, and I hadn't slept for about a month due to various factors. Bats in the cabin, something walking on the deck at night. The woods always had an eerie feeling to them, unlike the southwest Ponderosa forest that I was used to. About 2 months into the seasonal job, I started to hear something walking and scratching on the deck at night, perhaps even on the door. Now, this district was known for its badgers and beavers, so I didn't think much of it. When leaving the cabin at night, I always had an eerie feeling like I was being watched. One night, I was returning from my grocery run. I always went on Tuesday nights. and I had a bad feeling. At the time, I did not have my shotgun in the vehicle. After stepping out of the vehicle, I looked to the right of the cabin, about 50 feet from my front door. All I could see were two eyes about 3.5 to 4 feet in the air. To say that I freaked out was an understatement. I started yelling, "Get out of here." But the eyes only crouched down an inch closer. At this point, I could tell that it was a large animal of some kind. Definitely not a coyote. I tossed a piece of firewood in the general area, and the creature leaped back a bit, but did not make a sound. I tossed 4 or 5 more pieces, and the creature still inched forward. At this point, I fumbled with the keys. Of course, the solar power was out again. I managed to get inside and grab my shotgun. Technically, you're not supposed to have guns in government housing, but who the heck lives in the Hills Have Eyes backcountry and doesn't carry? I went outside. The creature was a bit closer. Still could not get a good look with my crappy headlamp. I loaded the shotgun and continued to throw pieces of wood with one hand. Finally, the creature walked back into the brush. That night, I drank about 4 IPAs and slept with my shotgun. In the morning, the trail crew came up, and we found mountain lion tracks all over the porch, rocking bench, and compound leading back to the creek. After that event, I always heard the rocking chair move, and someone or something walking on the porch, but I never found any tracks after that night. Considering that it was always muddy up there, it was weird to not find any tracks. I've been stalked by mountain lions before, and never had that eerie feeling like I did in those woods. I was in the Gila Wilderness, and a convoy of us campers/fishers were making the drive on the dirt road from Mogollon to Snow Lake when we spotted a forest ranger guy pulled over looking in a ditch. Turns out, some idiot tried to make a U-turn and didn't realize the loose rocks makes it hard to stop. They went over the edge and high-centered. We're miles from the nearest official campground, and it's early spring, and the night time gets pretty cold. We get a Jeep with a winch in position and start to pull the guy out of the ditch. Off a hill comes a white dude in a purple velvet sweatsuit. He's got a walking stick, fanny pack, and the purple velvet sweatsuit. That's it. He's a blonde dude and pretty skinny. He comes up to us and tells us that he's German and having a great time. We could not get over the purple velvet sweatsuit. It was a real pimp sweatsuit. The ranger is immediately suspicious, wants to know where he's staying and where he came from. It was around 9 in the morning, and the only way that he could have gotten where he came from was to hike for hours. The German guy was super goofy and just points off towards the other mountain when asked where he's staying/going. We all think it's funny, but also question how the guy is getting along with no water and no food. The sun is intense, above 5,000 feet, even if it's only 75 degrees. The German guy refuses water or any other help and just crosses the road and goes off into the woods. The ranger told us that he can't really keep the guy from doing that since he seemed okay. He said he'd check a few campsites in that direction later to see if he made it. We get to Snow Lake and commence drinking like fish in order to better catch fish. That evening, the ranger pops up to tell us that nobody at the other camp had seen the dude. He radioed around, and no other rangers had abandoned camps or missing campers, and they surely hadn't seen a German dude in a purple pimp sweatsuit. That ranger rolled off duty the next day, and his replacement came by to make sure that the other ranger wasn't smoking something that we gave him. We assured him that it all happened. Never heard another word about the German dude in the purple pimp sweatsuit, but it makes for a good story. Back in the early 90s, my brothers and I were staying with my cousin and her husband, who I'll call Scott, who was a DNR officer. This was opening day of bow season in northern Michigan. While I was at least a mile away from any road or trail, I stumbled across an area that looked like people had been camping recently. They'd even built this weird outdoor kitchen. Being a naive 16 to 17-year-old, the kitchen confused me, but I figured that they had left it because hunting season had started, so I just continued on my way. That night, I was telling everyone about it when Scott gets serious and asks me about what it looked like and where it was. After I told him, he warned me not to go back there and to be glad that no one was there. Apparently, some locals had multiple locations like that where they would cook meth, so they wouldn't blow up their houses and to make it harder to get caught. I guess Scott reported it to the cops, and they got raided a couple of days later. I must have missed it, but the guys had set up multiple trail cams, which were really expensive at the time, all around the area. Based on the pictures of them, I missed the guys by a few hours. They were heavily armed, while I only had a bow and a knife. On the surface, it seems like a well-thought-out plan for some smart people, but they weren't very smart after all. Scott filled us in later on some details. Apparently, they didn't clear the images off the cameras before leaving. The images, though too low of a resolution to recognize their faces, showed them not only cooking meth, but also carrying illegal guns and riding off on customized four-wheelers known to everyone in the area. Those people ended up getting 20 years in prison. I'm not a ranger, but my uncle was. He always told me the story of when he worked in Montana. He was a solid 5 to 10 miles away from town, so pretty much deep into the woods. He recalled pulling his ATV on top of a semi-big hill that overlooked the valley. In between all the trees, there was this clearing that he could see through his binoculars. Through them, he saw an older lady, 60-plus-ish, in black, surrounded by 6 to 8 wolves. Now, he's a lengthy distance from this woman, but he starts yelling and honking and all that, and takes off down the hill as fast as he could. But when he reached the clearing, there was no one there. No wolves. No woman. Only a silver ring with a black stone in the middle. And he still has it to this day. I've been a ranger in the United States Forest Service for almost 15 years, but this story takes place about 3 years after I joined. We were getting calls about a lone wolf with a collar on hanging around campsites. Weird, since wolves aren't known to be in the area. But when you work in the field long enough, you start to realize that anything is possible. No calls had mentioned violent behavior from the animal, thank God. I departed from the station around noon to check out the places that it had been sighted. Wandered around for about 3 hours. No further calls during that time, until I took a break for water. I sat down, had a snack, drank some water, and was getting ready to go out again when the thing was about 20 feet out, trotting near the tree line. It seemed friendly and had the collar, so I whistled to it and it came over to me. Getting a closer look, I could see that it wasn't a wolf. It was huge, but it was dark and didn't have the right body structure, though I could see why it would be confusing from a distance. I radioed in and reported that I had the dog with me, but as soon as I'd bring it in, the dog took off. Like he was playing to see how far he could get me to chase him. Typical dog behavior. I went after it, and I swear it was a game of chase for at least 5 minutes as we steadily ran through the forest. Also, by the way, please don't go running through the forest unless you know the area like the back of your hand. Anyway, the dog finally slowed down near a rock bed/creek area and started pacing around a spot. I drew closer and didn't see anything off at first. Then I noticed it. The overgrowth had almost disguised what appeared to be bones. I called it in immediately, and another team was sent over to recover the remains. When I went to retrieve the dog, he was just gone. But honestly, it wasn't a priority at that point. He was friendly enough, and I figured we'd catch up with him later. The bones were identified as a teenage male's, died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. He'd been reported missing in the area long before I became a ranger, and there'd been pretty much no hope of finding him. I spoke to his mom on the phone. She called to thank me personally, and she asked how I'd found her son. I mentioned the black dog, then thought that I'd said something wrong since there was a pause on her side of the line. After I gave a couple of details about the dog, she quietly explained that her son, who struggled with making connections, had sunken into a deep depression after the death of his best friend, the very dog that had led me to him. I think that I spent the rest of the day stunned. I continue to be in disbelief in a way, but I know what happened. My dad was a ranger. He said once that he was out in the forest with one other ranger. They had to camp overnight halfway to their destination. Well, that night they heard footsteps, and a lot of them outside of their tent. Then they heard at least 20 people scream, "Get out." Needless to say, they got out and radioed it in. The next morning, the cop went out and searched and found 4 skinned animals pinned to the trees around their campsite. I have a friend who's a trail ranger, basically a ranger who can't get you in trouble. He told me about this time that he was gathering illegally placed wildlife cameras and knocking down hunting stands, feeders, and blinds with another actual ranger. The other ranger wasn't feeling well, so he said he was going to head back as it's a 1-hour ATV ride. My friend finished up the last one when he heard voices. Keep in mind, he is far off the beaten path. He called out, and no one replied. As it was getting dark, he started to head back and found that his ATV wouldn't start. He then noticed that the battery wasn't connected anymore. He reconnected it and started to drive, but it wasn't going fast at all. Less than a half a mile later, the whole thing died. He radioed back basically saying, "Hey guys, I need someone to come pick me up." They told him they would, but it would be about an hour. He asked if the other guy got back and they said no. He settled down and started a small fire, but before long he heard voices again. It's dark. He's not happy. The voices sound like an argument now. Someone was angry and yelling at someone else who sounded more scared. He called out and asked if anyone needed help. The voices didn't seem to care. He guessed that they had to be less than 1,000 feet away. He radioed again, and they said they were having trouble finding what path that he might be on, and they haven't left yet. He asked them just to get the other ranger to tell them about where they are, because he left with the iPad that had the map. They said that he still isn't back. About 3 more minutes go by, and he hears the voices start up again. He decides to walk to them, hoping that maybe they can stop being drunk buttholes and maybe that they have a map. He walked in their direction, but the voices seemed to be getting further as he got closer. Finally, after 20 minutes, he gave up and walked back. He got a radio call, and they said the other guy was found passed out, covered in vomit, and was being taken to the hospital, but that he crossed off everywhere that they had found a stand, so they have a general idea of where he is. Then the radio died. Then the voices came back. Bored out of his mind, He decided to listen to what they were arguing about, picking up things like, well, it wasn't yours to take. I don't care. You knew better. And so on. His guess was two hunters arguing over a kill. Then he heard the one shout something ineligible. Then silence. Then, bang, a gunshot. He doused his fire and hid. After that, he heard nothing. Just his breathing for the next half hour until he saw ATV lights. He told the guy picking him up everything, and they called back. They had people looking for 3 hours and found nothing. They came back the next day with police and dogs. After about an hour, a shallow grave was found, and in it was a long dead man who had clearly been shot in the face. Thing was, it was a skeleton who had been there for years. So, either the argument that he heard just ended with a bang and both parties went home last night, or he heard the murder of someone from years ago. I work at a summer camp, taking kids on canoe trips for a few days at national parks. One night after setting up a campsite and quenching the fire, I was doing the last check of the campsite. I looked at the lake and saw this lone man paddling a canoe. I thought it was pretty strange, but it's not out of the ordinary. The only weird thing being that he was alone. He waved, so being the polite Canadian that I am, I waved back. I went to bed in the staff tent, and everything was normal. I had a bit of trouble sleeping that night, so I decided to go stargazing, as that usually calms me down. I exit the tent and see this man in our campsite, looking through our tarps and bags. For what, I don't know. Maybe drugs or food, but that's not important. This stranger is by campers that I'm responsible for. We make eye contact and this guy stands up. He's tall, and I'm quite short, so I quickly grab the first thing that I can think of, a can of bear mace. This stuff is meant to deter a charging bear, so I hold it ready to spray and tell him to get out of my campsite. He doesn't really speak, just like, oh, I didn't see you guys. When he's leaving, I immediately wake up the other staff, and we make sure that he leaves. We use our satellite phone to call park rangers with our position, the guy's characteristics, and tell them the story. Without a doubt, the scariest moment I had on the job. I've learned not to fear animals, as for the most part they're predictable, dumb, and not malicious. But people, on the other hand, the scariest and most dangerous thing to encounter out in the wilderness is another person. My dad is a forestry technician, and this happened to one of his co-workers. They were up doing some sort of job in the very most northerly part of Ontario. Anyways, it was the middle of the night, and she was half asleep, and vaguely heard something outside of her tent. Then she felt something push against her tent, and the zipper was slowly opening. She opened her eyes, and saw the head of a polar bear in her tent. Polar bears are far from the cuddly toys that you see, and they're known to be super aggressive and will hunt and eat people. She laid there paralyzed with fear, thinking that it was the end, and then slowly, the bear retracted its head and left. Park ranger here. I work at a park just outside of a metro area, 5,000 acres and a 1,500 acre lake. Super busy park, but we have some areas of the off-beaten path. I've stumbled on some really creepy animal sacrifice stuff once because I happened to follow the crows. You barely have to worry about animals. It's the people that we share this world with. My brother has a winter job closing parks. He drives around in a county vehicle and makes sure that no one is in the parks before closing the gates. He does this from about 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and it's pretty dark out. The other day, he was closing one of the parks and saw a man hopping through the woods. The man then saw him and crouched down and just watched my brother do his closing duties. My brother left and went on to another park, where he found a dead coyote frozen solid, standing up as if it were alive. One winter, while patrolling trails, I came across a homeless guy who passed out, drunk in the snow. He had been there for about a week in below freezing temperatures. He was frozen solid and still had a bottle of Mad Dog 2020 in his hand. I was a ranger at Yosemite and passed every day through the gate along the Merced River. One day there was a commotion which caused a slowdown, but didn't involve us, so we crept by, just slow enough to hear a man in anguish trying loudly to explain something. It was early summer, but the river was still raging from a solid snowpack that year, and we found out later that the guy was just trying to take a picture of his wife with the torrent as a backdrop. Apparently, he'd kept telling her to back up just a bit further when she disappeared. Us and the firefighting guys were tasked with finding her body. Nobody made much of a pretense that she might have survived. She turned up 2 months later, after the river had settled enough that we'd started swimming in it, just upstream from our swimming hole. There's this old lighthouse at the park that I work at. People from northern Jersey might be familiar with it. Next to it sits our visitors center, formerly the lighthouse keeper's quarters. Last summer, I got put on the graveyard shift for a pay period. While out tooling around the fort, the park is an old army base, around 2 a.m., changing all the Pokemon gyms to Team Mystic, I noticed that there was a light on in the second floor of the quarters. One of the Interp Rangers must have forgotten to turn it off, I said to myself. So I head in, do a quick sweep of the building and turn it off. I go back outside, get in my car, and I'm about to drive away when I look back up to the second floor. The light is back on, and something just moved across the window. My mind's eye saw a human figure, but I honestly just noped out of there so fast that it could have just been a bat or something like that. I'm not a park ranger, but my friend was. And the worst thing that he found was a dead body of a runner that had collapsed near a trail. It was an older guy that must have had a heart attack and had fallen to the side of the trail so people hadn't seen him. The worst part was that when he called 911, they demanded that he try to do CPR, while he tried to explain that the dude's eyes were open and covered in flies, and his body was stone cold. So no, he was not going to do that. This is my dad's friend's story, not mine. It was around 10 p.m., and my dad's friend was driving around locking all the gates so that people can't drive on certain roads. And he's on a gravel road. All of a sudden, he sees a cloud of dust as if someone just drove past him, but it came from the direction that he just locked the gate in, so nobody should have been able to get in. He got out of his car and started walking down the road to see if he saw any tracks. He didn't, but he saw this old truck that looked like it was just sitting there for years. Keep in mind, this is the direction that he just came from. He's starting to get sketched out, so he turns around to head back to his car, and when he does, he sees a body hanging. No joke. Someone hung themselves in the park. He called the police and the guy had no family. My dad claims that he actually saw the body. Apparently it was all skinny and blue, and stunk as if it had been hanging for a couple of days. Some people say that they see the guy walking around. But yeah, pretty much, the road is haunted now. I wasn't a park or forest ranger, but I was a historical docent, basically a historical tour guide, and this happened when I was about 15. First, a little bit of background. I worked at a place called Blennerhassett Island in Parkers, West Virginia. Blennerhassett Island is infamous because of Aaron Burr went there with a whole plot to take over the U.S. after he killed Alexander Hamilton. And it's actually a very interesting story, but it's not relevant to this one. The island is said to have been haunted by various people/entities because many people died there, including members of the Blennerhassett family, and sailors would bury bodies on the island if someone died in their ship. Some of the most commonly seen ghosts are the ghosts of Margaret, Harmon, and their daughter, nicknamed Baby Margaret Blennerhassett, an Indian, and a groundkeeper. The Blennerhassetts are often seen in their home on the island or walking around. The Indian is seen on the south tip of the island, and the groundkeeper is seen in the Putnam Hauser house. Margaret is seen most often, and is seen in a white flowing gown, and people say they smell lilac before they see her. On to my story. One day, I was walking towards a clump of trees with a bench, so I could eat for my lunch break, when I saw something white out of the corner of my eye. I thought it was just one of the other docents, because some people had on aprons. But when I turned and looked, it was a woman in a white gown. I knew that people had seen Margaret, but usually they saw her near dusk, and this was in the middle of the day. I stopped walking and just looked at her. I started to say something to her, but when I blinked, she vanished. I immediately went back to where the others were and told them what I saw, but they didn't believe me. To this day, I'm convinced that I saw her ghost, and it was really terrifying. This story happened around 3 years ago, around the time that COVID started, so it was a while back, but still worthy of a post. It was early 2020, and I had just gotten a new job in a small town near my area. While looking for a place to live, my sister offered to rent her house to me. She had bought the house 2 years prior, but she and her husband didn't really take to it, and their commute to work was long, so they moved out and the house was uninhabited. Luckily for me, it was actually pretty close to my workplace, only around a 40-minute drive, and my sister pretty much rented it to me for free. I just paid for the water and electricity and looked after the house. I was living there for a solid 2 or 3 months and had already gotten used to it. One night, after coming back from work and parking my car, as I walked towards my door, I noticed something odd. There was a cigarette butt on the curb to my house. I leaned down and picked it up, thinking that it might have been mine since I'm a smoker. But after looking at the brand name,
I realized that it wasn't mine and threw it away. I didn't think much of it and just shrugged it off as some butthole throwing it on my curb. I went on my night, and nothing unusual happened. 2 days later, I was once again walking to my house when I spotted a few more cigarette butts, this time near my porch. Needless to say, I was angry and thought that someone sat on my porch and smoked, but since I didn't know who it was, there was nothing I could do about it. I noticed that they were put out pretty recently, so whoever it was probably walked off as I was approaching. That night, I was watching a movie on my laptop, and it was pretty late, past 1 a.m., so I was surprised when I heard a car passing by. It's a suburban neighborhood, and it was COVID, so people rarely ventured out at night, but I didn't think much of it. Around half an hour later, I was surprised when I heard chattering nearby. I listened intently, but I couldn't hear what they were talking about, as their voices seemed almost muffled and quiet. By this point, I was getting a bit unnerved, so I stopped the movie and quietly got off of my sofa and walked to the front door to make sure that it was locked. As I was approaching the door, I froze mid-step as I heard the two approaching my porch and reducing their talking to a whisper. I realized right away that whoever this was wanted to break in. I leaned against my front door and waited, expecting a loud bang against the door or the doorknob being shaken, but it was oddly quiet. I decided to walk over to my window to see if they had walked away or changed their mind. My windows have bars from the inside out that you have to unlock so that you could move the curtains or look out the window comfortably. I slowly unlocked the bar mechanism and lifted it up. I moved the curtains and was taken aback. Leaning up against my window was a man. He was as startled as I was, because he basically stuttered over his own steps as he jumped back. He tightened his hoodie to cover his face, so all I could really see was his big blue eyes staring at me. His friend realized what was going on, and right away started to kick the door in. He kicked it a solid 4 or 5 times, but the door wouldn't budge. All the while, I was staring at them frozen in fear, trying to comprehend the situation. I snapped out of it and slammed the bars over my window, locking them and running upstairs to the storage room, where I pushed a table up to the door and called the cops. As I listened and expected the two to come inside at any minute, I heard a loud crash and the bars from the windows being shaken aggressively. When they realized that they couldn't get in, one of them let out a long, angry scream that probably woke up half the neighborhood. By the time the cops came, they were long gone. The police couldn't find out who it was, but they were more active in the neighborhood in the following weeks. Regardless, I wasn't too keen on staying there, so shortly after I moved out. My sister sold the house a few months later, and as far as I know, nothing similar ever happened since. So I took my dog out on a walk yesterday. It was overcast but daytime, and we hadn't been out long. We were still close to home. My dog was sniffing away at a patch of grass, and I'm watching him and sort of just daydreaming, waiting for him to be done. Really quickly, out of nowhere, he jumps up and spins around, facing the path behind us. I thought that he'd spotted another dog, but no. I turn around and there's a man, sort of crouched down low, doing a really over-exaggerated sneak towards us. It honestly looked like something out of a cartoon. I was just stunned, and my dog was standing there with all of his fur puffed up. Didn't have a chance to say, "Hey, what are you doing?" or anything, because as soon as we caught him sneaking towards us, he turned around and ran off. If this had happened on one of our night walks, or early morning ones when it's dark, I think I would have had a heart attack. It was freaky enough during the day and close to home. I'm not really sure what he would have done if he'd managed to sneak right up to us, or why he thought that he'd even be able to. My dog is a German Shepherd, so I usually feel quite safe while walking him. I'm not sure if this belongs or not, so if not, just let me know. When I, a 31-year-old female, was 16, I was in a choir at my high school that performed for a lot of different events around town. One of them was to sing at the middle school sporting events. The middle school in my hometown, there's only one, is just about a half a mile from my local childhood home. So whenever we had events there, I walked. I didn't get my license until I was 17. This one night, I think it was November, we had to sing at a basketball game, and it was obviously dark when I was able to leave. Normally, I wasn't allowed to walk alone at night, but for choir, I was given permission unless I felt unsafe. But there wasn't any reason to be creeped out at first, so I started my walk. Just down from the middle school is a stretch of road with almost no streetlights. That has always creeped me out when walking. I crossed quickly and had a fast pace going, as I am a naturally paranoid human. About 2 minutes into the dark zone, I heard rapid footsteps behind me. I at first figured that it was just a jogger, but they made no attempt to pass me and just stayed a comfortable, for them, 10-foot distance. They began whistling a jaunty tune, which at first I thought was fun. At this point, I wasn't super scared, perhaps because of the happy whistling tune, but I noticed the footsteps began to speed up. There were no cars on the road, and given the lack of light, when I turned around, all I could see was a silhouette shrouded in darkness. At that realization, I quickened my pace to barely under a run. The whistling continued, getting more breathless as this person began to run after me. I looked back to see a dark figure coming at me full speed, and in terror began to run frantically as well. I will never forget those last moments, running through my dark subdivision, hearing his whistling, and footsteps getting closer and closer. This person followed me up to my door. I ran inside and locked the front, checked all other doors, and went to my upstairs bedroom. From the window, I could still see a silhouette and could still hear them whistling. I slept with my knife that night. This seems like the right place to tell this story. It happened back in 2013. It was about 8 or 9 o'clock, and I was on my way home from a pal's. I was sat upstairs at the back of the bus. There was only me and one other person on the top floor of the bus, and he was sat near the front on the opposite side. When I got up to get off the bus and walked from the back towards the stairs, he called me. I don't remember exactly how he asked, but he was asking for a lighter. I walked up to him going through my pockets and told him that I had matches and handed them to him. He took them from me and just stared at them for a good few seconds, and then handed them back to me and said something along the lines of, "Don't worry about it." The time it took him to decide not to use them felt very strange, and the eye contact before and after just felt intense. I got walked down the stairs thinking, what the heck was up with that? And I got off the bus. I told a couple of people how weird it felt and described what he was wearing. A zip-up black hoodie with a knockoff party-style tiger on the chest. Fast forward about a week, and there's a fatal stabbing on a bus in my city. A young girl on her way to school was stabbed to death on the top deck of a bus. Stabbings are pretty common in my city, but a young girl being killed on her way to school, that's big news anywhere. They show a photo of the suspect being arrested, but you can only see the back of his hoodie. Straight away, I think that's the exact same Ed Hardy knockoff, and was just wondering if it was the guy that I had seen. When they released more photos of him from the front, I knew that it was him. The scary thing is, it transpired, and he had recently been let out of a mental health facility. He hadn't been given any support and had been sleeping rough on buses. I've had many interactions with mentally ill people and dangerous individuals, but this is one that stays with me. Even though the interaction was much, it felt so strange. I always wonder if he was seeing how I reacted when he asked me, hence why he didn't use the matches. Who knows? It's just a sad story, really. Rest in peace to the poor girl who was unalive. Her name was Christina Edkins. She was only 16 years old. This happened over a decade ago. My ex and I decided to hitchhike across California because we were bored and homeless and had nothing better to do. We stopped in a small town and found a little stream underneath a bridge. My feet were hurting really bad, so I took my shoes off to cool them in the water, and that's when I noticed movement in the bushes to my left. A strange man walked out staring at me. He made a movement with his finger, as if he wanted me to go into the bushes with him. I froze, and I yelled for my ex who was on the bridge waiting for me. He came running, but the man was already gone. It was insanely creepy, but I'm used to weird things happening to me, because I look much younger than my actual age. I know that he must have thought that I was a child. It's unnerving to think that someone could be comfortable enough to do that in the daytime. And that is why I never go exploring by myself. I live in an apartment building, and I guess there was a girl with a name similar to mine with long brown hair who moved in, and she was going on dates at her apartment through the internet. He thought that I was her, and he followed me into my apartment. He said he went down to look at the register in the lobby and saw my name. Yes, we have first and last names posted for deliveries, and our names were really similar, i.e. like Kristen and Christine, or Brianna and Brianne. Anyway, he followed me like I said, and then looked down at the registry downstairs and just assumed that I was this woman. So he knocks on my door. I answer it and he tells me that it's his birthday. Now keep in mind, I have no idea about any of this. And so I say, "Oh, okay, happy birthday." So then he says that he would give me $60 to go and hang out with him and his friends, and that if I wanted to, quote-unquote, party, he would supply it for me, and that he and his friends would pay me for anything, quote-unquote, extra. I was completely confused. I said, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't want to go to your birthday party. I don't even know you." To which he replied, "Well, I saw your ad on the internet and replied, and you gave me this address, and I saw you and blah, blah, blah." He tells me the story like I described in the beginning of this post. I said, "No, that's not me. I am not that type of person." Seriously, so strange and creepy. Edit. To be honest, I was still somewhat perplexed until I told a neighbor a few months later. And apparently this woman got booted from the building because of the traffic to her apartment. I'm glad that the management didn't get us confused, as we live on different floors. The complaints of traffic were specific to her apartment. Thank goodness. Did I overreact? Or was this actually super dangerous? A few days ago, I went out for a smoke in the park with my bike. It was already 10 p.m. on a Thursday, and I was looking for a spot to light up my joint. Near the park is a playground, and it's a less populated area of the park. especially at night, most likely because there are no lights in that spot. So I go there with my bike, get off my bike, and stop there to light up my joint. At that moment, I only hear steps approaching me. I turn back and I see a person, probably male, 6 foot tall, walking towards me. It was dark, and I couldn't see a face or what exactly he wore. I also looked only for an instant and rushed away with my e-bike. Now here is the chilling and confusing part. That person didn't use the road. He walked through the playground towards me. The playground had gravel stones. That was the only reason that I was able to notice that person walking towards me. I also noticed him when he was just about 10 feet away from me. So I wonder why he didn't accelerate when he was so near me. He didn't make any other noise, like saying good evening or laughing at me. When I rushed away, I thought about turning back with my lights on to see who that person was, but I was too afraid. I'm still wondering why someone is alone in the dark on a playground, walking towards me, a stranger, not using the road, and not saying anything. So a bit of a backstory first. Me and some friends knew this guy over the summer because one of my friends was cheating on her boyfriend with him. He knew, so there wasn't like any animosity between him and us. But the guy was always a creep. For example, I have scars on my arm. Not bad at all. You have to look really close to see them. But this guy was looking close. Like I could feel his stare burning a hole through my arm kind of close. He was also very touchy with my underage friends. I kind of freaked out and made sure that none of my friends went around this guy. So flash forward to now. I'm in a store, 6:32 p.m., and it's nighttime. I'm buying fresh scooped ice cream for me and my mom, and I'm about to walk home. Then this guy walks in and says, "Hey," with the most blank, creepy voice ever. And you know when you see into someone's eyes and there's nothing? Like I mean nothing in their eyes? Yeah, that was this guy. Like I mean mega, seriously, uncanny valley. So I'm starting to ignore it. That's when bro is like, "What's you gonna do? I'm in a store." So I walk out with my ice cream. I take the back worker entrance because my mom works there. It wasn't her shift. And this guy follows me. Like, I don't know why he would. My hair was a mess and I was wearing sweatpants and a hoodie with chocolate stains on it. So I keep walking fast, and this dude is still following me. So I make it to the bend of my road. Now he does too. I'm halfway down, and a car has to pass through. So he watches me go home from the edge of my road. What a creep. And my mom's response? I'm sorry that happened. And she went back to watching TV. Now I have to walk to the bus stop. But I'm super scared because it's dark out. There's an abandoned house that you can get into on the way. You could hide in there. And I know this dude has a crap ton of time on his hands to do something like this. I'm only 16. I just want to be on time to first period so that I don't get a detention. As I was walking home from work last night, about halfway to my house, a disheveled man who looked to be either homeless or extremely down on his luck crossed paths with me from the other side of the sidewalk. He had initially been walking in the opposite direction, but as soon as he saw me, he immediately turned around and started following me. He began rambling incoherently and aggressively, and his words were so slurred that I hardly understood a thing that he said. All I could make out was something about a care package, And look at you. It was obvious that this man was under the influence of multiple substances. I quickened my pace and tried to avoid any eye contact with the man, and he was getting agitated that I wasn't paying attention to him. When my walking speed got too quick for his inebriated stumbling to keep up with, he stopped talking and instead began just trying to follow me. I kept looking over my shoulder at him, and every time I saw him, he would either stop or try to duck behind a bush. Finally, I started outright sprinting and looking for a spot that I could hide in myself. I came up to my local mosque and tried to sneak around the corner into the parking lot of it, where there was a tree that I had hid behind. While hiding there, I frantically dialed 911. I told them that a strange man displaying unstable behavior was trying to follow me, and described my location, myself, and the man to them. The dispatcher assured me that officers were on their way to where I was, but while waiting for them, I saw a figure heading up the sidewalk in front of the parking lot that I was hiding in. Panic immediately filled me, until the passerby was close enough that I could see that it was not the same man who had just bothered me, and they turned out to be harmless. Mere moments after this, the cops arrived to where I was, pulled up next to the tree, and motioned for me to come out and talk to them. The officer driving the vehicle asked me the standard questions, a description of the incident, where I was when it happened, etc. While we were talking, he spotted a man in another parking lot down the street, not far from where I had encountered the creep. He asked me if that was the man that I had encountered, and it was hard to tell between the darkness and the distance, but I was pretty sure that it was. Another police vehicle had pulled into that parking lot, and it appeared that the officer got out to talk to the man. The officer that I had been talking to asked me how far I was away from my house, and I told him that I was pretty close to my street at this point. He assured me that I should be safe to walk the rest of the way home, and that they had other cops patrolling the area. I thanked him and finished walking home without further incident, thank God. Shortly after I got home, I saw that I had a text from my boyfriend that read, "Are you okay?" The text had been sent at around the same time the incident was occurring, as if he could sense that I was in a fearful situation. I replied back, telling him what had happened. He told me that he had gotten yelled at by a homeless man earlier too. I described the creep that I encountered to him and asked him if he thought that it was the same guy. He said he didn't think so. We also had a brief phone call to make sure that each other was okay. I let him know that I was home safe, and he told me that he was in a vehicle with a group, so he was safe too. I don't know what the cops ended up doing about the man, but I hope that he stays as far away from me as possible. This happened 7.5 years ago, June 23rd, 2016, while I was out cleaning my house. I was renting a house for a year, and the year was almost up. I wasn't going to be living there the next year, so it was time for me to start cleaning out and moving my stuff to my next place. The house that I had at the time was fairly small, but it was plenty of space for just me. I lived there by myself, and I had just finished cleaning out the living room, other than some basic furniture, and I had moved on to clean the kitchen. There were quite a few cabinets, so many that I didn't use a good number of them. I was looking through some of the ones that I didn't use to make sure that there was nothing I had in them. One of them I opened up and I saw something in the back corner. It looked like some type of shirt or rag. I grabbed it and saw that I didn't think that it was mine. But when I moved it, it revealed a small white lever that I could barely see. The cabinet was in the corner, sorted by the sink, and halfway blocked by the stove. I thought that it was just another pipe, but it just looked a little different to me. I got inside and had to crawl inside the cabinet, which was pretty large. Once I got inside, I saw that there was a small trap door to the side leading into the wall. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You had to be completely inside in order to see the detail of it.
and I decided to open the door, which led to an extremely narrow hallway with a sort of crawl space. But when I got farther inside, I was horrified. I saw that there was food, as well as several blankets, as if someone had been living inside of there. The good news, at least to me, is that whoever was in there was gone. I tried to make sense of it and figure out how long the person had been there and how I didn't know about it. I was gone from the house a lot with work and other stuff, but I didn't know how it was possible for someone to live in there without me knowing. I continued cleaning until it got pretty late, and the next day after work I continued. I was still kind of in shock with finding a secret room in my house and decided to look at it once again. I opened the cabinet and went inside. Then I pulled the lever open just like I had the previous day. But this time, as soon as I opened it, I saw movement, and then saw a person for a split second. They slammed the door shut back on me, and I immediately turned and ran all the way out of my house to my car and then called the police. I was so scared that I started driving away as well. I opened up my phone, told the police the whole situation, and they came to my house a short time later to find that whoever had been there was now gone. I was absolutely disgusted knowing that this random person had access to my house for who knows how long. It felt like a vivid nightmare that I needed to wake up from. When I opened up my phone to call the police, it showed that the date was June 23rd, 2016. I still remember this date 7 years later. It stayed with me like a scar. I don't know if I will ever heal from it. Luckily for me, I moved out the next week. I really don't know how long the person was living in my secret room, but thankfully, they never gave me a problem. Thanks for reading my true horror story. As someone who has already experienced things like home invasion, I would always suggest that you lock your doors, because you can never know what people can do when they are in your house. I'm a 31-year-old female, and I used to work at a restaurant in my early 20s as a hostess. Back then, I was a people pleaser and didn't have the backbone that I have now. During my shift, there was a man in the bar area, which can be seen from my stand, who eventually approached me. He was in his 50s, probably 6'3", muscular, large build, dark hair, and he dressed well. When he approached, it started out as small talk. I can't remember the beginning of the conversation, but then he started asking me if I had considered a different job and said that I should come work for him, but he wouldn't tell me what he does. He started asking me for my phone number. I didn't feel comfortable giving this stranger my personal information, so I told him that he could call the restaurant and ask for me. I'm there a lot. He didn't like that answer. He continued asking, and I gave him the same answer. Finally, I told him that I'd give him my email. I gave him a fake email address on a piece of paper, obviously. I made it look real, but I wasn't interested in continuing the conversation because he was being very pushy, so I excused myself to the back. I remained friendly and smiled during the entire exchange because that was my job. After avoiding him for a while, I saw him going back and forth from the bathroom, eyes darting around the restaurant, head turning around every which way. He was clearly looking for me, and I was actively avoiding him. I started to get scared, thinking maybe he was trying to kidnap or traffic me or something, which didn't feel like a stretch because of the way that our exchange went. I decided to tell my manager that he was making me uncomfortable and told them what happened. However, I forgot to mention that I gave him a fake email address. My manager approached him and asked him to leave because he was making staff uncomfortable. This man argued with my manager in front of the entire restaurant. He was saying he just wanted to have a conversation and that was it. He refused to leave. I was standing there during the entire argument, and he pulls out the email address and says, "If I'm making her uncomfortable, why did she give me her email address?" and shoved it into our faces. Instead of explaining to him and my manager that it was a fake, I froze. I was angry and in complete disbelief of the situation. He eventually left, and my manager hated me after that. I left not long after, and to this day, that manager still doesn't know that the email was fake. I don't know why I never told her. I don't know why I froze. I don't know what that man wanted. I've thought a lot about it since then, and it was almost a decade ago. I'm glad that I didn't give him anything he wanted, but I wish that I could tell my younger self to stick to her guns and don't take stuff from anyone, especially a man who is using intimidation tactics to try and get what he wants, whatever that was. I was working at a small business in Iowa when a man came in for an interview. He was polite enough but didn't say much, but something just felt off. While my boss interviewed him, I stocked shelves, listening to the man answer our standard questions. What's your availability? Have you ever been arrested? Things like that. When he left, the manager asked me what I thought. There's something weird about him. I got really bad vibes. The boss kind of chuckled at me and said, "We can't deny someone employment because of bad vibes." I took out my phone and Googled the guy's name. He had been arrested a few months prior for threatening to shoot up a gas station after being accused of theft. He lied and said that he had never been arrested. Is that a good enough reason to not hire someone? It was, and it may have saved my life. I remember September 2018, a beautiful, clear day. The calmness broken by the sound of police cars flying down the road. A student had been murdered in the middle of the day on a nearby golf course. She had passed a group of men, who very shortly later found her things abandoned on the ground. Concerned, they called management, and shortly after she was found, stabbed to death, her body floating in a pond. Everyone was in shock. This was the second murder of a young student Iowa had in just a few weeks. Was it a disgruntled golfer? A jealous lover? No. The young woman had simply been at the wrong place at the wrong time. She did not know her killer. He did not know her. He was a homeless man who was in the woods by a golf course, saw an opportunity and took it. He had a fantasy about R-wording and killing a woman. The next day, the story made headlines, and plastered on the front was the killer's face. My stomach turned when I saw him. He looked so familiar. I didn't recognize the name, but then again, I've never been good with names. But I remember stories. I Googled his name. The same story about a man being arrested for threatening to shoot up a gas station came up, and instantly I knew who he was. It was the same man that I had convinced my boss not to hire. At the job, the majority of the shifts, there was only one or two of us working. I would have been alone with this guy at so many points. So many slow hours, with few customers, so many blind spots, so many opportunities to be alone with him. It only took a few minutes for a murder to occur on a beautiful day at a golf course. So yes, trust your instincts. Hello, friends. So I came across some information about an old friend, which has left me, as the kids say nowadays, shook. I figured I'd make a post to sort through my thoughts and share a rather insane story. But before we get started, my name is Mikey, and I'm in my 20s. Also, I'd like to apologize for how overly sarcastic this post may seem. Humor is my defense mechanism. Trigger warning. This story mentions murder, but I don't go into much detail. Stay safe out there, friends. When I was an angsty teenager, I moved in with my mother and stepdad to escape a less than desirable situation. Because of the move, I was enrolled in a new school. This school was located in one of the sketchiest neighborhoods in the city. Everyone who resided in that area was relatively low income, my family included. We had a rec center near the school that was a hot spot for, let's call them undesirables, which was primarily teenage boys, wandering over from the nearby high school to catcall the girls. Lunchtime was my favorite. I loved going outside for chow and having sweaty teenage boys ask for the nasty. Note the sarcasm. Anyway, during my time at my crappy school, I made an array of friends. However, there was one person who became my best friend. Let's call her Blondie. She and I got along like, what's a negative connotation? I was a people pleaser, and she took advantage of that. Blondie was nice enough, but she was problematic. Regardless, we were fast friends and thus began our very short-lived friendship. Over the school year, she mainly came over to my house, since I was an only child. We usually had the house to ourselves, while my folks were at work. However, she finally invited me to her house around the middle of the school year. I was super excited. I had always wanted to meet her family since they were such an enigma. Blondie wasn't one to divulge information about her home life. All I knew was that she lived with her mother, stepdad, and a younger sibling. I'm unsure if she was embarrassed or didn't care to share, but I finally had the honor of meeting them. Honestly, her family was amazing. They were kind and treated me very well. Not to mention, her stepdad was a phenomenal cook. The best spaghetti and meatballs I've ever had. After that, I started going to her house more and more. And you know what? I really enjoyed it. Fast forward to a month or two before the end of the school year, and it's Blondie's birthday. Her family was throwing a little get-together at her house, and I was invited. Blondie and I headed over to her house after school, and it was really a fun time. Until near the end of the day. Now, I knew next to nothing about her biological father. I knew he wasn't really in the picture. He'd sometimes drop by and say hello, but I had never personally met him. This was until he had made a surprise visit to give Blondie a present. When I tell you there was a shift in the atmosphere, I kid you not. I could immediately feel it, and I was a dumb kid. We were inside the living room eating some cake, and there was a knock at the front door. Blondie's mom answered, and her face, which once had a smile, turned to a scowl. If looks could kill, the dude would be dead. She moved aside and this man walked in. I'll never forget how everyone in the room got tense except for Blondie, who excitedly greeted her dad. At the time, he seemed like a normal-ish dude. Maybe a tad bit on the creepier side, but who am I to judge? Blondie introduced me to her father, and we had shared some pleasantries. At one point, I was invited to get some ice cream with him the following day, which I accepted. I mean, I was getting free ice cream. Of course I was going to say yes. He eventually left, and we all got back to eating cake. I had honestly forgotten about the visceral reaction everyone had upon seeing him. Maybe if I remembered, I would have said no. Anyway, the following day rolled around, and I went for ice cream with Blondie and her dad. I can't remember much from that day other than him asking me if I had a boyfriend or girlfriend, which seems innocent enough. But the way that he asked me, it made me feel weird. I honestly can't remember much from my other encounters with this man. Nothing really jumps out to me. I know I went out with him and Blondie a few more times before my family moved to another city, and we lost touch. Fast forward a few years, and I'm attending college. I had managed to stay in contact with one person from my middle school days. Let's call her Teddy. She had reached out to me one day asking if I wanted to go to a movie, which I happily accepted. I was balls deep in the big sad at that time and needed to pick me up. A film with an old friend was just what I needed. I took the train to a nearby mall, and Teddy and I watched the movie. After, we headed to the food court and got some chow. We were catching up. It had been a couple of years since we last saw each other, when Teddy suddenly perked up. She asked me if I heard about Blondie's father, to which I said we hadn't been in contact since I had moved. Teddy's face lit up, and she told me the most mind-blowing story that my little brain had ever heard. She informed me that Blondie's father had murdered a woman. Now, before I continue, she was going based on word of mouth, while she was telling me all of the details. Teddy had no news articles or police reports to back her story. She was told by a friend who had heard from someone else and so on. But what she told me wasn't actually far from the truth. According to her, Blondie's father had taken the life of a street worker. He got away with it for 2 years, and his truck got him caught. Apparently, there was something unique about it. Teddy couldn't tell me much more because she genuinely didn't know. I remember going back to my dorm and trying to Google for more details, but I couldn't find a thing about it. I eventually forgot about the story until last year, 2023. I was discussing the craziest stories from my life with a friend when I suddenly remembered Teddy's story. After some digging, I finally found an article that described the crime. I clicked on it, and when I saw the picture of the man, well, words can't describe what I felt. Everything that Teddy told me was true, but it was so much worse than what she and I thought. Out of respect for the victim and her family, I won't describe what he did, but he was arrested 3 years after he had taken her life. I can't find any information about how he was caught, but it had something to do with his truck. He was charged with manslaughter. He took a plea bargain and indignity to a body, and only served 7 years of his 14-year sentence. He had served half already because he was in custody during the trial. I looked him up again not too long ago, and I learned some unsettling information which prompted me to write this post. He was released from prison a few months ago. Guess what he did? He killed another woman. From what I've read, it had similarities to the other murder that he committed. This time around, he's charged with second-degree murder and indignity to a body. There's unfortunately still not a lot of information about the second woman, but both of his victims were mothers. They were both cruelly taken from this world, and I can't wrap my mind around this at all. I met this monster. I was best friends with his daughter. I don't think that I was personally in any danger, but the fact that I met someone capable of such heinous crimes, it scares the living crap out of me. I can't even begin to imagine how Blondie must have felt after learning of her father's crimes. Anyway, I apologize for the length of the story and how vague I was regarding the crimes. I know that some of you really want to know everything, but it didn't feel right to share their story, especially since it had very little to do with me. I was just the schmuck that was friends with the daughter. Also, I would like to provide more information about how Blondie is, but I can't remember her last name for the life of me. She doesn't share the same one as her dad, but regardless, thank you for reading. I think someone just tried to kidnap me. I don't know what just happened. Seriously, I am freaked out and at a loss, thinking I'm either psycho or overreacting, or someone was legit trying to kidnap me or assault me. So I work pretty late most nights, and sometimes when I need something right away, I have no choice but to go to this store that's the only one open late after work. Fast forward, I was driving home and noticed a car behind me super close with their lights bright as crap. I thought that it was a cop, but made a turn, and no, it was a small black sedan. Okay, weird. So I kept going my usual route and start noticing this car's flashing their brights behind me over and over and over while following me my whole route home. I know I didn't drop anything, because all I brought in the store was my keys and phone for Apple Pay. My trunk wasn't open. I was seriously getting weirded out, so I made a fast turn and started going 60 on this back road. I didn't even care about cops. I actually wanted to get pulled over. Well, this dude was right there behind me going 60 as well, still flashing his high beams. Finally, after about 10 minutes of this, there were these cops in the road doing construction, directing traffic. Then I looked back and he turned off right away. What just happened? Leaving my friend's house, I accidentally backed into a brick mailbox. My bike rack hit the mailbox, so my car was okay, but completely demolished the mailbox. No big deal, right? That's why we have insurance, right? I went to the neighbor and told him what happened, and gave them my insurance, phone number, and name. All I got was his first name. From the get-go, this dude was creepy. He kept hitting on me, trying to date me, specifically trying to feed me. I left on my drive to my mom's. I'm attending out-of-state college and my parents are divorced. The guy that I backed into, Robert, began to text me and call me. He was insistent that it was better for both of us to just pay out of pocket for the mailbox, sending me links to his companies that could fix it for $500, and demanding that I go on a date with him so that I could give him the cash for the repair and he could feed me. I don't know what his deal with the food was. I declined everything, but started to get annoyed by his constant texts and calls. Finally, after 2 days of it with my responses being only, "Please contact my insurance," I sent him a text saying that he was harassing me. I blocked him, but he made a new number and threatened to report it as a hit and run to the police. I'm in law school, okay? This wasn't a hit and run. I blocked the second number. Then he used a new number to ask me if I wanted him to send a screenshot or video of the accident to his insurance. I admit this made me angry. I called this number and dug my nails so hard into my thigh that I drew blood as he threatened reporting things, asking me on a date, and trying to entice me to just pay cash. I finally screamed, "Don't you contact me again, you piece of crap." My dad heard me and was upset that I said that to someone that I was in an accident with, and that I said that to a guy who thought that I was cute and just wanted a date. I blocked the third number. The next day, he reaches out again to tell me that I gave him the wrong policy number. I told him I didn't. He then said it'd be easier to pay cash, that I was the problem, etc. He was talking to his insurance, I guess, and began trying to validate my info. He had my mom's name, address, and phone number. I verified it, told him to not contact me again, and blocked his new number. The next morning, I got a super early text, basically saying that he finished the claim, and I was awful for making it harder than it needed to be by going through insurance and not going on a date with him. He then included, "You're so beautiful and ugly at the same time. Don't take risks. Stay on the good path. Goodbye." At this point, I got scared. Fifth number blocked. Then at midnight, he texts, "You up? I know where you live. Don't try and screw me over on insurance. I'll report it as a hit and run. You should have just gone on a date with me." I took the phone to my dad, showed him the texts, and filled him in. My dad, a pretty scary dude, then calls the guy. He answered, "Shoot, I knew you were into me. Want to come over?" My dad got very mad. My dad said this was beyond harassment. This was his final warning to not contact me, that we didn't care how he reported it, etc. Robert began saying that I came onto him and offered my body as a payment, invited him to my house, and was a horny B word. Instantly blocked, police contacted, insurance notified, all the things. Next day I talked to insurance, protective order filed. I get another text telling me that I shouldn't have involved police. Blocked seventh number, notify police. Go to stay at my dad's because dude doesn't have this address. My dad is a very tall, scary dude who loves his Second Amendment. Last night, watching Star Wars with my dad and older brother, the doorbell rings. Dad goes to see who it is.
and it's Robert with a trash bag filled with things that I left at his house. I called the police. My dad goes ballistic. All the things. Police come and arrest the guy. Then the bag, lingerie, a knife, lip balm, an Edita Von Tess fetish book. I met with my attorney. Plot twist, the guy doesn't own the house. He's an illegal immigrant, is married, and is being deported. I feel awful that he's being deported. I genuinely think that he wanted to R-word and or kill me. I go back to school in a few days, and I'm terrified that he or someone else will follow me. Also, I've kept my friend, his neighbor, informed through the whole process. He hasn't reached out to her, except for video of me backing into the mailbox. I don't know if an illegal immigrant can be charged with crimes, but he was arrested for stalking, trespassing, felony assault. He tried to push my dad and then spat at him. Insurance fraud. He lied about the accident to his insurance agent. Possession of a deadly weapon with intent. The knife in the bag. And attempted breaking and entering. They just kept adding on the charges every time that he would do something new. I'm an 18-year-old female who used to live in Las Vegas before I moved recently. And if you don't already know, Las Vegas is number 2 on the sex trafficking list. I used to go out a lot to a late-night 7-Eleven and get snacks because I was bored and wasn't tired. The one closer to my home I got banned from, so I had to go to one a bit further away. I used to go by myself, and the walk there was creepy. Most of the streetlights don't work, and it's just dark and really creepy. This time I ended up getting ice cream and some kind of candy. Anyways, on my way back, I'm about to get to the crosswalk to get to the side my house was on, when I noticed a guy standing outside one of the other apartments complex. He wasn't there before, but some of the apartments are facing the street that I walk on. He started yelling something, but I wasn't sure that if he was talking to me or not, because I was on the phone with my boyfriend. I crossed the street and walked past him. Something felt off when I crossed the street and walked past him. He didn't say a word. The only time he had said anything was when I was across the street. Maybe he noticed I was on the phone. I kept walking and glancing behind me. Nothing too obvious. And then he started yelling and walking faster. That time I knew that he was talking to me and knew that he was following me. I told my boyfriend, and he said just walk past home and try to get home. Also, this guy was pimped out, like dressed like he was a pimp. Gold chains, expensive shoes and clothes, etc. And I say this because I didn't live in a great neighborhood, and you wouldn't see people dressed like that. Anyways, I noticed that he was speeding up every time I looked behind me. I started panicking because I was genuinely scared that something was going to happen. But another guy passes me. We say hello like casual, and the guy that was following me runs across the street. I was like, this dude just probably saved my life because he said hi to me. I also didn't know who he was at all. I got home safe, but I'll never get ice cream at night alone again.
Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.